Welcome everyone to India's biggest chess tournament. We are live from the National Library in Kolkata. I am pumped with my good friend here, Robert Hess. Robert, how are you feeling today?
I'm rejuvenated. We had a great event for the women's. Of course, Divya Deshmukh and Ju Wenjun took titles home. Now the men have stepped into the library and they're going to have to show their best stuff.
Absolutely, and that is what Tata Steel Chess India is about. It is a platform for the young prodigies to fight against the best players in the world. We start with the Open today. It is Rapid Day 1, and we have an incredible roster of players. Some very juicy matchups. What are you most looking forward to today, Robert?
Well, we start with some great matchups in the first round. You see the players, they just took their seats and made their first moves. But how can we not be excited about the Olympiad rematch? There's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the three-time World Blitz champion. It's a one-time World Blitz champion against a three-timer. There's Vidit, Gujarati, and Harikrishna, some of the legends of Indian chess. But Gukesh and Abdusattorov, they're playing in round one.
They are that's an all-Indian clash between Vidit and Hari, but it's all eyes on this one. This rivalry exploded in the 22 Chess Olympiad. We all remember this matchup, and I think this is one that we are going to see for many years to come. Gukesh versus Nodibek.
Some people look at that and they think, is that a world championship match in the future? It very well could be, because these are two absolute stars of the chess world. And you just came off a trip to Oslo. You were covering the Champions Chess Tour. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he continues to impress in those rapid events. And Gukesh himself, he played very well in Dusseldorf at the World Rapid Team Championships.
As well as the World Cup. It was a good run for Gukesh, who was knocked out in the quarterfinals by Magnus Carlsen. But both these players, they are fresh. I'm not sure how fresh, but they've had a string of tournaments that they've played. Energy and fatigue will definitely be a factor here. But with 3 games, they've got to make sure that they're on top of it. We've got moves, Robert. It is a Spanish. Should we jump into the chess action?
Why don't we? So it is a Spanish. Not many moves, but only 6. So we'll just rewind for a second to show everybody how we got here. It was a Spanish defense with the bishop coming out, and the bishop was kicked back. And here, Tanya, black plays the move after d3, d6. So no castle yet for black. Sometimes if white plays this move, h3, a very quiet move, we could even see the Kramnik-style g5, g4 attack.
Whenever you push the h-pawn and you've castled, you've got to be careful because it can be a big hook in the position, especially if your opponent hasn't castled. So I think that could lead to a lot of fireworks on the board. It's interesting that Gukesh decided to go with the king's pawn opening. His matches against Nodibek, he's often chosen the queen's pawn opening or the reti setups, but this time he decides to switch it up. Also, all the other players arrived the day before the event. Nodibek came in today morning.
So he could be tired. I mean, it's not a short journey to get here to Kolkata, but you know him. He always wants to play chess. He'll play at any time of the day, and he's ready to strike on the queen side with b5. But while Gukesh decides, do I bring my bishop back to b3 or c2, should we do a tour of the other games?
Let's do it. Let's do a quick opening roundup on all the action that is happening. 5 big matchups. It is 5 Indians playing against 5 of the world top players from across the planet. Big matches. Where should we start from, Robert? What catches your attention?
I was about to call it another teenage matchup, but Arjun just turned 20. He celebrated his birthday 2 days ago, and he is playing against Vincent Keimer, who is, if I'm not mistaken, still a teenager. We do have liftoff in that game, but also Arjun said he loves chocolate cake, that he was given 3 different cakes on his birthday.
And it was the Indian team that was at a training camp together. So the players who are going to be competing against each other had a lot of fun training together just a couple of days ago where they celebrated Arjun's birthday. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle their friendship with their over-the-board performance as well. And there we see the 2 players and what a position we've got over the board as well. I think when you see Gary the G-pawn down the board, you have to deep dive into the action. Arjun in a think right now. If you're in Kolkata, you need to get to the National Library right now. These are some of the biggest names in the chess world fighting it out, and it is an incredible atmosphere.
And Arjun's a household name here, not just because he's one of the best Indian players. He's won the event, both the Rapid and the Blitz in previous years, and we joked at the opening ceremony, is it time that he wins both? But Vincent Keimer, he has risen his game in recent months. He, of course, beat Magnus Carlsen, the last person to defeat him in classical chess in the World Cup, and that was a huge win, a milestone in his career, and he's, 27-20 plus in classical chess. I feel like he goes under the radar a bit.
He's super strong, and the reason for that is that he has been finishing his education as well in Germany, so he had to take a couple of months break to do that. But now it is full-time chess. His trainer is Peter Lecco, and you can often see the reflection of that coaching style into his play. He is very solid, very positional approach, very principled chess, and as you said, the only player in the World Cup to beat Magnus Carlsen. So Vincent Keimer, he looked fresh yesterday at the opening ceremony, excited and pumped to play this event. It is his first time, while for Arjun, he's won the Rapid before, he's won the Blitz before at the Tata Steel. It has been his breakout tournament, and he's looking for that hat-trick.
Yeah, what'd you call him, the king of Tata Steel? That was, I saw some eyes raised at that one. They're like, excuse me, I think that, he doesn't work for this company, but he does win the event that Tata Steel Chess puts on. And in this position, we already see that Gary the G pawn is up the board, and the black king remains in the center while the white king is castled queenside. So, Tanya, when you first take your glance at this position, Arjun more time than he started with, playing ambitiously with his pawn push. Do you like his opening?
I love it, especially because as commentators, we really enjoy this kind of chess. And I think for fans also, it's so exciting to get this position out of the opening. We know it's going to be fireworks. But my first thought is we've got to back up and see how we even got here to understand what's really going on. In the current live position, we see that Black's king is still in the center of the board. So let's just see how the opening started.
So kind of one of those Jabawa London positions. And then in this moment, after Black played a6 to stop any kind of queen b5 or knight b5 jumps, that's when we see g4. So Black played on the flank, and now White says, I'm going to go for an initiative, try to kick this knight out of here. Vincent was not interested, and then Arjun said, okay, let's get that king out of the center. So it looks very solid for Black. Black's done nothing wrong. The position remains balanced thus far, but the big question I'm having, especially after that move, Tanya, what is going to happen to this king? Because there are already going to be threats in the near future with g5.
You're eyeing g5. You need to just time it well, because once the h-line opens up, let's also point out that White's rook on h1 can be hanging, so you might not be able to recapture with h4. But as you said, it's hanging in the air, something that Black needs to take care of. And while there are no structural weaknesses, Black still needs a couple of moves to develop. You can't go short side castling. You can't castle on the right side, because then g5 would be super scary.
No, definitely not that way. You're walking right into the attack. So Black, I think, knight c6. I see individual moves, of course, but I'm just trying to figure out at what point is White ready. Will Arjun make a move like rook h3 to put that rook on a protected square and then go for g5?
And the big question for Black will be, how do you continue with your development? And to me, one move that comes to mind that you would want to make with Black is take out that dark squad bishop and start making threats of your own. Bring that out to b4, and you're already planning to take that knight and destroy a White's queenside pawn structure, so you can start targeting White's king as well.
That's a good point, and I didn't even realize that the rook protected the knight, but that makes rook h3 even more attractive, because that way you don't have to ruin your own pawn structure when you capture back. But this will be a fight, because White's king is going to be in a direction that Black's king will not be.
So how are we evaluating this position, this opening outcome? Black's not castled yet. Feels like you're a little behind in development, but with no structural weaknesses. Before we move on to the next one, what's your verdict, Robert?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot. I knew you would do it at some point. I feel like I do like Arjun's chances, because I think in quicker time patrols, this is rapid chess. We start 25 minutes per player, 10 seconds added per move. That's not a lot of time if they get in time trouble. And because Arjun's playing very quickly and he's playing so aggressively, I do like his chances, because he hasn't done anything too committal. It's not like he threw everything at his opponent. He's getting ready for it, though.
That's a really cool point you make, that very often we choose the kind of openings which we might not employ in classical games because your opponent has enough time to counter it. So objectively, they might not be the strongest, but in Rapid, if you can pose early questions and critical questions like we're seeing in the position right now, you can force your opponent into a think and burn that clock, which can cause trouble. Also, this time control, right, with 25 minutes with a 10-second increment, you have to be a little careful about your time management, because it feels like you have a lot of time at the start, but the minutes just go by so quickly.
They really do.
And also, you can't play super fast, because if you make a mistake, your opponent has enough time to capitalize on it. So it's a really tight rope that you're walking on.
100%, because sometimes you think, oh, I'm going to do something that's tricky, but your opponent still has 15 minutes remaining to figure out the consequences of the decision. So Vincent, he's in for a think here. He knows there's attack brewing. Will he be able to withstand it? That's the big question, but why don't we head on over to another game?
Let's do it. And to the point that you made about this opening, Vincent down to 19 minutes. So completely agree with you that it's early days, but Arjun putting the first questions in this one.
So where should we head to next? Because every game is so interesting.
Let's take a look at the former Blitz champion, World Blitz champion player face-off that we've got with Alexander Grischuk playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. For Maxime, it is his first time in India. He's never played here, but he's having a good time. I had a chat with him yesterday. He's excited about this tournament. And really funny how Alexander Grischuk at the opening ceremony mentioned that half the players in this roster are old enough to be his kids.
Yeah, young enough to be his kids. And, for Alexander, he's a legend of the game, right? This isn't somebody that, has just been new to the circuit. He has been around for a long time, and I say that with all respect in the world. He's a 3-time World Blitz champion. He gets himself into Blitz situations, even in classical chess. How many times have we commentated, we're like, how does Grischuk have 2 minutes to his opponent's 2 hours, and yet he still gets the job done? So Grischuk, he is a star of the game, and Maxime is somebody we shouldn't discount either because he is a recent World Blitz champion himself.
In 2021. And what you said about this really unique quality that Grischuk has, I think it's an exception, and it's not something that I've seen a lot of chess players being able to do. He brings out his A game. He's super strong. He's able to be so precise when he's down to those minutes on the clock. In fact, you can never play on the clock when you're playing against Alexander Grischuk, which makes it so interesting that he's always under time pressure in a classical game, and yet he plays brilliant chess when it comes to speed chess formats.
He's phenomenal. He is just an absolute star. And in this game, this is a great example. We have only 7 moves played, and both of the sides have spent about 5 minutes. So Maxime, he's trying to keep the same pace, I guess, as Grischuk, because even in the early stages of a chess game, there are really big decisions, ones that you can't necessarily take back. For example, White played c3. Sometimes you play more ambitiously with c4 in various positions, and White, maybe you'll play b4, but you can't take those moves back.
You have to be careful with pawn moves because every move has its own set of consequences. And like you said, Robert, once you push a pawn, it stays there forever, and usually you end up weakening the squares around it. So you need to take those decisions extremely seriously. If my memory serves correct, Alexander Grischuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave were part of the same team in the Pro Chess League. So it's going to be really interesting, as well as the Global Chess League.
As well as the World Rapid event that just happened.
As well as the World Rapid Team Championship. So these are teammates who are now facing each other. And we know that in these team competitions, they train together, they know each other's styles really well, the openings that they play. So I'm just wondering if this sort of non-thematic opening approach is just Alexander's way of getting a game, saying, I don't want a theoretical battle against Maxime, I just want to play a long fight.
And I would say good sign for Alexander because Maxime is one of the quickest players on the planet. When he plays classical chess, it's almost like he's playing Blitz. So it's funny to see this matchup where they're adjusting and going to Grischuk's style. So why is Maxime thinking right here? He's trying to figure out, do I push my pawn up to e6? And one of the central questions is literally in the center is, can White get a knight and stabilize on e5? Because if you can gain that kind of space later in the game, maybe develop this knight first, but eventually bring a knight into e5, that could be very annoying for Black to deal with, who doesn't have the same spatial control.
Well, we see the move e6, so just getting some squares for the dark squared bishop, which can be headed to d6. You want to try and trade off as many pieces as possible with the black pieces in this kind of a position. And I think if we talk about the opening outcome for this game, it feels really level. It feels like a fight that perhaps will become more exciting in the middle game. Right now, both sides should be equally happy with how things have gone.
Yes, I think
level on the clock as well.
That's what I was going to say. Is the big note is that they have about even time, and it's only 7 moves in, so the action will heat up a bit later in the game. So should we venture on elsewhere to one of the 2 games we haven't looked at yet?
We've got to look at the all-Indian clash here with Vidit Gujarati.
Oh, I thought you were thinking of Timur Rajabov against Praggnanandhaa.
The Baku Ka Daku, which, do you know what the translation of that is?
I have no idea.
So I'm going to try to explain it. But during the pandemic, Raja started streaming a lot, and he built this amazing Indian community, and he's a huge fan favorite here, just like Anish is. And oh gosh, it's not going to be easy, but my favorite moniker for him was Baku Ka Daku, which basically means like the gangster from Baku. I'm not sure if that's the exact translation, but it rhymes, and everyone just loves him here. So it's going to be fun to see his first time playing in front of the Indian fans. And he's got a huge matchup against Pragg, who right now is the biggest superstar in India.
Wait, what about Viral?
Virat.
Virat?
Virat Kohli?
Yeah, Virat. Excuse me. Oh!
Oops,
No!
oh my gosh, you just committed the biggest blunder ever known to mankind.
Oh no!
It's
I'm
fine,
so
Rob.
sorry. I was trying to, pull one on you that I knew something and I clearly didn't. So I don't follow cricket. I'm honest.
That's fine. But you're totally right. He is sort of the Virat Kohli of chess right now, or at least could become in the few years. I mean, I'll be honest. I think for the Indian chess community, they view Vidit as the Virat Kohli of Indian chess. Yeah, because of his experience, and he sort of led the Indian team so many times. While Pragg, chat, you tell us, who would Pragg be in the Indian cricket team with his style, his upcoming, well, I don't even want to call him upcoming anymore. He's there. He's there right now. What a performance he's had in the recent months. And the position that we have on the board, Robert, Black has an extra pawn, but this is the kind of position where White sacrifices it. It's not a blunder. It's been sacrificed for more space for the initiative in the center. It's not for attack necessarily, but you get a lot of coordination between the pieces and just a freer position to move your pieces around, shuffle around with them.
Exactly. White has 2 pawns in the center to just 1 for Black. So that's one of the advantages in the position for White. Also, complete development. This bishop on c8 is not away from home. It's in a starting square, and even if it goes to d7, it doesn't have a useful diagonal to work with. So I'm looking at this position, and I can tell that Pragg, he wants to win this game. He stole a pawn on c4. He's looking ready to play b5 in the near future.
Did you say he wants to win this game?
He wants to win every game.
The guy wants to win every game.
Yes, no, he really does, but he's looking to cling on to that extra pawn, and if he's able to do that, then it's extra material, hard to prove the compensation for White.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And I think this is, again, one of those positions we need to do an action replay on here, Robert. Should we start and take it from the beginning to understand how Pragg won a pawn and what are the ways in which Raja can create that initiative?
Sure. We're going to recap this game thus far. And we see that here, bishop went out with b4 with check. And after bishop to d2, we see queen e7, so just protecting the piece. And it's a slow-moving game, no pawn tension just yet, until Black strikes in the center with d5. And at this moment, White can take on d5. That would be an equal trade in the center of pawns. Instead, White decides to fianchetto, like in the Catalan, and Black steals the pawn in the center. So that's how Black went up the pawn, and White just said, I don't care, let me play around it. And actually, the computer didn't like e4. What a thematic move. But instead of e4, it seems to probably like to move like knight e5 in standard Catalan style. But I think for rapid chess, this is a perfectly legitimate move, just playing around that pawn that you've sacrificed.
Absolutely. And then you can also aim at picking that up when the position is juicy enough to do it. But Pragg's last move hints at that he's not giving up that pawn anytime soon. With this move, rook to b8, what he wants to do is start pushing that b pawn. You've not only defended that b pawn, but stepped out of this h1, a8 diagonal, which can become a big problem later on. And on the other hand, Pragg wants to start putting pressure on White's center. It comes to that point that you make. Every time you push a pawn, it's got its consequences. So even though White gets this space in the center, now that d4 pawn can be a bit of a target. A very double-edged position, and stylistically, I think that suits Pragg more.
I'm completely with you there, because Pragg did just play the move pawn up to b5, and in doing so, he can later push his pawn to b4 to kick this knight out of here. So White has a dream setup, right? All of White's pieces are on their best squares, but the problem with that is what next? Right? There's not a single piece that I can see that you need to approve immediately, and d5 is the big question. So if Timur decides to push in the center, Black, do you want to take there? I don't think so. There's a rook staring down an open file against the queen, but you're not forced to, and the reason why is the queen is loose on d2. So if Black played any old move, like h6, just to show everybody that the knight is not hanging because the queen is loose behind the pawn. So it's a big decision here for Timur on deciding what move to play next.
Absolutely agree. And again, a critical moment here. I I think we should disregard the eval bar a little bit because, of course, we know that engines, they prefer material. They're they're really materialistic. They don't have that emotion, that player emotion that comes onto the board, or human emotion. So in this situation, even though the engine says that black has that extra pawn and has the advantage, white has a lot of initiative to fight for. So it's sort of a dynamically balanced position, but you're completely right that Raja needs to show that over the next few moves. If black is able to consolidate, you might just well end up with that extra pawn. Robert, without giving it away, I'm going to leave the commentary to you to handle, but I might get a special guest when I'm back.
Okay.
But don't say who. I'm going to try, so no promises here.
Is it Virat?
Did you say Viral?
No, I did not. I got it right this time. I've learned my lesson. I will never make that mistake again. Please forgive me, everybody. I'm so sorry. But okay, I don't know who you're bringing, so I'm actually excited.
Let's see if chat can guess who we're going to try and bring. But once again, no promises. I'm going to try.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Then I will go to the one game we have not looked at. It is the matchup between Vidit Gujarati and Pentala Harikrishna. Here we see there's Praggnanandhaa against Rajabov, but let's go to the game between Vidit and Hari because these are two legends of Indian chess. They maybe not get as much attention as some of the youngsters as those are the prodigies, the up-and-comers, but these two, they've been here before, they have so much experience, and they would love to get their first victory in Kolkata. And in this game, we see Vidit. He has the white pieces. He just did a rook lift, and rook lifts we usually think of as an attack, but here it's to double and go after not the a4 square, that's the wrong arrow, up there to a5. That pawn is a weakness, and there's only two pieces for black defending it. So I, at this moment, think that black has to act quickly, and I think a move like knight to b6 just to get this bishop out of c8 would be a good try, because this pawn on d5 is also a target. So if you can bring your pieces out, develop them, the pawn on d5 is loose, and by bringing your knight out to b6, you could push a pawn up to a4. That's a protected square by that knight. So I think now is the time to play a move like knight to b6, because white needs to spend a turn figuring out what to do about this bishop on c4. So I think this position is one where both sides have their chances. I'm looking at the clock, and Hari is up over 6 minutes with the black pieces, and part of that, I think, is that there's an onus on the players, a burden on the players with the white pieces. They feel like they need to win the game, so they try to spend more time going for an advantage. And for Hari, he's happy to be in this setup. You see the eval bar off the side saying it's equal, so we'll see how this one continues from here. But I do know that there is a lot of action happening in some of the other contests, and Tanya promised a special guest, but we'll see if she keeps her word, or if the guest is just the ghost next to me and I'm just sitting alone commentating. But I want to take us back to the game we started with, the matchup between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. Nodirbek, the Olympiad gold medalist for Team Uzbekistan, and Gukesh was an individual gold medalist. He had the top performance on the top board. He was absolutely unbelievable in the Olympiad, starting with an 8 out of 8 score. And there's a bit of a grudge between these two. I don't think it's personal, but in that Olympiad in Chennai, there was heartbreak. We all saw the photos and the video footage of Gukesh suffering that defeat to Abdusattorov that helped Uzbekistan eventually win the Olympiad. And in this contest, in this particular tournament, we see they're about even on the clock. Very level there. The engine off to the side also says that we have a pretty even position, and both sides have their own issues. This bishop on c2 is stuck defending this pawn on d3. White has some pressure against this e5 pawn. Black is covering it for now, and there's this pin on the diagonal, but these pawns are the ones that stick out. So now the question becomes for white, do you bring your queen out and then your rook behind it and try to barrel down the e-file at this pawn? Is that the way to go? Should you do something about the e4 square and your own knight? You take on f6. That does encourage some trades. I'm not so keen to make that decision, but I just feel like there's a bit of tension here, and I'm not quite sure how to resolve it. And the players, you know that they're also struggling to do the same, whereas white can try to strike with a4 at any moment, going after the b5 pawn, opening up the line for the rook. But no, actually Gukesh does go for the move that I mentioned. He takes on f6, and now after the knight to e4, the queen will be forced to move out the way, and I think it can settle on e6. So there is pressure down the e-file. We are bringing in a special guest. Tanya did tell the truth, so I'm very happy that she doesn't lie to me, at least not to my face. Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you, Robert.
Yes, and we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by none other. Actually, Tanya, I'll let you do the honors, since they don't know who it is yet. They got tricked.
Ooh. We've got a very special guest joining us. It is none other than the 5-time world champion. He is the ambassador of the Tata Steel Chess India, the man behind the big Indian chess boom, and it's Vishy Anand. Vishy, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be on. So what's happening now? Okay.
Early stages here. I mean, they're kind of feeling each other out, it seems. Alexander Grischuk in particular, his game against Maxime, they really didn't make many moves. The last time we looked, they spent about 5 minutes each and played 7 moves. So you've played these players many times. How does Alexander do it? That's a question that I think is not easy to answer.
To be honest, what they're playing, it could be an exchange Caro-Kann.
Yeah.
It could be a London system, but it's a very typical thing. If you remember, Ding played it against Nebomnishi. What appears like a harmless setup entirely revolves around very minor things, like putting this knight on e5. And so I think they're both trying to be very subtle.
Let's bring up the Alexander Grischuk. We'll just bring that board up. Sasha versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
But it's true that Grischuk likes to think forever when you don't expect him to, and then it puts himself in a position where he has to play very fast at the end. The only thing I can say is that it's worked for him, but can't really see the logic of it. He does this a lot to himself, and there could be some detail like Queen A4 or Queen B3, some little twist, but he takes a lot of time. Can't beat it.
So the current position that we have right now, Vishy, what do we make of it? How would you evaluate this one? Because it's a slow one, and we want your view on each of the other boards. How would you wrap this position up?
Well, obvious idea is, can I play knight e5 now? So if I were to do that, black clearly can't capture on e5 because the bishop on g4 will hang. Black has a couple of options. One is to do something like bishop f5, and if f4, perhaps something like knight e4. Liberates the pressure, allows me to play f6. He's actually gone a4. So my first reaction would be to take this. And if I did this, then play e5 and say, isolated pawn, it doesn't matter because there are very, very few pieces left. There's only a knight on f6 against a bishop on f3. So if black is able to put a rook on the e-file, a queen on c7 and b6 and just hold something like that. Alternatively, black doesn't have to do it right away. He could even make some more useful moves, rook e7, rook e8 to play e5, or knight d7. So a little bit of maneuvering. He could also play knight d7 here. What was it? In Ding against Nepo, the mistake was after a6. A6 was a mistake because after a5, not this position, just similar. White managed to get a very nice square for the knight. So that's one thing to avoid. I would say knight d7 looks like a reasonable try now.
That's a really interesting point about patterns. It wasn't the exact same position, but that game was so costly for black, which Ding eventually won in a similar structure.
M6, right? Yeah.
Yes.
M6, yes.
Vishy, for the world, Maxime and Grischuk are known as really aggressive players. They're known as, they have this attacking dynamic style. And I know you can't generalize these things, but that's the sort of the general viewpoint. Are you surprised to see this slow opening, and can we expect fireworks later on in these kind of structures?
I think I probably can spill the beans now. So they borrowed a chess clock yesterday and they played blitz with each other after the pairings. So aggressive, make what you will out of it. But they try to get each other out of theory. There is no point going into aggressive lines which both sides have worked out well. Modern chess is heavily about diverging from known situations pretty fast and trying to do unusual things. So in modern chess, this is aggressive because they're trying to play, just get a position which they play. And not have something where you're just checking each other's memory.
Did you join in on any of the Blitz games, or you just spectated from afar?
No, I didn't even go and watch. They took it off to their room and then they were going to play there. So I hope they didn't prepare the whole thing together. But anyway.
All right. We will come back to this
Pragg,
one.
Rajabov.
Let's head over to...
We have to look at that now.
Yeah. Super.
Because what? What is that?
95.
We were talking about the extra pawn for black, and the EVA bar still seems to slightly favor black, but as Tanya said, we kind of ignore the evaluation bar because it's chaos on the board.
Should we just back up a couple of moves, Anand, and just do an action
Sure.
replay of how we got here? Last we left was...
Right here, yeah,
Right
after
here.
b5.
Yeah. I mean, I was just throwing out some moves. I wondered why he played rook d8. If he had started with b5, then what I was thinking was that after d5, he could go knight b4, and there's a knight coming here. And if you do this, then I exchange that knight off very quickly. And once these two knights have gone off the board, this one will be available. But the question is, maybe Rajabov wanted to play knight d5 anyway there. So
Let's just show the point, the tactics behind this.
So the main thing is that once the pawns in between the rook and queen disappear, then there's a pattern. So that's the basic idea of the tactic. So it's a clearance thing, and so they got a more delayed version. Again, d5, knight b4, knight e5, knight d7 would work for... No, it wouldn't work for black. Hang on. If d5, I said knight b4...
Like you remembered something.
No, I just suddenly noticed that it may not be the end of the world, but if you do knight d7, suddenly knight c6 takes, and it's pinned.
Yeah, the rook is pinned.
And so suddenly we have two pieces pinning a rook, and white's going to win a piece.
Different kind of clearance.
Yes, a different kind of clearance. But the point is, after d5, I don't even have to take it, so
And maybe
it
black
might
can
not
play
be effective.
maybe black can play e5 after d5. And just,
Yes. But then I have queen g5 maybe? No, you have h6.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just good enough.
Closing the because that's where all white's counterplay is coming from, is the central
center, yeah.
tension.
So he goes a3. Again, with hindsight, it's possible that knight a5 is also met by knight d5. Though here, I wouldn't be too sure. I could do this and play knight b3 or something, and it might work out for me.
Yeah, these endgames will clearly be good for black. Just
Yeah.
the pawn structure is so bad for
Sure.
white.
But Pragg really insisting, and then knight d5. It's a cute move. It's a cute move.
It's also one of those shockers. I mean, you've played so many huge events, and in the shorter time controls, when you get hit with a move like knight d5, how do you recalibrate and adjust to the tactics of the position?
The starting point would be, what can I do? I can't move the queen because knight f6 must be pretty bad. So I have to take it. And then you just work through a couple of ideas. One idea is to take and then move the queen here. It's not the end of the world. I can't take this because there's a double attack and then potentially a fork. But something like bishop g4 could be manageable. I lose a pawn, but maybe there's some counterplay, something like that. I'm literally describing my thought process here, but I hope it will be the same there. Second, what I would lean towards is this, and claim that I don't care about the exchange,
Oh, wow.
because it's the only way to win the exchange. But I would take it, and when you capture that, I put the knight on the dream square.
You just played out this whole line so casually, and the Val bar approves of it, but it's not something that would come very naturally to players to sacrifice. So how do you get to this point where you think that this is the right way forward to keep the dynamic balance?
Couple of extra pawns, and b5 c4 is always compensation for something. Quite often it's compensation for white's dominance in the center. So when white has this pawn on e4, black has the pawn for the trouble he's going to have in the center. But here it's the exchange that I'm getting compensation for, and that pawn on c4 is supporting a very beautiful knight on d3. You can't be too far off.
Let's have our live board up as well as we get an insight into Vishy's mind and analysis in these positions. So at the same time, we can keep up with the players. So knight
Okay.
d5,
He took with the pawn. Yeah.
and
took with
we've
the
got
pawn.
moves.
Yeah. And this was your the first process that we went through, because a pawn could take a knight. That seems logical, but the other one was more tactical. This feels like there's more positional nuances here. And who do you think stylistically this favors?
The thing about b4 is obviously you didn't want to allow queen a5. Now the question is, can I take advantage of this pawn in some way? I think the problem if I take here is you might want to take with the queen or the rook and claim that this pawn is weak. So knight e5, and I've got a fairly decent move here, bishop e6, solid enough. I can't see this being hugely favorable for white. You want to play something like d5 just to think, but it might just be equal. We just take, liquidate, and that's it. Everybody goes home. I mean, I'm casting around for any tricks. Maybe knight d7, throw that one in.
Wow.
But maybe you can just take, because I don't see anything obvious again. Queen d5, but I take, I move the knight. It's about equal. So quite a sensible decision by Pragg as well.
All right, this is a lot of action on the board, and Anand, you're the ambassador of Tata Steel Chess India, and also a lot of the players here are students of the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, a big mentor to so many of the players here. Any advice you gave them before this tournament? Any word with Pragg?
It's fair to say he has gotten advice from almost everyone else in India over the last week. So I thought I would spare him some more gyan. Let's just think. Same with Gukesh. We were in Düsseldorf together, and I mean, they showed me some nice puzzle that they had and things like that. But in general, I don't get very prescriptive to them.
What have you, I mean, both Gukesh and Pragg have had such an incredible performance these past months. How do you feel about the improvement that they've made, especially with Vaka being such a big factor?
Obviously very proud that we're able to assist them. I mean, we see ourselves as a kind of support system. We try to fit in nicely with their existing setup and then work with them and help them. And so clearly when when they're this successful, you feel good. And they were not supposed to do this fast. I mean, Gukesh took my ranking and Pragg is joining in the candidates. They were not supposed to do it this fast. It's okay. There won't be consequences, but it's that's taking some getting used to. But no, it's very pleasant. So now we have the candidates to look forward to. Gukesh can still try in the Grand Swiss and the circuit.
Yeah.
FIDE circuit. So he has 2 lines of options, and yeah, very exciting times indeed.
It's probably too soon to ask, where Anand, with all these youngsters and maybe more than one, maybe there'll be another Indian playing in the candidates. Will you be sort of giving a lot of your advice and sort of learnings with your massive experience to Pragg and whoever else makes it?
I will definitely share some things, but modern chess is about details. It's not about general tips. It's more about what do I play in this position, what do I play in that position, and things like that. So, if they want any suggestions on how they should work or whom they can work with, things like that, certainly these are decisions we can exchange ideas together and so on. I mean to say that they're already very strong. They know their own minds, and they probably have their own views on many things. So I have to tread carefully around that.
Yeah, just a different level of maturity by both Pragg and Gukesh in the last year that we've seen over the board and even off it. Speaking of Gukesh, quite an interesting battle against Nordberg. Vishy, your thoughts on the current position?
First thing is knight b8, but then I think rook a5 is going to be a slight problem, because what I wanted to do is to get this out of the way And if the rook comes back, then I come back to c6, kind of a thing. But the problem is if I do this, then you're not going to be able to defend both pawns. Might not be the end of the world. I don't know if this is terrible, but it looks like white is a pawn up. Black's composition isn't really going to cut it. So something else, bishop e8 pops to mind. I don't know, maybe e4 works. But this is messy. I mean, at the board, I would have to spend a few minutes, and no, I think even an exchange sack might work out quite nicely for white, because 2 pawns, extra 1 on f5 and so on, so it just might not work. So I'm leaning towards bishop e8. Nobody's thrilled to play bishop e8, but and in fact, bishop e8, maybe knight e5 works, because there is a pin in this direction. But I might have some queen f4 trick. You see,
nice.
You need some time, because you always you see the first move, then suddenly you see the response, then you suddenly see one more, and you have to go up there.
On the board, huh?
So maybe by elimination he got there, and also one thing about these youngsters, they don't. At least it seems to me that they think very, very tactically. So bishop e8 is just very fast for them. There's no discomfort at having to play this move, or I like my bishop on h5. None of this stuff. They just
calculate.
Bishop e8, I have to defend a knight, get on with it. What I like is irrelevant. Just get on with it, and that's the attitude.
A level of maturity, though, because Nordirbeck, he's still a teenager, and he's just continuing to grow. But to play that kind of defensive move, especially in 6 minutes on your clock, I feel like we're typically told youngsters, they just play for the attack and go for checkmate.
It is very mature, but what I wanted to say was I think there's almost the influence of the computer that I have to do this, get on with it.
Yeah.
There are no good moves or bad moves that if you can't justify them, you shouldn't have an opinion of them. It's a very concrete way of thinking, and that's kind of what I was trying to indicate. But yes, the hardest move is to take back. So you, let's say, play bishop e2 to f3. Your opponent makes the move. If you realize your last move is a mistake, the correct move is bishop f3 back to e2. You correct your mistakes.
Yeah.
But that's very hard for us to do, or at least. So it was a great sign of maturity in players. Capo was famous for never having any pride about these things. If something was wrong, he'd just take it back.
Yeah.
In a sense, his game started every move.
Yeah.
So that was the attitude. And this is a very concrete way of thinking. But anyway, bishop e8. Like I said, by elimination, I was getting there. And it still looks nice for white. But it gets tricky. If I go bishop b3 check and bishop d5, but the knight could easily swing around to g6 somehow. Yeah, e7. And but then I have rook e5. But as Larson used to say, all long variations are wrong. So
maybe they got moved queen f4, but now maybe it's not that strong.
No, wait a minute. I have this. Because if you take, I don't have bishop h2. Because when you take my rook cleverly, I still have an n.
Yeah.
So all these...
you can take the rook because the queen is hanging and queen f4.
It's a difficult game. I mean, because there's... these pawns on e5 and f5, they're so vulnerable, but if they don't crack, it's unpleasant for white. So... good game to watch and not have to play.
And commentate on. This is exactly the kind of chess that we really enjoy. And Anand, for these two, their rivalry really began in that 22 chess Olympiad. That one game was a decisive one for the gold medal. How much do you think that affects the thinking when you're playing? Do you keep these past grudges or past games in mind when you're facing an opponent?
I would think that would be a painful memory and he would bear these grudges, but Gukesh is he's not, I don't think he particularly feels that rivalry with Nordirbeck or something like that. He's been able to put it aside and move on.
And they played each other a bunch of times.
Right. Some things haunt you, some things don't. For me, that would be one of my top candidates, because it's not just that he lost a totally one position, and had he won that game, he would have been the decisive force in the gold medal at the Olympiad happening in Chennai. And it was nuts what went wrong. But he kind of shrugged it off. So Good for him, but I don't know how he does it.
And I remember him actually saying that after that game, it was a difficult time, but you had a word with him and you came and spoke to him, trying to get him out of that mindset. What happened there? What was the way you handled it with?
So, funnily enough, the previous year he had a difficult day here in Tata Steel, and I tried to cheer him up, and it took him a few minutes. So, after this game, I thought if he was depressed in Tata Steel, now he must be broken. I'm going to go and talk to the guy. So I went to his room and tried to talk to him, and after 10 minutes he said, "I'm fine, do you want to play TT?" So we went out to play table tennis. Because I realized you can't be sitting there consoling people who are not grieving. So because okay, the hell with it, let's go and play table tennis. And then we played table tennis for a while. So
that's also a young generation thing,
yes,
about moving on so quickly, taking these old traditional principles and sort of playing more concrete, chucking them out of the window.
Yeah, Anand, did you have any grudges against, like, who was your grudge match when you played? Well, I mean, you still play, of course, but
there are games which I'm so won that it bugs me. There's a game in Leuven against Maxime. It still bugs the hell out of me that I didn't. Not only did I not manage to win it, I managed to lose it, and I still can't believe it. How I could do that. Then there was a game with Believsky in '91. I mean, if I keep thinking, I'll come up with more games that you're just so winning and you blow it. This is the curse of being a chess player. If I don't think there's a worse thing than having a position you know is a piece of cake and still not messing it up. That's the worst thing in life. Full stop.
yeah.
So,
Mic drop.
okay, good.
We do have Bishop B3 and King H8 has been played. We'll keep an eye out on this one. I see a really interesting position on the Arjun Vincent board as well.
I think interesting is a nice way of putting it for Arjun in this position.
Yes, so the thing is, Black's got a lovely knight here. And normally, even sacrifices like f5 work, but here I'll just take it with a knight. Sorry, that should stop one square before. But anyway, I should just take it with a knight. And if I were to help this along like this, still I can't see how to sacrifice. I would have to go queen f3, then sacrifice. And the thing, otherwise, my counterplay here is completely stuck. On the other hand, for Vincent, it's a pleasure. He can go rook c7. He just has to avoid queen b6, knight d7. So queen b6 is very tempting to play, but you have to watch after knight d7. So rook c7, queen a8, rook fc8. All these kinds of moves, and then start putting pressure here. It's a dream position. One more thing. If you don't play this, I'm going to come to f5. But if you play this, I'm going to play a3, b3, rook c3.
Yeah.
And occupy that square on c3, which is no longer defended.
Yeah.
So I can
with
show that.
arrows,
So I'll just do that. And then boom, the rook comes here. And because the knight is no longer covering that square, it's no longer doing that. And so...
So it seems for white to actually get an attack, you have to think of extreme measures like sacrificing on h5, and even then you might not have enough pieces to finish the attack.
or enough time, because the moment I play knight g3, you're going to play a3, rook c3, then I can't even do it.
Which would explain Arjun's response, that he actually needs to take care of the queen side rather than think of the attack right now.
c3 is not a move you want to make, but I think he's realized that he's desperate enough that he has to do it. And Vincent is...
You said it? Knight f5.
Gaining a tempo, you might as well throw the move in before you move along. And let's say I go queen d3. What should he play? He can go queen a5, but then c4 might happen.
So I think he just took the knight on e5 first, and that way c4 is much less appealing in many of these
Yes. Maybe that kind of his point. Now, it's hard. If you go d5, I could go rook c4, because suddenly my rook has lovely options here. I mean, this must be close to winning.
Yeah.
And
we all know our Capablanca masterpieces. There's a Nimzowitsch Capablanca.
Is that the 5 versus 4 reference on...
No, actually that was a doubled f-pawn and a king came to g6 and some zugzwangs and whatever. Never mind. Bishop e5, but another problem for Arjun is that this guy is stuck defending this one. He's not free to move. So when I start exchanging and challenging for these squares, your rook will want to come along and double on the c file, but there's that h pawn is going to hold the rook back. So still unpleasant.
It feels like black is playing a lot on the queen side, but that one knight on the king side also really makes it difficult for white to move. So sort of controlling both sides of the board here for
Yeah.
Vincent.
He's gone queen b6.
Yeah, we do have a move.
So his point is here overloaded. Your queen is defending, queen and knight are defending this one. The rook is defending that one, and I'm attacking both with just one knight. So it's just harmony. And the problem is c4 would be sort of desirable because it prevents this opening up, but with a pin, I'm going to kill everything.
Yeah. I think
So-
Peter Swidler will call that knight a kraken. Not an octa knight, but a kraken.
It's a very good lesson, though, that overextended pawns are
Yeah.
like an attacker's worst nightmare. Because if White could just somehow, even with the sacrifice, bring this pawn back a square, suddenly we're talking about a completely different type of position. But his pawns went forward a little bit too quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pawn was on g2 instead of g5. You can see White creating counterplay. But here, it looks like Arjun has to be on the defense. Is that fair
Well,
to say?
he's much worse.
Yeah.
I would be-
He's just much worse, and it's much easier to push a g-pawn forward than to bring it backward. So,
I would be shocked if he. I mean, this is such a bad position, especially in quick time controls. It feels like White could lose at any moment.
yes, and the thing could fall apart. And on top of that, Black still has this nice plan of doubling or tripling on the b file. If I can get that rook to b4, so exchange these two pawns and put that rook on b4, then we have a queen and a rook attacking this pawn, and potentially a tripling. And you still have to defend the h4 one. So it's something like that could be horrible. So clearly I see rook c4 as a move to it. We can no longer see the board, but anyway, I will try that again.
But can White try to...
How do you get rid of all the
You,
arrows
just, you
quickly?
left click.
Ah, okay. So, and then you play rook c4 is the next move, and then you're threatening rook c8 or rook b8. Very nice plans, moves. I mean, Black's moves make themselves, so to speak,
Yeah.
and White, every move is going to be labored, and
And
yeah.
we're getting moves in.
I got it.
I think they're...
Yeah, they're all happening. I got it. Just to refresh the board here.
Yeah.
So he did trade on b4, and the queen is. This looks tragic for White.
yeah.
It would be a dream for White to get knight g3 in and trade off that knight on
Oh,
f5,
then White is
right?
almost okay, because with only major pieces, still it's unpleasant for White, but Black doesn't have so much space, because when you try to expand on the king side with, I mean the queen side with rook b3 and all that, I still have rook c8 and maybe some counterplay in the f file. I might be able to keep the balance somehow, but with the knights, it's not the same game. So
But
What
is it
is
a
queen
possibility
b7?
now? Can you go knight g3 here?
yeah, I'm wondering why he allowed this with queen b7.
Can you take on c1 first? Because that rook is overloaded on h1.
Yeah, but let's say I start with rook c8, and I go knight g3.
Okay,
What
so
if
you
it
start with rook.
takes c8?
Like-
Incidentally, we must point out that rook c8, knight g3, knight f5 is a nice move to have, but it still gives Black a protected pass pawn over there.
Isn't,
So I don't have to take it on g3.
isn't White overloaded though? Because you have no way of protecting.
That's the
This
thing.
is
So it's just
nice.
concrete. And if rook
Yeah.
h2,
Knight
then knight and
h4.
h4 anyway.
Yeah, this rook
Even, yes, okay.
can't do everything. Oh, but what?
Ooh. Maybe queen c2?
So you're gonna go after the how?
Or
And
maybe not.
this, to my eyes, looks like it should
Yeah.
just be winning for Black, but somehow there's something keeping White afloat.
What's the move here?
Okay, it says Queen e2 because it defends. Oh, but then
and
it
maybe
goes
knight
down.
h5
Knight
is an
takes h-
idea
Okay,
somewhere.
this is easy to miss for everybody.
So queen b3, knight h5, gh5, rook takes h4, queen takes a3, rook takes h5, and then queen b3. And then I play queen c2, and because I'm threatening queen h7,
Oh.
you don't have time to play it.
That's really
something
nice,
like that.
yeah.
Okay.
So it looks like in the game he was very worried probably about exactly those lines, the rook to b8. and he
Rook
goes
c5, but now he's swapping a weakness on d4 for one on c5.
But yeah,
Also, Black could play rook b8 here,
and he does.
So you've got to go back.
and then I'll play queen b3, and I want to go for the endings because
So rook c2, queen
rook c2,
b3.
queen b3. So let's just try that. I
Okay.
might want to play rook c8 first, but I just want to illustrate the basic point. Queen takes b3, rook takes b3, and my rook is going to sneak in maybe e3, b3, e3, e4, and then I'm attacking all the pawns, d4, h4, and so on.
That h4 pawn, it's really interesting how all the actions are on the queen side, but that h4 pawn decides the game in so many variations.
So let's just see. If I go rook c3 here,
Okay.
my original idea was rook b8, fb8, sorry.
By the way, rook b8 is on the board, so we might be
Ah.
seeing this being played out.
Yeah. rook b3, but then suddenly knight c3 and you lose the a4 pawn. So you have to be careful also. But nonetheless, I think if black is careful, then it's a huge advantage, yeah. I wouldn't play queen b3 though. I'd go queen a7 and rook b3. That's much nicer. Because queen a7 to keep an eye on d4 and to play
Very
rook
nice
b3.
square
Yeah.
for the queen.
Just all of black's pieces are free to move, and white's feel completely stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're on fire with all these lines. You should be out there
Yeah.
playing. I'm just thinking and it's being played out.
So do they even?
Listen, Tanya. If they gave me a position like this with every game, I'd play. I'd play round the clock. I'd play speeches. I'd play everything. Don't worry. I wish I got such good positions with black every game.
Oh, a very committal move by the way, Anand. We've got b4 has been played.
Desperation.
Yeah, a b3, and he wants to blockade with king b2. But come on, this can't be.
Because also you still can't move this rook away. You can't
Yes.
even double.
Well, he's
effort.
going to give that pawn as well.
Oh, okay. Then all the pawns are going to fall like a house of cards.
As they say, if it works, it's called resourceful. If it doesn't work, then they say, oh, it was a bad game.
Yeah. Sacrifice blunder, right? We have two sides of the same coin.
All right, but both players are under 3 minutes, so
It's a very good practical thing,
Yeah.
though. I mean, Arjun understands how desperate his position is, and he's willing to. And these are how bad positions are won. So full marks to him for trying it.
for trying to create a mess on this. Should we go back to the Gukesh board? Because
Yeah.
Gukesh is almost touching the 1 minute mark, and a lot of pieces on the board and a lot of tension on the board as well. So what's going on here?
This is the live position.
It's a difficult game because it's so tense. The whole board is tense in the center, but I can't see a way to break through. What should I go? Queen f1 maybe?
He's down to 40 seconds, it looks like. So he needs to find a move quickly. But
Yeah.
we love a bishop pair on the open board. So I think both players probably liking black's position.
Yes, I think black is now. It looks like white has wasted a few moves, whereas black hasn't.
Yeah.
I think. No.
Yeah.
He's got knight h4.
So if queen f6, is he just going to...
Yeah, has to. He can't play g3 and open things up, so he'd have to play knight f3. But then I can either improve with knight d7, or just play rook d8 to e8, and then next thing is coming is g5, g4. So
Yeah, this looks painful. This rook could get to e2. Maybe we'd be talking about a different type of position.
yes,
With 40 seconds on the clock for Gukesh, and
I think we should just watch what happens because they're going to start blitzing now. So
Were you impressed by Gukesh's rapid play in the World Rapid Team event? Because I know he himself admits he's much more focused on classical chess, but it seemed like he's even a new player every day he is in rapid.
yes, they are all they all played quite well in rapid, and they are very strong rapid players. The real challenge is, can you get them to admit it? If you ask any of them, it was a bad game, I could have played much better, I missed some chances, but I will improve. And, just come on, guys, you did very well there. So,
But isn't that
all three of them.
Isn't that a
Just
typical
say,
chess player, though? you win a beautiful game, oh, I could have made a better move on move
so you're
18.
saying Hikaru is not a typical chess player?
Takes, you know?
logical. But that sounds a lot like Magnus as well, right? He wins tournaments, but he's never really happy about. So many times he's not happy about his play and critical about moments.
Yes, though I think if he actually was doing well, he'll just say it. But he'll also think, he's not. These guys, even when they play well, I think they're very modest. But anyway, enough teasing them. Let's see what happens. Rook a6 has happened. Rook a5.
Okay.
So I think what Gukesh has realized is the structure is fairly stable in the sense that if I can't make any progress. But it's not easy for black to play e4. It's not easy for black to play f4. And so his free rook is jumping wildly and seeing because he has to make moves, and that's what he's doing.
So would you argue that in some ways it's harder for black to play this position because you have the advantage, but then you have to find something concrete?
It's not trivial, is what I would say. It looks fun to play black, but your position isn't going to win itself. White is kind of stabilized, and the question is really, do you get h5? I mean g5, something like that working.
He's defended the b5 pawn for now, and wow, white goes with h4. That's a very committal, big move to play with such little time on the clock.
Yes, I mean these moves they look good. You want to play them, but over time you realize they don't come back,
Yeah.
and so that's the danger here.
So, what's the point of h4? Does he want to go knight g5 and try and move the rook around, or what's the idea?
I guess just to,
Knight g5 is tricky enough. I mean, you have some knight e6. It can land here, there.
and I don't even know if black can take it ever because this king is stuck in the corner.
Oh,
That
wow.
he's probably claiming that with the knight on g5, h6 takes would be difficult.
Oh wait. He's
So we're getting moves in, and he's gone for
Nordrupek didn't repeat on the a8 thing. He just jumped to f6. So
because g4 is weak
because
now.
the rook takes b5, bishop takes f3 wins the rook.
Right?
On the spot.
The red checkmate in one, and the rook just to show
Yeah.
everybody.
So white will have to capture on f3, whereupon black captures the rook. So that's not happening.
Ooh.
You have to do what you have to do. But
Exchange sacrifice. So if black picks up the rook, you have to take it back with the queen.
and then you're taking a few pawns and things like that. But I can't see this ending well.
Only 15 seconds on the clock.
Nordrupek has not captured this rook yet, which is interesting, and I don't know what other
Hari's
moves.
almost better, no?
Maybe.
He's seriously outplayed with it.
Should we just
Yeah,
jump in
let's just
quickly?
jump in.
Because Vidit is also down to 14 seconds. And looks
And
like
I think he
it's
stopped.
trouble again.
He stopped. He forgot to stop rather. With it, maybe he was trying to be better for too long, and then now he's just worse.
Yeah, and
We've got the close up on the players. This is Gukesh Abdusattorov. Let's see if we can bring up Vidit and Hari.
So what does he want after queen takes c7? Yeah, he's done that. Some rook of c8 type thing, or
that apparently was a mistake by Gukesh.
knight f3, and then he's just gone rook b c8. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like now white's queenside also is in trouble.
Yeah. Oh, this is busted. Queen e7, rook f8, and you've not actually helped yourself.
So it goes back to f. So there's one piece of good news is there's no checkmate in
Yeah,
two.
but rook takes c3, and then where's your bishop going?
And you're losing d3 as well.
Yeah, this looks very bad.
Yeah,
of
bishop
course.
d1, rook d3, bishop e2, and then that's it. What do you do?
He's gonna hide. That's white's plan. But okay, if white gets his b5 pawn, I feel like there are some chances to survive this game.
Sure. But it'll just end in mate.
Maybe you can
Okay.
double up on this. Okay, he
Okay,
takes on
took
d3.
Sentry.
It would be really good if
He
you
could
can
go queen
somehow
d6 for
land.
instance, yeah.
You just want to sacrifice exchanges to the
No,
other
queen d6.
it's
Then
trades. It's a trade.
trade,
offer,
yeah. And then
yeah.
queen takes, rook takes. I give that pawn. I play g6, and you basically f2 is indefensible. I'll come around. Oh, but he's sticking around
Rook b1.
for b1 as
yeah.
well. Computer doesn't like it. Though.
Computers are evil. Just like what a normal looking move.
What a nice looking move. You're threatening rook b1, which is a big threat.
But
Okay, it's nice. Let's try to figure out what could be wrong with this. Also, by the way, queen b6 is in the air now.
Oh, 5 seconds. He has to make a move quickly.
Rook takes b5.
Uh-oh.
He's allowed rook b1 check. Bishop f1.
so not
Queen a6 is curtains, right?
queen a6, queen c4. Can I? We're barely holding on. here.
Yes. Queen a7.
Can you go
d4.
queen a1 in that position? Queen a6. But it doesn't
Yeah.
really create.
Well, queen c4, queen a1, and then I'm going to tickle you with rook
But
c1.
is there like a knight g5 for white at some point? I feel like
It could be tricky actually. It's not over
Yes.
yet.
Yeah, queen c4. Maybe. What about rook c8? Is that possible?
oh my goodness, rook c8.
No.
Is there queen
You-
back
What
to
is
d3?
what a queen d3, and then I can't double on the first rank
It's back rank
because there's a
checkmate.
d8.
This is one of those games where okay, if the times were reversed, suddenly white would have even some chances. But I think Nordrupek has done very well on the clock.
Yeah. Might be a good moment to throw in a h6 or something. Well,
Got it.
and I don't think Arjun's counterplay went well.
Oh wow.
It's over.
Yeah, it's about to get over. Should we just see the last moments of this game of Arjun versus Vincent?
Yeah.
Yes,
It's going to
if
be.
we can
It's
pull
mate
up-
in a few.
Yeah.
So.
The board that we have on the screen is Arjun versus Vincent.
Producer ji, agar hum Arjun or Vincent, let's do a quick close up on yes, and let's also get a close up on our players.
Yeah, it looks like this game should be over in like 3 moves. But where's the checkmate?
There's a
Queen
king on
a7
c6.
probably. Queen a7 would finish the job.
And there's Vincent Keimer, and it's his second trip to India. He was here for the Olympiad last year, and he came a couple days early. He said he was just resting in the hotel, preparing, and it's a great start for him. And unfortunately for Indian fans, it would be not happy to see.
Even better, he wants to do it with Czech. So
Yeah, he's going for mate. So, do you see the finishing line here? You go ahead with your king, and then if you go king d7,
King d7, rook d8 check.
he goes king d6, so we're going to see
So
rook
rook
d8.
d8 check as well.
Yeah.
I guess you can also, if there's a moment, trade all the pieces off the board. Like if he can trade rooks on c5, it forces the queens off, and don't he,
We're going to see a checkmate, Robert.
when
This is
you-
not going to be a king pawn ending.
They say when you have checkmate, look for bet. It can prolong the winning position a little bit.
Goes for it.
Oh,
This is not.
that king has run a long way.
But the
it's
problem is
gonna
after
go
rook e8, no, it can't. Rook e8, king f6, queen d8. So you have to go.
Yeah.
It has to go back in the other direction, and then some queen b8 should clinch it.
So you're saying king f6, queen d8, that's mate in one. So you have to head back.
So now queen d8 check. King c6,
Yes.
and then queen e7 for a start. There's no defense to rook c8.
Oh, a slow move, but he continues with the checks.
Yeah, he found the mate, right? If the king goes to d6, he's,
Then rook d8, d7, queen
Exactly.
d8. Yeah. And if he goes out, b6.
I just assumed there's a checkmate. Then he can go queen b8. He's going to do all this rook c8.
And
He can just take on e5.
Yeah, queen e5 would just be nasty, but he's going for checkmate. And now after king d7, queen b7 is... Maybe we might see a
Yeah.
king pawn ending.
I
You might
told
just
you,
be right
I-
with rook c7.
Yeah,
but
rook
it's just
c7.
going to resign.
He'll resign
Yeah,
instead.
yeah. It's,
He goes for rook c7. Robert, the prophet.
I mean, I told you, just go to the winning king and pawn endgame. And not much to think about here.
Yeah. When you see a checkmate, look for better. And the players blitzing out, and Arjun.
That's cute.
That is cute. Actually, that's setting up a stalemate. You go d4, that ends in a draw. But Arjun with that last trick, where Vincent, of course, sees it.
that was nice.
Yeah, king e8.
Yeah.
That was just to show everybody at home to understand better that if black made some careless move, you see the bar go back to middle. There is no legal moves for white.
Okay, let's go back to Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
I think a lot of critical games now.
Yeah.
What's happening with Hari?
So,
Oh, it looks like Gukesh.
Escaped.
He escaped.
he made that move with just 3 seconds on the clock, but it looks like the worst is over. So if black trades, you pick that up with the knight.
Yeah,
And
I don't
actually,
see the
white
problem.
has... So it's an exchange for 2 pawns. I'm still getting my bearings in the position.
White has some winning chances. It's one of these things that black doesn't make that switch mentally, because you're so focused on winning the game that things could turn around even more.
This actually feels like a reversal of the narrative of the Olympiad, where Gukesh was winning, and then it was a draw, and then eventually a big blunder. But right now,
I can go.
so we're getting in moves after rook e5?
He brought his knight back.
Knight
He did a
E3,
very
yeah.
smart move. Just
So rook e1,
he goes up to d2
d2.
instead.
Okay. I mean, I can throw in some rook c5 if I want. Queen c4. But
And
if
I
I
think
go
the
queen takes
queen-
c4, no? Queen takes c4?
Knights. Oh,
There's some tactics on f2 there.
yeah.
Yeah, bishop c4, rook f2 is at least a pawn, but maybe knight c4 is just fine.
So after queen e1 directly, you've got knight g4. Is that the idea? He does go for the trade.
And now there's a passed b pawn, as well as some kingside initiative for black. So these are where mistakes happen, down to the scramble.
Are they going to repeat with rook d2, knight c4?
It's not a repetition, by the way.
Yes, it's not because it's a trade.
The first time you captured a
Yes, it's a
queen,
trade
and
on
second time
c4.
you didn't, but yeah.
Well, I think
It'll have to be a 4-time repetition.
Abdusattorov found better. He attacks 2 pawns at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think that white just has a
G3 and
g3 fortress.
exchange down, but you're...
And is that an easy hold or still requires some technique or maybe an easy hold for Gukesh?
One more piece exchanged, I think it's a draw. I mean, you exchange the bishop for the knight, or the knight for the knight, or a pair of rooks, then it's basically a draw. But if both rooks are there, there's some hope.
Some chances. And he does move the rook away instantly before any trades can be offered. So you say there are chances if the rooks are on the board because they can sort of penetrate into the second rank or the first rank. And
Also,
create some
in this time
threats.
control, you can. I mean, once the rook comes to d2,
Knight
the other rook
e4.
might come to a2, and then maybe. Well, white is the one who has to watch out every move. Is there a knight e4?
Yeah.
Is there a knight g4? It's. I mean, a computer will hold this, but the point is.
And we have a house full actually. There's so many visitors at the National Library. If you're watching this from Kolkata, you've got to get here. So much action is on, and
Let's
it's so
quickly
nice
see
to
one of the other
also
games.
see this. Yes, I think we're.
Hari
it
might
be-
something might have happened.
Yeah, so Vidit versus Hari.
Vidit totally outplayed Hari now, and in fact he was much worse, but now he's just a pawn up. It's probably a draw, but what happened there?
Absolutely shocking. It looks like Black must have made some huge errors, and just to go back.
And
somehow-
Pragg is much better, or close to winning.
Okay, let's go to Prague's game. If Pragg is close to winning, we of course want to pay that off. So let's. It's endgame with.
Yeah, b2 is hanging, h3 is hanging. It's one-way traffic.
Even material, but definitely not an even position. Black is just
The
gonna.
rook on d4 is hanging right now as well. So
Yeah,
you
it's just resigns, I think.
Oh wow.
So that's another important point. We unfortunately didn't follow this game a lot, but good stuff by Pragg.
And Vishy, it's so nice to see chess being enjoyed by live spectators. You don't get that very often in tournaments.
Yes, it's nice that such a sizable audience still comes here and watches,
Yeah.
even though they can watch at home.
He's going for a checkmating net. He didn't even take the free pawn on h3, and Rajava resigns because his bishop was under attack. That is, I would have taken that free pawn, but yeah, he recognizes that this king is caught in the crossfires here. Only move king h2, and then the king has to walk into the. That is just.
Oh, and
Rook f2
f2.
check, and that's it, yeah.
Yeah, super stuff there. Very precise play. In the end, we still have action on the other board. So let's jump over to the Vidit Hari. Vidit with just an extra g pawn.
But a bishop e8, and it's a draw.
Will we have a rook bishop versus rook?
It's not impossible.
And
this is also fine, because if rook f6, he'll go king e7, the threat of bishop d5.
makes more sense. And Vishy, a question I have is, Vidit and Hari, they're not in their teenage years, and I guess Arjun's not a teenager anymore either. But there's always attention on the younger generation, and Vidit and Hari, they're still right there, similar rating. Do you think that gives them extra motivation to try and beat the youngsters?
I'm sure it's motivated both of them. Maybe Vidit even more, because he's right here in the action. Hari maybe doesn't feel as though, but already for the Olympiad, board orders are changing. The Asian Team Championship, the Asian Games, things will change. Qualifications, things like that. So yeah, it will push you.
I am just amazed to see that, there's this, it was your generation, then in India you got Hari, Vidit, this generation, you can kind of put them together. And the youngsters we have right now, they've all become grandmasters at 12, 13. What happens after that? And the generation after Gukesh and Pragg, what's that going to be like? And Vincent and Nordebek, who achieved so much at such a young age. By the way, we are getting a result.
They drew.
This
They
has
drew.
ended in a draw. And
This
we've
is a
got-
draw as well, if he
Yes,
wants.
let's quickly jump into this.
He can go knight f8 g6, and it's a draw if
The
he wants.
final
so,
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, will we have
I mean, he
players
might try to
becoming
win it, and these
grandmasters
guys-
when they're 8 years old? How do you surpass this? And we've got handshakes in this one as well.
Yeah.
Big fight.
Exciting round.
That was hectic finish. All these games finishing, really
Yeah.
at the same time. But a draw. I felt like Gukesh really earned that half point. I mean, he really was able
yeah.
to
Yes,
hold
he-
everything together just in time.
Sure.
Yeah. We
Did,
just had
Grischuk
Sasha
just want to
taking
join
a
us?
peek.
Yeah,
He's looking for the players' room.
he
probably.
heard, he heard your voice, and he just wanted to talk to a friendly face.
But Anand, this is the 5th year of the Tata Steel Chess India. You've been such a core part of this event as an ambassador of the tournament. How do you see, how impactful has it been for India to host this level of play and these players in India?
It's wonderful that an Indian audience has a chance to see such an exciting generation of chess players right here at home. And in a way, it's nice to have an event where you can have 5 Indian players, none of whom are out of place or here because they're local players. Each one of them could be here on their own team, and it's a nice, almost India versus the rest of the world thing vibe. It's just a wonderful event to come and watch and be around.
And is it fair to say that this event started as sort of giving a platform to these exact same youngsters like Pragg, like Arjun, Nihal, Gukesh? But today they're sort of playing at a very level ground. They are the favorites to perhaps even win the event.
This is what Maxim said to me yesterday. He said he looked at the pairing board and he said it's impossible to predict a winner.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised at any name of any one of these names winning, nor would you be surprised at anything else. So that's a good way of putting it. And yes, I think we should drop the youngster theme by now.
Yeah,
they are just
the
top players. They're top
the
players.
talent,
I lapse into this myself very often. I call them talent and things like that. Then I really wait a minute. No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
They don't have that card anymore. That is true. Well, you can watch all the action live at the National Library. It is a big opportunity to watch the biggest names in chess fight it out. And Anand, it was so nice of you to join us and share your thoughts on all these games. And we hope
to
that
watch a whole
you'll be...
good, exciting round.
Yes. And we hope that you'll be back in the commentary room.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, Anand.
And that was the first round of action here. You see the results on the screen in front of you. We didn't look at the game too much, but Alexander Grischuk did draw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Vidit Gujarati, we saw the final handshake against Harikrishna. Split point between those two Indian legends. Gukesh survives against Abdusattorov. They made a draw. And then with 2 winners, both with the black pieces, Vincent Keimer and Praggnanandhaa won with black. So Arjun Aragaisi and Timur Rajabov, not the opening round that they would have preferred, but we do have 2 leaders, and one of those leaders is going to make the Indian fans extremely happy. Ramesh Prabhu Praggnanandhaa. That is a name that the whole world knows. He's met the Prime Minister of India, and now he's in the lead.
You know why, right?
Why?
He's got Anand in his name, Robert.
Of course.
Praggnanandhaa continues his hot streak. And what a convincing win that was with the black pieces in a position that was very dynamic from the opening. But it felt like he outclassed Rajabov.
Yeah, and he got hit with that tactical shot, the knight d5, which he clearly didn't expect because it took him a while to respond to. And it's clear he responded well. So he is able to withstand that psychological pressure and just play the game of chess. And as Vishy said, very modest, and he just plays the moves in front of him.
How awesome was it to have Vishy here and share his thoughts and insights? And how quick is he? He was calling out the lines before they were being played on the board and so accurate with the tactics.
I almost put him on the spot, and I was going to ask him, so do they actually invite you here, or do they know you're not going to accept because he's the ambassador? But, I would give him an invitation. I want to see him play here. I'm sure they have an extra set somewhere that they could put on stage. Nobody would be unhappy to see him be the 11th player in this field.
Yeah, like you said, Robert, it's in those kind of positions, he's just such a beast when he gets those advantages and a position where he can dominate. But what a time we're living in, where we've got the 5-time world champion, the legend himself, analyzing these games, and we get to have an insider peek into his fantastic brain, and we hope he'll be joining us soon. Robert, should we take a quick look, because there's a big round 2 coming up as well, the matchups.
Yeah.
The players have a couple of minutes before round 2 action. What do you think goes on in there is a really nice VIP room, by the way, a players room where they've got snacks and they kind of hang out together. They can also watch our commentary, but on mute.
On mute, right?
On mute.
Okay, good. I don't want to be in trouble with any of the players. No, I'm just kidding. But I think that for some, they actually do look at their phones and maybe they're speaking with their seconds. Hari is someone who brought a second here with him. So
the only player who's actually got
the only player, so
yeah.
Maybe he actually physically speaks to him.
Yes.
But everyone else probably looks at a few lines.
I've been inside there, Robert, and you're absolutely right. You're on point here. Everyone has their own style. Everyone has their own sort of routine, what they do pre-game, how they take their rest. There are a couple of players who just don't want to be disturbed. They'll be in one corner doing their own thing, sort of getting into the zone of play. Then another bunch of players on their phones, checking the lines, thinking of what they want to play in the next game. Then you got the Maxime and the Grischuk who are just sort of having a laugh and having a good time analyzing their game. So it's really quite a nice vibe in there.
Yeah, and I think what they should do is do whatever Divya did. She won the Rapid just a few days ago. She spoke to her dad. He was a moral support for her. But whoever gives the players moral support, whatever keeps them grounded, that's what you got to do.
Well, we've got action coming up really soon, and I think, Robert, we're going to take a short break before that. We will be back with all the round 2 matchups. And once again, a big reminder, if you're watching from Kolkata, what are you doing at home watching this? Just come to the National Library, and this is your chance to see the best players in the world in action. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to Kolkata. This is Tata Steel Chess India. It's the second round coming up of the Open Tournament Rapid. We were joined by Vishy Anand, the legend, the 5-time world champion. Do you think every time he goes out there, all the people in the audience stop focusing on the chess and go look at Vishy?
Oh, 100%. When we were walking into the commentary room in the playing hall, it's packed right now, right? But suddenly you could see all the heads turn towards right and just following where Anand's walking. I was so afraid that they're going to start clapping because it's usually a big applause whenever he walks in. But of course, the audience understands that the players are playing and they can't do that. But you're completely right. He is a huge superstar here and the ambassador of the event. He's been here every year, and it was awesome to have him here commentate. We've got some awesome matchups that are coming up, Robert.
We're spoiled here. I mean, every single round will have great matchups. We saw two people win their first round games. Praggnanandhaa, everyone's favorite player right now, he won, as did Vincent Keimer. So two teenagers lead the tournament, but round two is a whole new game. We're going to see some really exciting chess.
Exciting chess, and before we get to the pairings, let's quickly update everyone with the standings after round one. Let's pull up our standings. We had a couple of decisive games which saw Pragg and Vincent take, well, the early lead in the tournament. A lot of draws there, and only 2 decisive results, but the fight on the board tells a different story.
Yeah, there were more games that could have ended decisively, and those 2 wins were with the black pieces. That goes to show that players are not afraid. They're not just playing for equality, they're going to fight for more. So Vincent and Pragg, they deserve their opening round wins.
Absolutely, and let's also take a look at the fights that are ahead of these players with round 2 action coming up. Let's bring up our matchups, the pairings for the upcoming round. And we know that Vincent will be taking on Temur Rajabov, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa. That is a matchup I'm really excited about. Which one catches your attention, Robert?
You know, I'm going to go with Harikrishna against Gukesh.
Oof.
I think that's the experienced player, the veteran in Hari. He's taking on Gukesh, but Gukesh needs to be careful. Hari's such an experienced, strong player. Just because he's a bit overlooked in terms of all the hype in the media doesn't mean that he doesn't want that victory.
Youth versus experience, an all-Indian matchup, that one, and also Nodebek versus Arjun. It's going to be a spicy one, and it is action time as first moves are being played. Let's get to the openings.
Yes, we see that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who drew his first game against Alexander Grischuk, he takes on Praggnanandhaa. So MVL, he won many fans by winning the 2021 World Blitz Tournament. Now in this game against Praggnanandhaa, he has no fans in India. Everyone is against him.
Maxime is such a nice guy.
It doesn't matter.
It does all of that besides the board.
Yeah, there are 0 people in India. I mean that sincerely. 0 people rooting for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we do have the start of this game. We can just show the opening moves. Not many have been played, but it was a Sicilian that became very popular in the Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana World Championship match. So this is now very theoretical. There has been books written about this exact opening. And as we see the current position, Tanya, these lines where white gains space on the queen side, we know that white will eventually try to push some pawns, and black will be able to play on the king side.
Yes, because white has recaptured on the d5 square with that e4 pawn. Usually in these kind of openings, it is a fight for that d5 square, but this changes the dynamic drastically. So it's going to be a play on either side of the board. White focusing on the queen side, while black will try and get space on the king side, which means it's going to be a lot of fun for us.
Oh, and the World Championship was a lot of fun. It definitely will continue to be here. And so many legends of the game have played both sides of this position. Boris Gelfand, who was here training the Indian team, they spent day after day looking at positions and puzzles with the legendary Boris Gelfand, who many fans who are watching this will know from his match against Vishy Anand.
Absolutely. He's been here. He's been mentoring the Indian team, and I had the good fortune of having breakfast with him yesterday. He's just such a nice person, and he had a lot of fun with the Indian kids. So I'm excited to see how they perform here and in the future tournaments. As you said, the Sveshnikov, it really gained, it's been a solid opening for a long time, but it was a 2018 World Championship match, Fabi versus Magnus, where we saw this sort of resurgence of the Sveshnikov in so many ways. But this again, a newer sort of idea where the d5 pawn is taken away by that pawn. We see the pieces developing. The bishop comes out to f5, taking away that square from the f7 pawn jumping in, but this bishop can often fall back as well. We can see bishop g6 drop back and the f pawn advance later on in the game. We will come back to this as the middle game heats up. With their styles of play, we know it's going to be quite a bit of action in this one. Let's do a quick opening tour, Robert, and look at some of the other action.
Yeah, why don't we go to our other winner from round one, Vincent Keimer. He has the white pieces in this game against Timur Rajabov. Now, Raja lost the game one against Praggnanandhaa. He had the white pieces there. Now he gets black. And if we just look at the contours of the position, we see a pawn chain going towards the queen side. So white can think about a pawn minority attack in this Carlsbad structure, and black with the pawns heading towards the king side. Black likes to play in the center, and especially with this open e-file.
So the minority attack is usually when you have lesser number of pawns on one side, and then you try to create weaknesses in your opponent's camp by advancing those pawns, aiming for a break. So once b5 does come on the board, the c6 square can be under a lot of tension. Meanwhile, for black, a lot depends on how quickly you can put that knight on e4 and very often even develop a kingside attack. So the Carlsbad structure has also the reflections of play happening on either side, where white can create play on the queen side and black looks for ways to get activity on the king side. We might even later on see a rook lift, rook e6, rook g6, knight from f6 jumping onto e4, the queen coming on to play that. Bishop from c8 can hit the h3 pawn. So another very dynamic opening in this one.
Absolutely, and I think that it may seem counterintuitive to our newer viewers in the audience that doesn't black have more pawns on this side of the board? Why would white play there? But when you don't have pawns, you have open files. And white has an open C file, black has an open E file. And I said this a lot when I was commenting with Somya, that oftentimes we see a position like this, we say it's even material. But I like to think about it a little bit differently. I say black is up a pawn on the queen side, white is up a pawn on the king side in the center. So that's where the different dynamics happen.
Absolutely agree. And we do have a move on the board, so the knight has developed. White will go for kingside castling. We will come back to this one. Let's continue with our opening tour and jump on to the Arjun Abdusattorov matchup. We've been talking about the e4 square and an early jump with the knight in this one.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of Arjun's first game, but he was white in that game. This opening wasn't the Jababa London, not quite, but it went to g5, the bishop, instead of f4, and the knight did come to c3. So this is unusual because in the style of the Queen's Gambit, you typically see a pawn push up here, but with black's quick play on the queen side, that's the downside of bringing your bishop out so early. The bishop's on c1, the queen on b6 attacks nothing, but here white says, I will defend, but aggressively. I don't need to protect this pawn on b2 because this king is in the center, black is lacking in development, and white gets out into the action first.
But we've got to take a look at what happens if black was to get greedy. Queen takes b2. I am hitting your knight on c3. How does white actually respond to this?
Yeah, you can even take this pawn on d5, and it looks like things get very messy. Knight c7 check. It looks to win material, but white's king is in the center as well, and this knight covers the very important c3 square from this check. And you see the engine, it's slightly better for black, which means that in practical play, it's just a nightmare. It's so tricky, and there are many tactics, including bishop b5 check. I just want to show why that could work, is that if you take on b5, you lose your queen to this fork here on c7.
So it is very dangerous to pick up the b2 pawn, which is why instead he first decides to guard the d5 pawn, not allowing any of this on the board. e6 played, you want to develop that bishop, I think, once again to b4, pinning that knight on c3. Very active position for black here.
Probably overly harsh of the engine. I mean, it makes sense that engine just speaks objectively. It doesn't care about our feelings, how scared we might be of an attack, but it said the queen takes b2 was a better try instead of this move e6.
But Robert, that's the thing, from a human perspective, it's very dangerous to go in for those lines. Unless you've sort of done your prep and it's something that you've looked in with the evaluation and the engine, over the board you don't make such a move.
Oh, you look at this position, and whether it's knight takes d5 or even knight takes knight, even this move looks very interesting. And actually, the engine's going like a seesaw, it's lifting.
So while Arjun thinks about how he wants to approach and continue this position, let's continue and take a look at the other boards, we've also got a really juicy matchup with Alexander Grischuk taking on Vidit Gujarati.
Okay, let's go to that game because Grischuk and Vidit, we caught some of their games in the first round, but this is the same position Grischuk had in game one. Right? The same exact opening. He had white 2 games in a row.
Yeah, you're right. So but it kind of makes sense. I mean, in that game as well with White, it was against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He got a very decent position, but wasn't White's bishop out in that game? Was the pawn on e? I think you're right. It's the exact same opening.
At some point, we saw a trade here,
and the bishop comes out.
The bishop was able to escape, but Vidit, he spent a minute so far, and for Grischuk, he spent 6+. So he's getting into his vintage longer things. He has plenty of time left. It's rapid chess, but as Anand said, he was able to speak from experience of playing Grischuk. He just does this. He gets into time trouble no matter what.
But then he plays excellent chess when he's down to that minute as well. So you can't really play on his clock ever. So don't be surprised with the 6-minute lead that Vidit has currently. While this one is a slow position in the center, it's absolutely crazy in the Harikrishna Gukesh game. Take a look at what's going on there. 4 pawns facing each other in a who's gonna blink first game. I'm gonna blink first.
That's what I was gonna say too. There's so many pawns here in the center staring at one another, and neither king is castled. Usually we see the center open up when the kings are safe and tucked away. But I don't even know what opening this is.
Should we back up and do a quick replay of how we got here just to understand what's really going on?
Yeah, we had a Kali system. So like Grischuk, Harikrishna, he plays this solid setup and he goes after Black's bishop, develops his bishop to a nice square, and we have the party hat. We have the pawn triangle.
Oh, I see it.
And the bishop right underneath it. This is what a lot of newer players learned during the pandemic and after the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, I feel so boring right now because I always called it the inverted V. I much prefer the party hat.
Yeah, that's, with all these PogChamps events, somebody came up with it. It wasn't me. But Black is clearly going for a strike in the center and does. And then White says, okay, first you, now me. But this position opening up, it looks like Black with the queen out on c7. That should be pretty nice. But I just don't know what to do, Tanya. There's too many options of potential captures.
A lot of tension in the center, and it's so hard to come up with a move right now. You could think about capturing one of the pawns. You could think about taking on d4. That's something that I would consider. Jump in with the knight. Does Black have time to actually continue with development first is my question. Can you actually just take out that bishop from f8, let's say to e7 or a more active b4 square? What happens?
Yeah, you can definitely bring your bishop out anywhere along here. It says that's a perfectly acceptable move. We then have to calculate, is White going to take? I don't think take on e5 is very smart because Black takes back and your bishop is loose. So when you take, the queen comes in, there's a pin, this pawn is hanging. Black might just win a pawn in the center. So I think White would probably just castle. That seems to be a wise choice after a bishop development. But you asked a good question. I really don't have any. I've been biding my time, hoping to figure it out. Like, can Black simply take a pawn here on d4?
It's free pawn, right? I mean, you're not winning it back immediately on the next move.
No. And you see the eval bar is unsure. And wow, look at the move that was just played in the game. Knight to b4 here. And Gukesh is going for it. This bishop is under attack. And if the bishop slides back, Tanya, is there going to be an argument for bishop b5 stopping the white king from castling?
Yeah, that looks really strong for Black. He's playing for the initiative. But again, my first question is, you go knight b4, you're hitting the bishop, but you lose connection with that e5 central pawn. Can White actually jump in, take that pawn with a knight? I'm also defending my bishop on d3. What does Arjun have in mind for knight e5?
Yeah, knight takes e5, knight takes bishop, knight takes, then pawn takes e4. So Black gains back that pawn, but has the bishop pair. This should be a nice position for Black. And we see the move in the game was bishop to b1, and that move deserved a question mark. I think bishop b5.
It's so strong.
The king's not getting out of the center.
Yeah, bishop b5 looks incredibly strong here. And Harikrishna could be in big trouble right out of the opening. Should we do a deep dive into the position? What actually happens after bishop b5? Because White can't castle. It almost looks like you're setting up for a Fischer random game with White. Bring that knight back to f1, bring that knight back to g1, and you're ready to go. But that's not going to happen. What if White, for compensation here, you can't develop further, actually grabs on e5? I want to take with the pawn because I want to hit your knight. Okay. I need to play tempo game here.
Okay, so you're hitting my knight on f6. Well, it's not my knight. I'm not playing the game, but the knight on f6. And I'm wondering, can I play rook c8 here? This bishop is loose. Back on c1. So if you take this knight on f6, I'm going to go ahead and take here. This looks really troubling for white, whose king is just stuck in the center.
But we have another decision from Gukesh here. Instead of going bishop to b5, stopping white from being able to castle, he first decides to grab the pawn in the center.
Looks like a good move.
It does, right? Because even if white was to trade with knight e4, you can always trade and then bring your bishop to b5 with the same ideas. And also, let's point out, never take that pawn with the bishop. For strategic reasons as well, Robert, but it immediately fails to knight e4 and the other knight jumping in with a fork.
Just goes to show that it's not just that diagonal from b5 over to f1, but these light squares are very vulnerable in white's position. And so after d takes e4, Hari has not moved yet. I expect him to take this pawn on e5 with his knight, and we get a position like this. It is extremely messy. The bishop will undoubtedly go out to b5 to stop the white king from castling. But yeah, this is a mess, and why don't we leave the players to it?
We will, but we're just getting in one more move after taking on e4. He has decided to recapture with the knight, and no, he's thinking still. That's our analysis board. So after taking on e4, white is having a think of what to play here. We will leave Hari to the trouble that he finds himself in. Where do you want to jump to, Robert, next?
Well, I think we haven't caught just one game, or have we? We haven't looked at the game between... Well, I think we've looked at all.
Done a quick roundup.
They look different now than when we looked at it.
A lot has happened, but especially on the Nodabak Arjun board. And I want to rush to that because take a look. White's king is in the center and Arjun did get greedy with the b2 pawn. Let's do an action replay from when we left it last, just a couple of moves back.
Yeah, bishop came to d3, and you asked, what if he takes on b2 now? And he says, all right, Tanya, you asked a good question, and I'll go for it. The king for white at this point went up to e2 because there is no good way to block the check. If you block with the queen, thank you very much for a free rook. If you block with the knight, well, thank you for the central pawn. That's very important. And so instead, we see the king going up to, instead of the knight going back, king to e2, knight c6. Tanya, white has more development, but black can still castle. Whose side do you prefer here?
You said black can still castle. You know what? White can still castle as well. It's not the most legal way of castling, but the manual castling, as we say. You can bring the rook out to the center and just simply walk back with the king. So while white will use up time to do that, black needs to make sure to use that time wisely. You want to develop your bishop and castle yourself. Notice how the white bishop on h4 takes away a very key square on d8 so that black actually can't put pressure on the d4 pawn.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to bring a rook to d8, but as you're pointing out, even if the bishop were out the way, the rook can't go there. The bishop stares at that square. It's funny, it looks dangerous for white. I think people were taught, don't bring your king in the center, castle your king, be safe. But that's usually because someone's going to attack you. Black has no development, none whatsoever. So as you point out, rook e1, king f1 can be white's next two moves.
It can be, and I'm just wondering if black's next few moves would be in line with what we've been discussing. You know, the d8 square is defended by that dark squared bishop. You've got two moves to make, right? Rook e1 and king f1. I'll use this opportunity to develop my dark squared bishop to e7. Offer a trade with your bishop on h4. If you trade, I'm super happy. I'll take back with that knight, go short castle, and bring that rook to the center of the game.
I think it'd be cooler if black takes with the king.
Ooh,
yeah,
sort of like a delayed bomb cloud.
Exactly. You take with you move your king to e2. I move my king back, and queen d2 was played instead by Nodirbek, and you offer a queen trade. I don't know who this favors. The eval bar is about in the middle. Both sides will have chances in an ensuing queenless middle game.
All right, so queen d2 on the board. Will Arjun decide to decline the trade? I think we're going to see an endgame here. But like you said, a queenless middle game would be a more apt way to call it, because it's hard to imagine a good square if you do move the queen to a3. White's got all these ideas with even rook b1, rook b3, chasing that queen further, and it might not be the most comfortable spot for the queen.
Yeah, this queen's already made too many moves in this game. Up to b6, down to b2, up to c3. If it goes to a3, you're spending way too much time. So I think a queen trade is likely, and for Arjun, he'll be happy about that. He'll get the queens off the board. He doesn't have too many strategic risks in his position.
Alright, it started as a spicy one with White's King on e2, but it looks like we are heading for a position with that Queens. We will check in how this develops. Let's go back to the Pragg board because it is a critical moment. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with his last move asking questions to Pragg. F4 I think was played with the pressure in the center, and Pragg just goes for a counter attack on the d5 pawn.
What a messy position this is. So we left just a few moves back around here, bishop f5, and just to show how we got here, white castle looks normal, black develops, white gains some space. Oh, look at that. It got a great move symbol. That means that other moves were significantly worse. And the reason why is at some point white probably just plays a6 himself, and if you force b6, all the light squares on the queen side are weak, and this a7 pawn would be cemented in place. Just to show what that could look like for the long term, that's a huge weakness with a knight staring at it. So I like the move a6. It's pretty natural at this high level. But Tanya, when we get to this moment, rook c7, that's one of those unusual moves, but the engine backs it up.
I think it has this idea of always having the option to double up on the c line. Notice how that bishop on f5 is also eyeing the c2 pawn. So you have to try to create your counterplay here. And I like white's response on the other side of the board. You want to break up this pawn structure because if black was to trade, suddenly the bishop comes in and you're the one attacking white's black's weaknesses first, with the d6 pawn being under fire, rook f1 x-ring down the board with that bishop on f5. So instead, Pragg decides to keep the counter offense going with the move bishop e4. You never really want to lose control of the central squares. And remember how at the opening ceremony, Robert, we asked Maxime, is there any particular player you're looking forward to playing? And he said he hasn't actually played the Indian youngsters that much as he would like. So he really is sort of excited about these battles against Gukesh and Pragg.
Yeah, but maybe it was more exciting in theory than in practice, because right now he's in a bit of danger. If Pragg plays the recapture on e, not with the pawn, that walks into a fork. Let's just show that. That would be very bad for black. But instead, if he takes with the knight, there's this intermezzo that if the knight takes e5, yeah, black could take it back and still have a good position. Can I take this pawn on c2? The queen is loose, and only then do I take this knight on e5.
Yeah, 100%. We've been talking about the bishop and the rook combining this attack on c2, and we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, it's a rapid game. Get back to your seat.
He's stretching those legs. He needs to get some relaxation in before he sits back in and calculates. But he took very quickly there.
There we have the players in the playing hall. We also saw Nadibek in the background there. So we do have moves coming in, and after knight e5, he's actually still having a think because of this intermezzo that you pointed out with bishop c2. But if actually you can just go for it now, right?
I'm trying to understand what Maxime has in mind. I think what he'll go for is probably knight takes f7 afterwards, and we'll have crazy pieces, mayhem on the board.
I love it.
Because both queens will be under attack. But if we just go through, it's very concrete. So we can just quickly show bishop takes pawn, hitting the queen. The knight takes the pawn, hitting the black queen. And if I take your queen on d1, and you take the queen on d8, bishop takes e2, you have this rook takes rook with check, and after bishop takes knight to e6, we can get an opposite color bishops endgame, and we can shake hands. We'll make a draw at the very worst for white. But maybe white likes the knight so much that he plays on.
We might see this being played out because black has gone for the capture on c2, and if white wasn't to take on f7, you just end up down a pawn.
Right? So we see here that bishop takes c2, knight takes f7 played. It's the only move that keeps the material. And I think black can choose between what looks like a pretty clean endgame with equality, or rook takes f7. And the engine's actually saying black is better, which by process of elimination, I chose the wrong choice first. Rook takes f7 leaves black with a superior position.
Oh wow, we should perhaps just take a closer look at that. Knight f7 on the board and Pragg in a think. So if he takes the queen, that means we'll have an equal endgame, Robert, after this whole trade skirmish that we just saw. But rook f7 still keeps black's chances alive, and we're talking about Pragg. He, of course, goes for it.
Yeah, very, very good decision from Pragg. There's no reason why he should make a draw here. He's the side with better chances, and a big reason why is in the early stages of the game, we like to push our pawns forward to restrict our opponent's pieces. Black doesn't have that many pieces remaining, and White's pawns, they stick out. They're pretty weak over here. I'd be looking at ideas with bishop to f6 for Black. You could even throw in bishop h4 first just to induce a weakness. This is actually very instructive, I think, for viewers because the queen does not want to go in line with this rook here. That seems really bad. And if you play g3, now there are weak squares in front of the white king, and only then should I retreat my bishop to f6. Black is so coordinated here. Everything is defended. White's pieces, queen awkward, pawn hanging, advantage Black.
That's a really cool concept that you provoke white to make a move that looks like you're gaining a tempo, but in reality you're only creating long-term weaknesses in your opponent's camp. And great call there, Robert. I think bishop h4 is on the board and g3 played. Go Pragg.
Pragg playing great chess, and for Maxime, yeah, he's walking around, but he's maybe just walking because he's nervous now. His position is worse.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult position, and now Black has the option to just avoid any kind of trades, keep as much tension on the board as possible. Your move bishop f6 comes in with a threat. You retreat the bishop only to go forward. b2 will be attacked. Always watch out for bishop d4 check, bishop e4 ideas. You might just be checkmating White's king.
That is devastating. These diagonals are wide open. It's an open board for Black to attack with. So what is White going to do? Maybe you just defend one by one. After bishop f6, bring your bishop to c3, trade. I do see a future. This bishop would love to get to e6, but because of some of the tactics you mentioned on these diagonals against the king, I don't think White has time to go forward like that.
Time is of the essence here for White. Pragg still having a think where to move that bishop. Let's take this opportunity to jump on some of the other boards. So Pragg looking good on his board. We will keep an eye out on that one. Robert, meanwhile, the Vincent Rajabov game. We haven't touched too much upon that, and that is also wildfire.
Let's go to it. We see that Vincent Keimer with the white pieces, Timur Rajab with black, and it seems like White has a healthy plus here. And the reason why is this isolated pawn on d5, and the fact that White's initiative on the king side, it got there first. g5 and f5 and all sorts of fives. High five. It's just going to be really nice for White, and Black's attack, if we want to call it that, feels quite far away.
Yeah, b5 would be a low 5. Just not enough targets, while White seems like you've got all the pressure going. So Rajabov is in a bit of trouble. Vincent in driver's seat in this one. Look at the control on the dark squares. Those two knights, knight on d4 and knight on c3, just making sure that Black's activity is really clamped down. That bishop on e6 not doing much. It's really a game against the isolated queen's pawn. Very often the square that has to be targeted is the square in front of the pawn. Once you manage to get your knight there, you control so much of the board. Vincent has managed to do that. b5, b4 to me seems like the only counter chance that Raja has in this position.
It's just one of those things where it helps you gain the initiative, but it's really bad in the endgame. Because then the a6 pawn is a target with the bishop staring at it. So he's choosing between two not so attractive options, and it's going to be difficult to pick one of them. I do love White's position after b5. He just played it. White's queen can just slide out the way. And after that, b4 doesn't carry a threat. It's only a threat because the queen is here.
Yeah, and like you said, with endgames favoring White here, if we see both pairs of rooks being traded off, White has a very healthy, flexible pawn structure on the king side, which is difficult for Black to find targets in. Meanwhile, let's just show that. You move the queen anywhere, Black continues with the advance, fall back with the knight. If you trade on c1, and let's say White even recaptures with the rook, you bring your queen onto c1, and now we can see that actually the Black pawns on the queen side are a lot easier to target. Even if White was to trade queens with the move queen c6 next, all of Black's pieces on the king side very far away from defending these pawns.
That queen c6 move is great, and if Black went ahead and captured it, you're already losing material. So this endgame is very nice for White. White has this control on the king side as well. I do not like Rajabov's position, but maybe he will dig deep, find something here, but it looks so pleasant for White.
Super pleasant for White, and Vincent won the first game as well. So he won the first game.
Yeah,
yes, he won it. He is in form here. And the fact that he came into Calcutta a couple of days before just shows how seriously he's taking this tournament. He wants to be as fit and fresh as he can, and win the whole thing.
It's a really big opportunity for him because he has crossed 2,700. He beat Magnus Carlsen in classical chess in the World Cup. The
Not
only
many
player to do
players
that.
can say that.
Only he did that this time around. And so for Vincent, he's growing. He's increasing his rating. And how many times have we seen him in a rapid and blitz event? He did do very well on the world stage. He's a silver medalist in the World Rapid Championship, so he has proven himself. But there aren't so many Rapid and Blitz events, and I think that he's taken it in stride. And with a 1-0 start thus far, if he can make this advantage grow, he could be our tournament leader after 2 rounds.
We will jump back to this. It looks like a very pleasant outcome from the opening for Vincent Keimer here. Can he convert it into the full point? Raja in defense in this one. Robert, let's take this moment to go over to some of our other boards. Does anything catch your attention? It is hot action on any matchup that you might pick. Maybe the Hari versus Gukesh.
Let's go there. Yeah,
I knew you'd love it.
What is happening here?
Madness.
We're only 3 moves since we left, but it looks like an entirely different game. This pawn capture on e4, the knight took on e5, and rook c8. And white didn't castle. Like white could have castled the king to get out of the center, instead taking a bishop, and black takes back here. And he takes this pawn on e4, giving up a piece back here. So what's the material count? Black is up a knight for one pawn. And if there's some kind of bishop check, that's what he's relying on. Like knight takes f6. Oh my goodness. Gukesh has this figured out. Knight takes f6. If you take with the pawn f6, bye-bye. Bishop f6, f5, and the queen is lost. But he's not going to take back. This isn't checkers. Just because a piece is captured and this knight on f6 can be taken here, he's still king d8. And he's saying that I actually have an advantage here because the white king is in some danger, and there are all sorts of tactics against it, especially with this knight on b4.
King d8 is a cool and calm move, and you feel that Gukesh has calculated this variation through knight, because you actually can't recapture that knight, right? If you recapture, you actually lose on the spot. But if Hari can't go in with knight f6, he's got to find something else, because you're just down a piece otherwise. And Robert, I also see patterns here where you can disconnect black's major pieces with a check on c5. But let's get a close-up on our players. A critical moment. I think we do have a move after queen c1, because I see that it's Gukesh's move right now. What did he go with?
Okay, let's see. If can't quite see the board, can't make it out, but yeah, hopefully the moves will stream in. But Gukesh, he's thinking. He's got the typical chess. He's got the thinker's pose, hands in the face, and he's developed his dark square bishop. So this game, and it looks like white is just castle kingside. So we'll have to.
Hari looks too cool to be a piece down in this position. I think he's got this figured out as well, and the players continue to blitz the moves.
Yeah, and I think I know what happened. I think I can recreate this position. I do think that Gukesh has sacrificed his queen, and so if we can bring up an analysis board to show everybody, I can add some moves to the board to give everyone an illustration of what has occurred. Because you said the rook and the queen are in line with each other for black, but if you can cut off the circulation, and that's exactly what Hari did.
Let's take a look, producer G. Let's bring up our analysis board with our live board in. As we have it, we see the players. Gukesh there turning his head, looking around, and do a deep dive. Robert, I think we're having some technical issues on this one. Okay, there we have it. Take us through.
All right, so knight c5 check is what your idea was, to cut off this rook and the queen. And he takes with the rook on c5 to keep these connected, and then bishop comes to f5 with check. So now the rook is hitting the queen, and only after rook takes bishop, rook takes queen. I think he went bishop d6 from what I saw, but the point is that black has 3 minor pieces for a queen. So this material imbalance, the queen and pawn I should add, it's a material imbalance we don't see very often, and it's anybody's game. I think he did castle kingside.
Yeah, I
this
think
is messy.
He went kingside castle, and then Gukesh moved his rook from h8. But we will get an update what exactly happened here. But this sort of material imbalance, right? It's all about who gets play against the king. And to me, Gukesh's king on d7, it does look vulnerable. Usually 3 pieces against queen is good enough compensation, Robert. If you can find harmony, coordination between the 3 minor pieces and create pressure against your opponent's king. practically speaking, with 10 minutes on the clock, I would take white here.
Have you ever had 3 minor pieces against the queen before?
I actually have had, but my king was a lot safer, and I managed to win that game. It's not easy for either side, but what about you, Robert?
Yeah, no, I had a win with black. Actually, this kind of reminds me of that in a way against Grigory Kaidanov, illustrious grandmaster from plays for the U.S. And it was like this, where my minor pieces, like they kept moving forward, because that's the thing is we talk about point value in chess. 3 minor pieces is about equal to a queen, but the difference is a queen is one piece, and then when it attacks a square, you can defend it. But the minor pieces together, they can team up in a way a queen can't, and it looks like Gukesh
And control more of the board. That's really nicely explained, Robert.
Exactly. So a rook can join the party. There's so many minor pieces. And
You'd be black here. You'd prefer to be
oh,
black
for
here.
sure, I would take the black pieces. It looks way easier to play.
I would any day of the week if the king from d7, if I can just pick it up and put it on g8. I'd be super happy. And I think Hari is relying on counterplay against this king. You can start thinking about moving this queen from d1. You can go to b3, targeting that f7 pawn. I'm already coming in with a big threat, forcing perhaps you to put a piece on that central d5 square. It's anyone's game, but just because of that black king, Robert, I would take white here.
Okay, and the last move, by the way, knight back to c6, that was not approved of by the engines. It's hard to give it a question mark. It's really harsh today, but perhaps it's because the opening the board is bad for the king. So white would maybe be best off with this pawn gone, and so giving it away with d5, because if you take it, then your queen b3 idea looks very strong. Rook d1 next. And
I like it. And this is what we've been talking about, right? Play against black king. You don't really care about the material as much. If you give up a pawn for initiative, opening up the lines for the rook, combine that with the attack with the queen, then we're really talking. We're in business.
But it's 3 minor pieces for just a queen.
Just a queen?
Just a queen. You know, Tanya, I respect the minor pieces too.
Alright, we will find out. It is Hari versus Gukesh, but also Tanya versus Robert in this one. Robert picking the black pieces. I still like Hari's chances here against that black king. We'll see how this one develops. It definitely promises to be a roller coaster.
Oh, for sure. Like many of these games, especially as we get near to time trouble. Is any of the other ones? Do we have a good game to jump into?
I've got my eye out on all the boards, Robert. We've got action all along, but let's take a quick look onto the Maxime Pragg board. We did check in with it and felt that Pragg is putting the pressure. He did go for the idea that you mentioned. Let's back up and quickly show what happened after g3. The bishop fell back to f6 as we were talking about it, hitting b2, but also targeting that white king from the weakened diagonal. And it's not just the dark square bishop, but the light square bishop as well. After white went bishop to g4, creating threats of his own. Watch out for bishop e6, pinning that rook on f7. Black jumps in with a check, forcing the white king to go ahead on the light squares. The rooks were traded off, so with tempo getting out of the way of bishop e6, and this is our live board.
It looks really scary for white because bishop e4 check. I mean, this king is in some serious danger. If you play bishop f3, I'm already thinking about rook c2, just going down the second rank and going after the white king. This is not fun.
Wait up, Robert. Then are you saying that the white king has to continue his journey up the board after bishop e4 check?
Oh my god.
That's ridiculous.
King h3. It is pretty safe over there. I wasn't expecting it to be, but this still looks like a problem. I don't really get why it's only slightly better for black. If I saw this without the engine, I would think black is just cruising along.
Crushing, no?
Yeah.
I mean, we both can agree on this one that we take black here for sure.
Yeah, we're sometimes friends. Other times we disagree, but
I disagree with that. I think we're friends most of the time. We are getting moves in. It's not the check that he goes in with, but Pragg just says, you know what, I can win a pawn first, grabs the b2 pawn, putting pressure on that white rook. And what happens if white was to fall back fall to the center line with rook to e1? That's the move that I would want to play here.
I guess black is just to say, I can put my pieces back.
Yes.
That's the thing. You took a pawn, but you can quickly retreat. White doesn't have that much firepower, and this king on g2 will not find true shelter anytime soon. I like Pragg's chances, but I don't love his clock situation so much. He is down 6 minutes, but I think that's enough time for him to handle it.
And speaking of firepower, there's a lot of fire on the Vincent board with Rajabov. It looks like he's broken through after sacrificing material on c3.
So what's the count here? It looks like an extra rook for white compared to a knight for black. And the pawns are
A pawn as well.
an extra pawn. So we have a pawn and a knight for a rook, and also the white's king is exposed. But how exposed is it, Tanya? Do you
Yeah.
see a checkmating plan for black?
That's a great question because a weakness is only as weak as it can be attacked. And here the White King has so many friends and pieces around it to actually keep things defended that it's hard to imagine White's King actually being in any real trouble. The dream for Black is to open up the B line. I don't think he should trade here. When you're down on material, you want to keep as many pieces on the board. So let's say you fall back with the Queen, even to E7 all the way. What Black is dreaming of is to get a successful b4 in. So rook b8, b4, you want to open up as many lines as possible in this kind of a position. And that's when you feel that Black might have enough compensation. But does he have the time to pull that off?
That's the big question, because another thing is this knight isn't in the game. I would love to get my knight to a square like a4, but think about how long that journey is. It's way too much time, and even your first step gets your own bishop trapped. So it seems like it does take forever for Black to get that attack going, but maybe forever is sooner than you think if it moves like a5
Very
and
poetic.
b4.
Actually, I like that as a better execution than moving the rook from the C line, because also I just noticed if you were to put that rook on B8, always look out for these forks. The knight on D4 can jump into C6, so you want to watch out for these threats. And even if A5 comes at the cost of the B5 pawn, in certain positions that can pay off, opening up the lines for compensation.
Yeah, that's the thing. You lose a pawn, you gain an open file, so it's not all
a trade-off.
negatives when you drop some material. And I do like White's position. I like White's clock. So Vincent, he could go to a perfect 2 out of 2 if he's able to maximize the extra material, but the position's closed, so the extra rook for knight isn't felt. Rooks need open files. They do not have that.
100% agree with that. If the B line was open, we'd be talking a completely different story. But once again, Vincent came out in a driver's seat in this one. Robert, meanwhile, it looks like Nodebek Abdusattorov is doing all the driving in his game as well. It is an endgame, but with opposite color bishops. But just compare the pieces. Let's bring up Nodebek versus Arjun on our screens and touching the 10-minute mark. In opposite color bishop, as long as... One second, it's... Whose move is it?
It is White's turn. Otherwise...
Because you can't...
we have the same thing.
Yes.
Neither rook is protected here. Like, whose turn is it? That is clever, though, by Arjun in his last turn.
That's exactly what just happened right now. Because you realize that White's rook is hanging, but wait a second, Black rook is also hanging. But it's all about seeing a move ahead right now. Because...
It was Black's last turn.
yes.
It was rook to b8.
Smart. So you want to try to trade off the major pieces. If you take both the rooks off the board, Black is doing absolutely fine. But you're pointing out the tactic that makes rook b8 possible. So a nice resource there by Arjun, trying to get out of some of the pressure on the board. But of course, Nodebek will keep the major pieces on. He's playing against that Black king. He's playing against the weaknesses. The rook can jump to d6, start threatening the pawns on the light squares. And I think this is far from over, even though it's an endgame with opposite color bishops.
Oh, this looks great for White. I love this move too. Bishop d6 is a check. The bishop can also go to c5 to put pressure on this a7 pawn. The thing about opposite colored bishops, we usually think about this in the early stages with attacks, but attacks can happen without queens on the board. This king on c7 is in danger when the bishop comes to d6 with check.
And it's so much to do with king safety opposite color bishops because of the color complex. You have got no control on the squares. For white, you have a free hand on the dark squares. And with that d6 point being super weak, you're absolutely right. I was considering the rook jumping in, but once the bishop lands there, it's not only a direct threat of picking up material, but the black king starts feeling really unsafe.
Yeah, the king will have to start going over to squares like b7. And let's not forget about the king side. This rook at any moment can slide on over to create more weaknesses. If that pawn pushes, the bishop has a new home. And then this h7 pawn can be loose. So there are some endgames where all these pawns are on light squares, even here, and then the white king just goes up the board. So use the king wisely in these endgames. The black king is in trouble. The white king perfectly safe.
Absolutely here, Robert. I think if anyone is pushing, it is white. It feels like an endgame for two results where Nodebek is having all the fun. Arjun in trouble once again. He needs to find a way to stop the bleeding. In this kind of a format, it's so easy to go in a tilt or to kind of lose that confidence because games happen one after the other. Arjun was in trouble in the first game as well. A difficult position in this one. We will keep an eye out and keep you updated, chat, how this progresses. Meanwhile, on some of the other boards, there is a lot of progress that is happening. Robert, where do you want to jump to? I'll let you pick.
Let's go to the Vidit game. We haven't looked at Vidit Gujarati. He's playing against Alexander Grischuk. And Vidit, a close friend of both of ours, he's well ahead on the clock.
Oh, wow.
Grischuk down to 2 minutes. We know that his time consumption sometimes makes people scratch their heads. But in this position in particular, Black was able to strike with d4 with the hanging pawn structure. And is White threatening to win that pawn is the big question.
And we keep talking about Grischuk and the clock. Tell me a better love story, right? And it's move 16 right now, down to 2 minutes, and a position that is just about to get really messy. When we speak of these hanging pawns, the side playing with the hanging pawns, in this position it was d5 and c5 just a couple of moves ago. You really want to get a successful break in the center. White, on the other hand, wants to keep trying to put pressure on that, but once you're able to play d4, open up that bishop on b7, things can get tricky. And Vidit, using the momentum and an intermezzo of pushing one of the defenders of the d4 square with the move a6, I think he's timed it all really well.
Perfectly, because as you're mentioning, pawn takes d4. Look at how many pieces for White are staring at that square. 4 of them. But now when the knight goes back, 2 of those attackers of the square are gone. The knight and the bishop no longer stare there. That allows Black to simply recapture. And Grischuk's thinking, this is the only safe knight move. Is he about to sacrifice a piece? Maybe take 3 pawns for the piece.
Grischuk is just doing Grischuk things. It is the move that you want to make instantly, but Grischuk burns his clock, and in this kind of a situation, I think only he can get away with it. But knight c3 really looks like the only move, and he's got to play it quickly. He's already taken about 20 seconds.
But perhaps there are tactical problems. Knight c3. Oh, he takes the pawn on c5. He sacrifices the piece. I'm going to say shows really quickly here that knight c3 I think had a huge drawback. Then after knight takes d4, and now pawn takes d4, this rook is loose. So when you move your knight somewhere, there could be a d3 as this rook is under attack. There's a queen d5 streaming in some positions for a checkmating threat. So a lot's hanging in this position, and I don't have all the details, but perhaps that's what scared him. He takes on c5, and now Vidit, he's thinking, do I trade queens first, or do I take this knight? But either way, 3 pawns for a knight is what we're going to see.
And he decides to go into an endgame. First trades off the queens, and now he'll pick up the knight. And again, this is a very dynamically balanced position, but I do like a piece against 3 pawns. We've seen a queen versus 3 pieces in this round. Now we're going to see knight versus 3 pawns. So very different material balanced positions, and you can pick up the pawn on b5, but that invites another trade on e1 and picking up the c5 pawn. So there really wasn't time to immediately grab on b5. You have to spend a move to defend c5, and this gives Black the opportunity to defend the b5 pawn. Not a happy move, but bishop a6 at least keeps the pawn alive.
I think I'll choose knight a7, but either way, but you're right that the pieces get worse defending a pawn. We'd prefer to have active pieces, but b4, it deserves an exclamation point. So many of us, including myself, I was thinking bishop takes b5, but that pawn was hanging next to it. So b4, get this beautiful pawn chain. The bishop on b2 is a monster. b5 is loose. Is there enough material remaining for Vidit to win? That's a big question. Is there enough time left for Grischuk to hold? That's
a bigger question. And like you pointed out, I think White has to be on the defense here. And with little time on the clock, well, if anyone can, it is Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to. I mean, he does not have much time, but he's used to that. And are there any other games heating up, or is this the one with the biggest swing?
I've also got my eye out on the queen versus, when we left it was queen versus 3 pieces, but now another material imbalance where we're seeing that Gukesh has managed to pick up a rook instead. So it's rook and 2 minor pieces against the queen. And here I'd take Black. I'm just going to switch sides without anyone noticing.
You're not switching, you're joining. Now we are teammates once again.
Now we're back to being friends.
Yeah, we always were friends. Let's be honest to everybody. But this is clear, right? Too much material. Now there's a rook, a bishop, and a knight for a queen and just 1 pawn. And I think there was an overload. Like if we just go back a few turns to see how we got here, as soon as the knight went to c6, Hari went rook c3, And it looks like black coordinated in the center, and then he gave up his rook for the knight. He was fed up. He thought that he was in danger. This pawn is loose. Once this king gets the safety, as you asked for, all of black's pieces are barreling down the d-file. So he sacrificed material, and king c7 was given a double exclamation
look
point.
at that traffic jam on the D line.
Yeah, cleared out, and only happy player is Gukesh here. This looks like he should win this game for sure.
It really does. I mean, it's not only if you do the count of material here, in the math as well, but look at that move. He really wants to get the attack in, open up the lines. Taking on f4 would invite checks on the g line, and the f4 pawn would be super weak. It looks like things are falling apart for the white king.
Yeah, this king has trouble moving too far because at some point the rooks will just stream in, and the king will have to run to the center where it will not be safe facing all of these pieces.
I don't believe even g4 is a happy choice here. You go g4, I'm seeing ideas like f3. It doesn't work just yet because king f3, I want to jump in with that knight to d4, but the computer will not allow me to make that move, Robert. Oh, but I see that Valborg doesn't hate f3 still.
Yeah, I know, but I can't do it. I'm trying so hard. But that reason why, everybody, is the knight is pinned. The king is right behind it. So king b8 at any moment will probably be a good choice. He does play g4, and is it king b8 right now, or does that allow... No, it's just one check. The rook can always slide back.
Yeah, and then once f3 comes, you're really boxing up white's king, right? You're taking away so many key squares. There'll be back rank problems with that bishop on e5 controlling on the dark squares. White has to do everything to avoid f3 in this position.
Gukesh is in charge. That's very, very clear right now.
Yeah, and he's made it look easy after sacrificing that queen for the 3 pieces. Just a few moves and getting all this advantage. So Gukesh in driver's seat. Looks like youth is prevailing in this one. And Robert, should we jump back to the Pragg board? Because we've been talking about Pragg's power bishops creating play against white's king, but I think the worst is over for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime against Praggnanandhaa with the trades that we're seeing with... And let's pull up that board.
Yes, we see that isn't still an extra pawn for black, but if that's your extra pawn, the bishop's sitting in front of it, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, what you really want to do is try and trade the dark squared bishop, and at some point black might try and get bishop d8 and really try to make something out of that extra pawn, because as long as that bishop is on b6, there's nothing to be done. Also notice how the queen from e2 actually really defends that e4 square. That was so key for black to get an attack against the white king. Everything in control so far. But again, if anyone's pushing, it's got to be black, the extra pawn and more active bishops.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine black losing this game because that's the only pawn that might be marginally weak, and in order to get to it, you probably have to trade off more pieces. So I think that Praggnanandhaa will safely try to play for a win. It looks very, very difficult with the limited material.
That's every chess player's dream, right?
Yeah.
Safely try to play for a win. There's so much beauty in that sentence, Robert.
Well, I'm glad I could be the one to speak it, but I just think that there's too few pieces remaining. So he's looking at this position. He knows he has the extra material, but I'm guessing he's also saying, yeah, I don't see a way forward. But Maxime's the one who needs to prove the draw if he's able to make it.
Alright, so this one so far looks like Maxime is doing everything right to hold this position, but Pragg will push this on. Robert, meanwhile, we had Raja who had sacrificed an exchange against Vincent Keimer to get play against White's king. I do have the board up in front of me. Vincent against Rajabov. Let's have that one on.
Yeah, we're going to switch. So see, Vincent, who won the first game, he is playing against Timur, who lost his first game. And now we're in this position here. We tuned in at a moment where apparently a big inaccuracy played knight to e6. That looks like an extremely logical choice from black. So it gets a question mark, but why?
So surprising because it's the first move that everyone wants to play. Your knight is inactive on f8. You want to get it towards the center of the board. Control a key c5 square. And sometimes... you have to also ignore this question mark because from a human perspective, with 48 seconds on the clock, it is a move that you want to make, and it doesn't really, I mean, unless there's a tactical repetition, to my eyes, I don't see anything, Robert. How do you explain that cross?
Perhaps there was a pawn push, and maybe they come with tempo, like a g5, f5 sort of thing. I don't see it working. And for Vincent, he went king to b2. Look at Rajabov's clock. We haven't talked about that. Under 30 seconds.
Under 30 seconds, he's done an exchange for a pawn, but this is super unclear. with white's king on b2, Vincent has to make sure he's got enough pieces on the queen side to keep it protected, so not having enough firepower on the king side to start advancing those pawns, which keeps the position in somewhat of a balance here, but I think it's Rajabov's clock which is more worrying than the exchange down.
And the rooks haven't found open files, but the reason I love king b2 is it invites rook a1, and
nice.
at long last, these rooks have a target. Can you play rook a1, rook up, other rook over, and the problem is that, my arrows game is terrible right there, but the a6 pawn will be under attack with this lift of rooks and doubling on the a file.
Wow, yeah, your arrow game might not be strong, but your prediction game I think is going to be on point, because rook a1, I really like it. I also really like white's queen on b4, taking away really key squares from black's queen, making, again, we've spoken about this earlier, black can't afford to trade queens, so taking away a lot of key squares from that black queen. Rook a1, I love it, and I think Vincent, it's a very Vincent move as well. But he first decides to go with g5, you might still see rook a1.
And somehow the engine did not like g5. The advantage is slipping a bit. Rook a1, I just don't really know. If queen b6, can I not play queen a5? And I'm trying to trade queens and go after this a6 pawn. But the engine seemed to think that black is doing pretty okay.
And I just wonder if the point in that position is that once your queen goes to a5 targeting a6, black's queen can line up with the rook and start putting pressure on the c3 pawn as well. But I do think rook a1 has to be played. I mean, the rook on c1 isn't really doing anything. Yes, this is the line that we were pointing out. And you can also think about getting the other rook to defend the c3 pawn. So you still put pressure along the a line. Rook ec1 comes in. And I've got my eye out. Still, he decides to play on the other side of the board. So Vincent has other plans. He doesn't go for rook a1, but the inaccuracies continue. We see apparently a big miss there by Rajabov.
Yeah, that move was not recommended very clearly, and instead, black had the advantage, and I'm going to cheat for a second, put on the moves. A5! Okay, that is such a difficult move to play even in classical chess, but in a time scramble when you have 30 seconds left, to give up this pawn, and it wants knight c5 because of this check here, and the knight can't take its overload.
No.
That's a ridiculous variation. Beautiful, but
really
ridiculous.
Cool one. I mean, we've been talking about lining up on the A-line to pick up that pawn, and instead now this was the big opportunity to sacrifice it voluntarily. Yeah, you can't blame Rajabov for not being able to find A5, especially with 50 seconds, under 40 seconds on the clock. And after H4, he plays the move queen to B6, a very natural move, once again, just putting the queen on a nice square. And look at that, Vincent using that opportunity to jump in with his own queen.
And the knight goes back to f8. I mean, this is...
the bar is just doing a dance.
Yeah, the bar is going to say that players are missing moves, and of course they're missing moves. It's time trouble. But that move, knight to f8, apparently was incorrect. There was something better there. But this position is super unclear.
Despite the material deficit, I couldn't agree more with you, because, again, White's king needs the army to be around to defend it. The dream for White is to get h5, g6 in time to create pressure. We will keep an eye on this one. While this is a hot middle game, there's a hot end game in the other one. Let's pull up Nordebek Abdusattorov against Arjun Erigaisi. It almost feels like Nordebek wants to checkmate Arjun's king there in the corner.
With his own... Whoa! You see that move?
Whoa!
What a transition. I was looking for some kind of mating attack, and instead he goes rook takes a7 check, giving up his rook temporarily to go into a bishops of opposite color ending. He has these two pawns. He's just going to roll those pawns up the board.
And who's going to stop them? And the answer is no one, because you can't take the g2 pawn. And sure, you've got 4 versus 3 on king side, but that is super slow to create a passer. You simply pick up the rook and, like you said, steamroll down the board, and it's going to be very difficult. In these kind of opposite color bishop ending, the bishop and the king for the defensive side has to establish a structure where you stop the pawns from advancing. I don't believe that's possible here anymore, because White will only keep the pawns on light squares and make sure that you don't get a blockade with the bishop and the king.
If all of the kingside pawns were off, even the 4 versus 3 gone, maybe black could say, oh, I have some chances to sacrifice my bishop. But as soon as this bishop goes to d5, where it will have to go eventually, White plays c4, kicks it away. So it looks like Nordebek, he is very wise to transition into this endgame. He's just going to win this one here, and another stalemate trick, right? The king has no moves, but black has too many pawns.
Too many pawns and a bishop to boot as well. So c4, taking away that key central square from the bishop, from the black bishop, where you can defend the king side pawn, and with king d6 coming in, I don't see a way for Arjun to actually survive this for too long. It's the 2 pawns on the queen side and that east central pawn. So Arjun really trying to create a passer as quickly as possible. He needs to get h5, g4, h4, g3 in. It's a lot of moves, Robert.
And even then, it probably doesn't do all that much. It's just that much of an advantage for Nodirbek. He's about to win this game. It's a great start here in Kolkata for Nodirbek, who only arrived today.
I had an interview with him at the Champions Chess Store in Oslo right now, and I was asking him, you played the World Cup, and at the he was part of the WR team at the World Rapid Team Championship, which won actually, and he played a lot of games there as well. And then the Oslo event, it's like, aren't you feeling tired? Is energy a factor? He said, what are you talking about? I've got another 5 tournaments lined up. I can't even think about energy right now. I'm pumped to play.
And we love to see him play because he's such a strong player. And he had one of the disappointment, not that he was disappointed, but he experienced one of the biggest disappointments of 2023 when going to the last round of Tata Steel Chess in Wijk aan Zee in the Netherlands. He was half point ahead of Anish Giri, and Nodirbek lost to Anish's compatriot Jordan van Forest. Anish was able to beat Richard Rapport, and unfortunately for Nodirbek, it meant he settled for second place after such a brilliant tournament.
That was an amazing run. He beat Magnus in that tournament in a very Magnus-style position. I remember that queen pawn endgame. He had fantastic results. A heartbreak moment there at the end. But Nodirbek has had some great performances this year as well. He's very motivated for the Tata Steel Chess India, and it's showing in the chess he's playing. This was pure domination by White.
Yes, and he's going to win this ensuing endgame. We can trust him with that. Any other games heating up too? Because we're getting down to the final stretch of the round.
Absolutely, Robert. Let's quickly jump over to the Gukesh game, because in that position we were thinking that White's king will be in a lot of trouble once Black gets on with that pawn to f3. So at least Hari's managed to stop that.
Yeah, he's managed to stop that, but an A-pawn is missing all of a sudden. Black's pieces are fully coordinated, and it seems like Black just has a completely free hand to dance around with his pieces. And look, he moved his queen one square over. His position is so bad that the most natural-looking moves are going to make the position even worse. He's just down too much material.
Down too much material. I think we can call this is going to be Gukesh's game. There is fire on the Vincent Raja board. Raja board? Do you want to quickly take a look at that one? Because a knight has arrived on c4. The plan that you were talking about, which felt like it will take ages to get to, it's happening.
He brought the knight back to e8, up to d6, into c4. If you take that knight, no, you were asking for an open b file. You get that open side of the board. So it means he has to move his king back. And the good news for White is that's only one attacker for Black. So where's the follow-up?
Yeah, you remember how I was saying when White's queen was on b4, it was taking control of all these dark squares from Black's queen. But now the queen shifted to d4. And what I really want is for the queen to join the attacking party with the knight. We know queen and knight, that's the deadly combination. I would love it if I can find that queen on a3, and I see a clear path to it. Queen d6, queen a3, and I think queen d6 has been played.
So he goes for it, and now Vincent's the one in time. Remember, it was Rajabov who had no time.
5 seconds.
Vincent didn't even find a single move here to save the game. He takes the knight. That cannot be good with the opening of the b file.
And I think let's close up with the players. Producer G, let's zoom in right now. Get our board as well in. And we see a very tense situation there. Queen d6 has been played. White
took the pawn there on d5, so giving up the knight on b3 to try to trade the queens off, desperate for an endgame.
He couldn't have allowed Black's knight on c4 to stay alive for too long, so a trade-off of opening up that b line, giving up material, but to keep the game going. But this looks like tables have turned, and Vincent is in big trouble, keeping the queen alive. He can't pick up the b3 knight with check. Rajabov needs to play the position, but also the clock.
Yes, because Rajabov himself is down to about 20 seconds, both players at that. They gain 10 seconds per move, so the clock, it plays a part, but they're not going to lose on time. That's the good news. And Black doesn't need a checkmating attack because now suddenly Rajabov is up material.
That's 2 minor pieces for a rook, and do the math, and we can all say that that is a very powerful combination, but it's not just the material. Robert, White's king in mortal danger right now. He's got to get that queen out of the board. Rook b1 is what I am expecting. Start targeting Black's queen here. But Vincent, he looks very shaky right now.
Yeah, he's upset with himself. You can tell. He felt like he had an advantage, especially earlier in the game when we were talking about it. And he's desperately trying to motivate himself to find something. But Timur's moves are too easy. Oh, and what a move there. He gives up his queen because if the queen is captured, the knight takes back, forking the king and the queen of white. Brilliant move. Yeah, so that was a really, really good decision there from Timur. But the black queen is trapped there. That's funny news.
It's sort of a really weird position where the black queen is trapped but can't really be captured because that knight jumps in. And now after this last move, you've taken that final square of c2 under control as well. So the queen is just stuck there for a while. Is it time to start going? Will we see rook b? No, he goes in with
Bishop.
Whoa.
But can't white bring the rook over to... the queen can always go back to a4 and trade queens.
Yes.
So I completely lost sight of that
Not
square.
alone, Robert.
Yeah, so there is a queen trade offered on a4 at any moment, which means black is perfectly happy here.
So if white does double up on the B line, getting that other rook, getting out of that 4, queen a4 is always an out for black. So Raja just continues the tension with the queen and the rook face off. This is a very exciting moment on the queen side. We don't get to see this kind of stuff.
No, we don't. And Abdusattorov did officially win the game against Arjun. We knew that was going to happen. That's why we left over there. And just trying to update everybody that some of the other games are going down to the wire. And Vidit Gujarati up a knight against Grischuk, but Grischuk withdrawing chances. But here in this game, the one between Vincent and Timur, it looks like Timur's going to have a difficult time converting the extra material.
Well, the queens have been traded and now it's all about technique. But I feel Rajabov has really strong technique. It is one of his plus points. And it's an important moment for him. In this field, when you get a chance like this, you need to convert that point. So he does fall back with the knight, deciding not to take on c3 because white is relying on ideas of advancing the e6 pawn and trying to promote it with the help of the rook. So he really needs the knight to defend those central pawns from getting too further away up on the board.
It can be scary for black because there's about to be a connect 4 from e5 all the way to h5 with the pawns, and suddenly you're not sure which one is going to push. And if you can create a passer with the 2 rooks helping it out, that is going to be difficult for black to meet.
It still looks like a very, very tense game. And Raja getting the final piece into the center of the board. Again, just fighting these central pawns. And the players are playing on seconds right now. Under 20 seconds for Raja.
And by the way, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Pragg, they're still going at it down the stretch. Let's pull up that game. We're going to go to the game between Pragg and Maxime because there is a repetition on tap. So let's please bring Praggnanandhaa on camera. And here we go. They did just make a draw. Yes, wow, as soon as I asked for it.
Good call. So this one ended in a repetition. Maybe you can just show the final few moves and there we have it. Maxime really nicely defended from a difficult position and Pragg had nothing better to do but to repeat because that d pawn is super strong. You can't really play. And it's black's bishop that's pinned.
And this checkmate in 1 was the threat, which is why the bishop moves out of the king's path and then just forcing the draw, otherwise the d pawn. It's not about quantity, but quality in these type of endgames. Good draw from both of these two.
Absolutely, a nicely fought game there. Let's head back to the Rajabov board. I think that's where the action is. And whoa!
It looks like there's been trades all of a sudden where the rooks are gone, at least a pair of them, and that should make black's task much easier. The e5 pawn is gone, so Vincent in big trouble.
That's the key point, right? e5 was where white was relying on counterplay. Now without that pawn, the king joining in, black's knight is going to start targeting the king's side pawns, jumping further into the camp. White can't start putting pressure on the a6 pawn. Notice how the bishop from c6 covers that a8 square as well. You've got to find a good square for the rook, and Raja has a clear idea. Knight f3, I want all those pawns.
Give me all of them, and white has a difficult time defending. It's a lone rook, and speaking of difficult time defending, it looks like Hari, who was struggling against Gukesh, that one is about to end in Gukesh's favor, I would imagine.
Do you want to quickly jump into that one? This is going to be a bit of a grind. Let's pull up Harikrishna versus Gukesh with our analysis board. And there we have it. This is the position. It's an extra bishop. It's the right color pawn as well. We see that a1 square. It's the same color as the bishop that Gukesh has. I'm expecting Hari to throw in the towel in this one, but maybe he can still try to do something with the king's side pawns. I don't really see a way. It feels like the black bishop will be strong enough to hold them.
Right, because you can only push one at a time, and even if and there we see Gukesh actually has one. So f5, g6, the pawns go on light squares. The bishop could easily stop them on the dark, and this pawn runs too quickly. So they're discussing the game. That's great to see, by the way. You know, you lose a game, normally people are upset, but Hari and Gukesh, they're friendly, good terms, and they're talking about what just happened.
And they were just in a training camp together as well. So definitely And this is the team, the contingent, which will play in the Asian Games as well. So really nice to see that. But they don't have so much time to be friendly over the board because there's a round 3 coming up that they need to get ready for. But also action is on the Alexander Grischuk Vidit Gujarati board. Vidit, a knight versus 2 pawns. The best case scenario is a draw here for Vidit.
Yeah, it looks like this game should be a pretty standard draw as long as White doesn't get this king checkmated over here. That's a far way away. So for Vidit, he's just trying to think, is there any chance for me? I think you could tell by both players' body language that they're like, all right, this game's about to come to its conclusion.
He falls back with the rook. White wants to start pushing the pawns, but I don't believe that you can get the pawns up the board because the rook and knight will combine to give a lot of checks. Starts with g5. Can Grischuk get ambitious in this position? King g4, h5.
The problem is, at any point, Black can give... he's going to blockade the pawns. I was going to give up a knight for even 1 pawn, and all of these rook and endgames are going to be a draw, theoretically speaking. And if you play g6, immediately you can even take it, just to say that's still a draw. Like, it doesn't matter, it's an h-pawn, so Vidit has no worries at this point.
For Grischuk, he needs to bring the king back and then start pushing the pawn, but bringing the king back invites a lot of checks. So this one will end in a draw. Robert, a good time to jump back to the Vincent Raja board, where draw was the least likely result.
A draw is super unlikely and remains so. Black is up a pawn, so it's 2 pieces for rook, but also an extra pawn. And how do you stop this pawn? If you do with the king, I feel like Black will then take his attention over to the other side of the board.
This has been such a turnaround by Rajabov. Vincent looked like he was in control of the game, and then just a couple of inaccuracies and allowing that play on the queen side with the knight landing on c4, and that's when the house started to fall apart.
And the only chance right now for Vincent is to somehow trade pawns, but even there I don't see how to make chaos happen. This actually seems very one-sided, and the Indian fans will be happy that Timur is going to win, because if Vincent had won, he would have been in clear first. Now that Timur is taking this one, then that means that Gukesh and Pragg, they'll have their lead after 2 games with Nordirbek.
You know, Robert, I know you've been doing a lot of read-up and research on India. Do you know what Raja means in Hindi?
Do tell.
It means the king.
That's what I thought, but I didn't want to be wrong. So.
I see you're still having nightmares from the earlier.
Yeah, no, I made one mistake today. I know that Dave means God, right?
Nice,
so,
yes.
Yeah, I know there's something here.
Well done there. So, Raja, speaking of the Raja, well, White's king here at least is making sure that the black pawn can't really advance down the board. You need to find a way to dislodge that king, to coordinate your pieces to be able to do that. And one way I see of doing it is bringing that light squared bishop to d1, control that diagonal, you've kicked that king out, and then bring your knight to give a check to that king from b5. Knight d6, knight b5, bishop d1 would be a nice construction to have.
Looks perfect, and Vincent, he's upset, but he's making moves, and I like that bishop d1 idea. The one thing that you have to watch out for is the f7 pawn, but it's going to be defended by the knight. So it looks like Black can have his cake and eat it too, so they say. And he is going backwards. He's going for a4.
He's going for a4, and then he's going to develop his knight, bring that into action, either via d6. And Vincent, he has to create something. He wants to get h5 in to try and trade off the pawns on the king side as quickly as possible. He's not getting the time to do it with knight b5 in the air, a4, a3 coming too quickly.
And I think the only reason Timur has not played his pawn, his pass pawn forward, is allows the white king to enter to the b4 square. And even if it doesn't work for white, in a game when you're down to, now both players down to about 20 seconds, it just is a cause for concern.
And I like what Timur is doing, because he's keeping all these threats of knight b5 check first, a4 on the board, but sort of not only gaining on his clock, but forcing Vincent to make moves, defensive moves, which are a lot harder, which burns his clock. So now the king has advanced, an improved king in the position, knight b5 again, always in the air. Vincent really being resourceful here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. I'm expecting a check.
Knight b5 looks very strong. a4, you can push that first, especially with the king on c5. But it just seems like Timur, he's got all the time in the world. He can repeat if he likes, and he goes back to b6.
So now if you give a check on b8, you can simply start targeting the rook, and there's really no way to go back. You have to control that a pawn from getting 2 down the board. The pawn comes on a3, a4, a3, 2 steps away, And that is big trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if Raja just falls back with the Raja.
Well, that was a good one, and he does. He brings the Raja back to a7. And the thing about this position is, like, at some point, you have to be very careful for black, because rook h8 is a sneaky move, threatening rook h7 with a pin along the 7th rank. So there could be some tactics where white sacrifices a pawn to spring free another pawn with the king in line with a rook, and he goes for it. So Raja needs to be careful right at this moment. This is a moment that's super critical. He could blunder here if he's not careful.
Really nice idea. Because of the king and the bishop lined up, if we can have the analysis board, if we can show that, but he does fight the threat by moving up with the bishop. But there was a counter chance which Vincent had. He goes for h5. He needs to try to trade the pawns on the king side. So finally the rook and the king can combine on the queen side to stop black from pushing further. But it's not going to be enough to hold, because at some point you'll be forced to sacrifice your rook for one of the pawns on the queen side.
And I'm wondering if Vincent has seen all the way down the stretch of this game, whereas even if that pawn goes up to a3 for black, how do you keep going with the pawn? Like, the black pawn will eventually push forward 1-2 squares, but it's not going to promote.
Then you'll need your king to combine with that, right? You want to go king b6, king a5, king a4 and try and get your king into the game. It's not going to be easy, but it's about doing it step by step. He decides to first bring the king, and g6 is coming up.
Yes, and
got to watch out for that.
If he trades the kingside pawns, then black will have to prove that the passer becomes a queen. Otherwise, there's not enough material left to necessarily win the game.
He falls back with the knight, and Vincent has to take this critical decision. Does he go with g6? Does he trade the pawns in this position or keep that tension going? He decides it. Felt a bit panicky from him. He would have wanted a couple of extra minutes on the clock.
Yes, but it ultimately is a good choice. Of course, he's nervous, but this is what we're talking about. There are only 2 pawns remaining for black, and so if you play pawn up to a4 and even get to a3, I just don't see how it gets further advanced, and it's not going to be easy for Timur to try and win this game.
Very tense to endgame. Temur Rajabov is the one who is pushing. He needs to again combine the knight and the bishop to give a check to that white king at the right spot. Vincent showing really nice defensive technique by getting rid of the kingside pawns. Now it is all about making sure that black isn't able to advance that a pawn 2 further down the board. They continue to shuffle around with the king. I think Temur's also figuring out what is the progress here. He hasn't figured it out yet.
And it's going to be difficult for Vincent, but there is this drawing mechanism in chess called the 50 move rule without a pawn push or a capture. So he's going to have to keep track of that in his head. Of course, you can at some point you can ask the arbiter to verify your mathematics, but right now it's Vincent's turn. He's probably going to play rook back to g7, chase the knight around. I'm wondering if this is a fortress. I wonder if the objective evaluation is a fortress or if there's like a table-based win.
And maybe chat can update us with that. 10 seconds on the clock for Vincent. For Rajabov, he needs to find the correct construction with the king, bishop and knight. Where do you want your bishop isn't a question to answer. Oh, did you see that? He played that move with just 1 second remaining on the clock.
And good speed by him. The fact that he was able to even get that move off, and it's what we've been talking about. This pawn, even if it gets to a3, it's not going to have an easy time pushing forward. So I'm curious how Rajabov is going to find a winning plan.
He's got to show us, right, what is the way forward. And now if you come ahead with that knight to b5, white's rook can also just slide all the way to a6, put pressure on the a5 pawn.
Just win it, right? That would be a huge blunder.
But he had to push it. He has to make progress, and with that 50 move rule in mind, so that's been reset now with the pawn push. You can get knight b5, a3 in, but Robert, I think it has to be step by step. You first get that construction, so the bishop will fall back and defend the pawn, or the king will slide to b5. I like this as well. It's a trade on c3 because the c pawn might be easier to advance.
And here's the big thing, is a lone bishop or a lone knight against a king, that's a draw. So what white needs to do is trade off this rook for these 2 pieces, or this rook for the knight and pawn. You need to get one of the pieces off and the pawn, but that pawn is going up pretty fast at the moment. Can black make a queen? The EVA bar has finally dipped down.
And I think he found a good way to trade the a-pawn for the c-pawn, because black's king can assist the c-pawn in a much easier way by advancing up the board than it could with that a-passer. So a very favorable trade there. Coming in with the knight, and now you can see the harmony and the combination between the knight, bishop and the king. The king will come to c4. The knight will give a check. You want the white king on a light square so that the bishop can start attacking it.
And it's your point that this pawn, now it's free. The king can join the party and maybe all the way in. This should be a win. We see the bar going all the way down. And I think even if you gave the player with the white pieces like 30 minutes, they probably still lose the position. It's just that difficult.
I think that's the one thing in Vincent's favor, that the players don't have 30 minutes, because for Rajabov, he has to find the plan in seconds. He does come in with the king, but 10-second increment with every move is really helpful in this kind of position because you can build up on the clock. So he comes in with king to b4. There's no check on b7, so the king can't be dislodged from there. And you want to get that knight b3 check in. And it might be the threat on the next move.
It's a winning threat. And the reason why is that the king goes up is bishop e4 check and the pawn pushes. So that might mean that a move like rook g4 or rook g7, e7, are the only ways to stop it. He chooses rook g4.
He can slide with the king closer to the knight. And king c4 is a nice little square. He keeps the pin on. He keeps the pressure on. And he comes in with the king further down. You've got to give a check.
If you give a check, it can be blocked with this bishop. And I think that seals the deal, because then you bring your knight in with check and your pawn gets to the other side by force.
Oh, and we saw there Raja reach out for the piece on his side, and Vincent in a lot of pressure here. He doesn't give a check, falls back with the rook, hoping to control the c2 square. You might not want to rush with the move c2 here. It does allow some counterplay with checks on d2. You want to keep c2 as the move that you make at the end, and it'll be hilarious if Raja actually plays c2.
Well, it'd be a huge blunder, as you're pointing out, because it gives the rook d2. And he goes bishop f3, and it goes back to saying that black is still in the driver's seat here. And one important thing is knight and bishop can deliver a checkmate. Will we see that, Tanya? Will we see Timur have to prove that he knows the knight and bishop checkmate?
He knows the knight and bishop checkmate. And with a 10-second increment, I think he'll be able to pull it off with a lot of ease. And there are all these themes, and we will probably get to it and have to analyze. But right now, it is the moment to come in with the knight. Now c2 is a deadly, deadly threat. c2, c1 just wins the game, seals the deal, and there's nothing that Vincent can do to fight it.
Absolutely zero that he can do. And so he could just resign, and he does. And Timur Rajabov, after that 88-move slugfest, he wins with the black pieces.
And a difficult game there for Rajabov. He was staring at a worse position out of the opening. So Vincent, a couple of inaccuracies has cost him this, what could have been a great start for him at the Tata Steel.
Yeah, one win with black, then a loss with white. It's topsy-turvy. You usually want to be a little bit more consistent, but actually variance can help in quicker time patrols, because he's showing that he can win any round. And I think Anand was saying that, as was Maxime, that anyone in this field can win the tournament, and we're seeing that between each and every game.
This is the one edition of Tata Steel where it's impossible to have a favorite. The fans have to be so divided right now because every player has a shot at actually getting the title. And we'd love to hear it from you. Who do you think will win this year's Tata Steel Chess India Rapid? The players will also be playing the Blitz that will be after 3 days of Rapid. Right now, it is day one. We finished round two. Let's update everyone with the scores and the results of this round. Robert, we saw some dramatic action with 3 decisive games.
We did. We just witnessed Timur Rajabov get his first victory in India in, what did he say, something like 20 years, because the first time playing here, he beats the youngster Vincent Keimer. There was a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the 2021 World Blitz champion, and the local legend Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, a hero of India. Everyone loves him. Everyone is flocking here to see him play. But no, Dirbek Abdusattorov says, I'm here too. Unfortunately for Arjun Erigaisi, who is such close friends with Pragg, he's now 0 out of 2. Hari loses with white to Gukesh. Gukesh surges up to 1.5 out of 2. And Grischuk and Vidit, they make a draw, but that was anything but peaceful. There was a peace sacrifice in that game, and now both players move to 1 point out of 2 games.
Yeah, fantastic fights across the board, and the action does continue. We've got one more round coming up, but this is our leaderboard going into the final round of the day. We've got 3 co-leaders, with it being the younger generation. It's the teenagers who are leading the bracket, with Pragg, Gukesh, and Nodebek at 1.5, and then we've got a pack of wolves with 1 point. We've got Arjun right now who needs to start scoring. This game 3 will be really critical for Arjun because you want to end the day on a high, Robert. It can be extremely difficult to make a comeback otherwise.
Yeah, it's very sad to lose 2 games in a row, but castling queenside, as they call it, losing 3 in a row, the 3 zeros, that's devastating for a player. So for Arjun, he needs to right the ship right now. He's so strong. He can win 7 games in a row at this point, but he's probably feeling quite upset at the moment.
It's about getting that confidence back as well. For Arjun, he needs to stop the bleeding. The next round will be critical. We've got action coming up from Kolkata. This is the Tata Steel Chess India, the biggest tournament in India, and we will be back with all the action. decisive results, fighting chess. It's been an action-packed day so far, and the pairings and the matchup we've got coming up, Robert, it's going to be more of that.
Oh, absolutely. Every single round, we're promised great chess from fighting players. This field is stacked. This field is full of energetic youth and also wily experience. And we are seeing moves about to start in this round. And I think that some players in particular, like Pragg and Gukesh after that win, they'll be particularly happy.
Absolutely, and we've seen ambitious play from all the 10 players, and it continues. We've got moves. Let's jump into the action and do a quick opening roundup of what the players are up to just across the hall.
Yeah, they're right up the stairs over there. And Pragg, he has the white pieces against Vincent Keimer, and that's the bottom matchup on the graphic. We'll start with Vidit versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Gukesh takes on three-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grischuk. Arjun, he's struggling in this event. He's playing Hari, who also just lost his game. And Rajabov and Nodirbek, they won their second game, so they're probably feeling a bit better about their chances going forward in the tournament.
And this is also such a critical matchup for Vincent. It's been a tough game too for him, where he was better against Rajabov, but eventually lost that game. And he's playing against a Pragg who's had a really good day so far.
Pragg, no surprises here. He's played some great chess, but he's also made the most of his chances. That game against Maxime, he was slightly better, but never anything of note. And he, of course, won game one. So he won 2 games with black thus far. It's his first game with white.
For Pragg,
Yeah.
he drew with Maxime.
And he beat Raja with black.
Yes, so this is going to be a fun fight, and we're already seeing a fun move on the board that has actually forced Vincent to take a little bit of a pause and go into, I think, queen to b3, attacking that knight on d5. But Robert, let's back up and start from the top.
Sure. We haven't had too many moves, thankfully, but they see a fianchetto from white and then striking with c4. And black says, I want control of the center myself with d5. And once these pawns are traded, the bishop on g2, it's a better piece on a long diagonal. And white says, I'm going to try to open that diagonal as best as I can. And look at this move, knight d to b4. What if I just start kicking this knight? Are you really going back to a6?
Good question. Well, I can't go to the center of the board. Does black actually have the idea of pursuing the white queen with moves like bishop e6, moves like knight a5 come to mind? Because that queen needs to stay connected to the c2 square. Queen d1 might be forced in those setups, and black might just be looking at provoking weaknesses. If you go a3, and I like bishop e6, but I also like knight a5 here. Let's say you jump in with a knight to a5. Queen d1 is the only move. And now you can even fall back with that b4 knight to c6. And you've provoked a lot of light square weaknesses on the queen side. Bishop e6 coming next. I see that b3 square.
It's funny because knights in the rim are usually considered dim, but this knight is looking particularly grim. And the b3 square is black's for the taking. Your best move for white is to push that back. You cannot do that. So it looks like this opening, it's very adventurous. And both sides are going to be on their own relatively soon.
Absolutely, and I think that's why we're seeing them pause and take their time at the early stages of the game, because they sort of succeeded in surprising each other. Queen b3, Vincent took his time to play knight b4, and now Pragg's on the think. But I'm just wondering, Robert, if queen b3 was part of preparation for Pragg, then knight b4, if Vincent took his time to play knight b4, is that an accurate move in the position? Because it could also show Pragg slowing down that this is actually not the computer's top line.
It might not be, and that is both good news for Pragg, because it might mean he has a slight edge, but also potentially bad news, because he doesn't know it very well. So in rapid chess, that's the thing. You can get away with inaccuracies out of the opening much more than you can in some other time controls. But also, even if it wasn't the top move, it's still clearly good enough. And so Vincent, he is the one ahead on the clock right now. He's going to need to recover from that game too. That game went a long time, so he only had a couple minutes in between rounds. It's not like he had time to prep.
Yeah. And it's also just psychologically getting past game two, but also this younger generation, they're so good at just putting that behind, moving on and coming back fresh. We will come back to this position, but it is a fresh position on the board. Not very familiar with these opening territories as the players aren't themselves. Let's continue our opening tour. And while this one might not be so familiar, the Arjun versus Hari board, it feels like a very thematic opening outcome from an Italian, I would guess.
Yeah, this opening is one we've seen many, many times. The bishop on a7, thing I note, it's staring across the board towards the white king, also in the center with the d4 square. It makes white's life a little bit difficult in the center.
And you know what, Robert? Someone's going to make our life a lot more simpler. So just in time, we've got Vishy coming in. Vishy, please join us.
Oh, we are saved. After that very hectic second round, we enter the third round with this all-Indian matchup between Arjun Erigaisi and Harikrishna, and we're very pleased to be joined by the legendary five-time champion once again. How did you enjoy the break in the second round?
Well, I was doing some interviews upstairs, so...
Oh, no break for you.
No break for me, but it was fun questions.
Yeah, well, were you surprised by anything that happened in the second round, or anyone impress you?
We were desperately trying to find if Harikrishna missed an opportunity or what happened there, and then trying to understand. But it seemed like those three pieces, they're the two knights are not the best to coordinate like that with a loose bishop. You'd rather have two bishops on a knight, but they coordinated beautifully, and somehow it hung in there. It's an open question if Hari didn't take... Anyway, I won't get into details. That was the game that kind of caught our attention. And this one, Arjun goes 93. Maybe he's also trying to cut his losses. He's had two in a row. But this was, what, Pragg against Fabi, right?
Yes.
I think B5 would be one was Praggnanandhaa against Fabi. So
Yes, it was very quiet
from
position.
the World Cup.
yes.
Yes.
So, but 93 looks like a pass. But he's had a tough start, so that might make sense for him.
What would be your advice to players if you had to sort of advise Arjun before this game? You have a tough start. Of course, we all know his potential. How do you overcome this?
You start this tournament afresh in your head. I don't even give this advice to myself. I mean, you don't even want to think about starting as -2, but that's the usual. It seems like very sound advice. You pretend the tournament starts in the third round. I mean, you will not rise in the rankings of the table, but you'll feel better. And you just, if you have a bad day, pretend it starts the next day. That's what I usually do. So what else can you do at that point? So.
And with that advice, this kind of position and opening outcome against Hari, do you think it's a positive outcome for Arjun, or too early to call?
It looks pretty solid, and let's see. I don't think White has any real advantage that he's playing for.
I have to say, just if I look at him on screen, he doesn't look like the most thrilled chess player.
Which one?
Well, either, but I was saying Arjun at the moment. Yeah. Well, they both are coming off losses, so.
That's true. No, but I mean, it all seems like Hari is really lost in thought, and then.
Yeah, the typical chess player.
But we've all been there, and it's not a fun thing. But you go back home, you put some cold water in your face, and you start the next day, and they'll be different players. But.
All right, so while this one is going to be a slow
Vidit,
strategic,
Vachier. We have to go there.
Okay.
Let's do it.
You seem.
Well, I'll tell you why. This is crazy. I've never seen a dragon with a3, a6 just thrown in for fun. It makes no sense to me. So I want to understand how they ended up here.
Okay.
Yeah. There used to be the dragon, then there was the knight off, then there was the dragon-off, and we now have a dragon-off, like a stroganoff. It's a dragon-off, and I have no idea. Okay, and then a3, okay. Now a3,
Yeah.
g6, bishop c4, bishop g7.
So all this normal enough to you, or anything catching your eye?
Okay, anyway, queen d2.
Yep.
Is that what he did? Yeah. And then knight e5. What struck me is they've just switched to a normal dragon. But these weird moves, a3, I think a3 is worse than a6. Because of b5, b4 can happen somewhere. Also, if ever I sack the exchange on c3, it's worse for white that the pawn is already on a3. It should be on a2, but none of this need happen. So let's see where this will go. But basically, people who study chess openings for a long time We get very excited when something new happens where you didn't realize it would.
It's funny you say that because I was just messaging with Anish, who's watching, and he's like, "Yeah, just focus on the openings and nothing else," because he's fascinated by the openings and some of the new situations.
So in these kind of positions, when you've got opposite side castling, one would think that it becomes a bit of a race to getting to each other's king first. White needs to start thinking about pushing those king side pawns. Where do you start for black? Like you pointed out, with the inclusion of a6, a3, b5, b4 is a plan, or b5, knight c4 are ideas that you're already thinking about. But how does white quickly react on the king side?
Well, the analogy I would draw is that bishop is supposed to be on e3. It's on g5, so which is a bonus. As I see it, if I go g4 and h4, if you play h5, I can take on f6 and take on h5. The bishop's in a slightly better square. If I go to h6, it makes no difference, but otherwise it's a slight advantage. Which also means that maybe rook at g1 makes some sense. So I can play in the center, because the bishop is not sitting on e3 blocking my rook. But
So you want
I have to
f4?
say, I thought that this is nicer for black than for white, b5, but as I sit and think, I think rook at g1 and f4 might be a reasonable plan as well. Some sort of e5 thrust.
I think it's very instructive how first we're looking at the king side for an attack, but then you quickly say, you know what, I don't need an attack, I just bring my rook in, and that one nuance of the bishop being, instead of a little more passive on e3 out in g5, that allows the rook a little bit longer of a file, and it does seem like white has a quick initiative.
Also, there is one more plan. Let's say I go rook at g1.
Okay.
You go rook c5. I go f4. Now, if the white and black pawns were already on h4 and h5, knight e g4 would be a beautiful square. Here, knight e g4 h3 is awful.
Yeah.
So this is black has lost an option because white has not yet committed h4 h5. So I mean, at every stage, I'm almost getting one ply deeper and suddenly realizing, hey, this, then hey, that. I'll make sense at some point, but anyway, for the moment, this is where I am. So.
I think that's actually super instructive because if these pawns are included, you're saying that f4 is so much less tempting because the knight gets in.
on g4, yeah.
And we saw in the first game, Arjun pushed his pawns too far, and then you struggle to get them back. So here we see that both sides are fighting in this game, and Vidit's in for a big thing.
Yes, It's interesting. I mean, Vidit has played a3 before, and they have bishop g5, knight bd7, a3 before, and and Maxime nowadays is not a one opening horse.
Yes,
he does trot out other openings. He has multiple openings against d4. No more guaranteed Grunfelds. No more guaranteed knight offs. He plays Caro-Khans.
Why do you think the switch happened? Because for so many.
But here he's back to his old love,
and
so then it's hard not to believe that he's aiming for something with Vidit, but let's see what happens.
Alright, so this one is going to be fun once the pawns start advancing and Vidit is thinking which ones to go ahead with, or maybe we'll see rook e1. Which other board catches your attention that you'd want to jump to?
I mean, I would quickly mention that Hari did not take on e3, so if you can just swing by for 1 second.
Okay.
Hari did not take on e3. I expected him to take on e3. Now that... but maybe he just feels he's fine after bishop f6, queen f6. He's got that pawn on d4 blocking that bishop on a7, but...
So you expected just a couple moves ago that you thought for sure
I would have taken on e3.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have taken with the bishop and then maybe done knight e7, g6, but...
Right. Simple rerouting, and you just didn't want your bishop staring into a pawn?
Exactly.
You also love to have the knights, so that's definitely been something that people note about you.
Yes, but within limits. I mean, I should run away with the knight on f6 back to d7, but playing knight e7, putting both of them in the line of fire is not very impressive. It's not very impressive.
Okay, well, we see that...
also, hang on a second. What did they just do? He went knight g6, right?
Yeah.
After d4.
Yep.
Would you have considered g5 here?
Oh.
Because after bishop g3, knight g6, again we are in this... but sorry, this is the one where he has not yet played bishop e3.
Ah, because that square is up.
Yeah, that square is there. So if I go knight g6, knight f5, I don't know, I have some knight e4 trick maybe.
So what's happening in the e4 pawn, by the way?
So knight e4. But wait, go back a second. I think what he intended was...
instead of before g5? Or?
Maybe bishop takes g5.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
takes, knight
One
takes.
of the great, I don't need to tell you guys, but one of the great joys of being a commentator is checking other people's pieces.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
I'm going to join in. And then so Queen D7,
Uh-oh.
Queen F3, and have fun. Might
This
be
looks-
something.
But the bar approves of this
Okay,
sacrifice.
yeah, good. So,
In fact, just says that it's not 100% sure, but clearly white is ahead, and
Yeah.
this king is never going to find shelter. So we have a much more peaceful game, it would seem. That they got to this position. So they're playing tamer. They both lost their second game. We'll see if this heats up, but it looks like it's going to be more of a struggle and tension in the center.
Meanwhile, another update that Vidit has decided to push the H-pawn, but perhaps we'll just do a quick opening tour before we go back to
yeah.
that one. And should we get a look at Raja Nordebak game?
sure. So the way is clear for white to play D5. It can't be stopped. You can blockade the pawn on D6, but D5 can't be avoided. What could black do? He could come to F4 with his queen. Or he could try to play for A5. The problem is, of course, you need to protect B5 for a second.
So white's plan is you want to go D5 on the next
Correct.
move. White to play, you play D5.
Or,
yeah.
so with black, I would consider queen B6. Because it gives me a chance to play A5, A4. And importantly, if you play D5, then I'll take. And now if you take, I can shatter your pawn structure bit to rook E3. So,
Vishy, in these positions, with this pawn on G4, I feel like I'm used to seeing this pawn here. So the pawn did just capture something, right? Oh, yeah, it literally just happened. So they went
Yeah.
knight G4, and then we see that trade on G4. So is there some kind of G5 checkmate about to...
well, good question. So queen B6, maybe the problem is G5.
Oh, looks very direct.
And if queen H5, yeah, but this doesn't work.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm just not used to seeing the pawn on G4. That's why I'm
Exactly,
like,
yeah.
wait, there's an open H file. So this is
And queen F4 would be the other move, which is always typical in these positions. You put it somewhere deep down where it's very hard to disturb it.
yeah.
White doesn't want to play G3, doesn't want to do anything.
And if I steal that one?
Bishop takes E4, I'm not losing it, am I? G3, I have queen G4.
Yeah, so that's not a pawn I want to give up, that's for sure. So interesting.
You could go D5, ED5, queen takes B5, but then I have bishop C6.
Always a
Yeah.
move that saves the day for black, but it feels like with the queen on F4, it's very strong, but I'm wondering if at some point G3, as you said, it could be a useful move.
I would have been happy to see queen B5 before I played queen F4, but I'm glad it worked. But
That shows
it's
how
quite annoying that you then point out that queen B5 is powerful. And luckily, great, E4 is hanging.
it shows how strong your intuition is, you know?
But then this could be a critical moment for Nordebak, right? Because of this threat of G5 that's coming in and D5.
What is
Queen
happening in
F4
Pragg?
might be
We'll
the
get
way-
there in a second.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Which one?
Uh-oh.
Pragg.
But
There's some
Oh,
real action there. But anyway,
But
let's see here. He's
let's
gone
just-
B4
He's gone B4.
and G5.
this
Same
looks-
problem, right?
Yeah, this looks very clean for white.
Yeah.
Is there an alternative to not capturing on G5 and just making sure
But-
that you don't get an open H line? Your move queen
At most,
F4.
queen F4. It will become my move. But still, this is bad, no? Queen H6, rook H3,
Yeah, this looks...
queen G6,
G6.
rook H4,
Ah.
and then rook maybe queen E3, H3 or something.
And maybe this rook will join the party at some point.
Well, rook
That's
C1
what-
check. So yeah, you have
G6.
but something one or
Yeah.
the other, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're clearly promising for white, but I think our attention was drawn to another game just so we
Yeah.
can give everyone
It's
a
the
look.
Pragg board.
Okay, you don't have to tell me twice. I already made a big mistake for the Indian fans today, so I'm going directly to the Pragg game.
At the very start of the broadcast, he referred to... I'm sorry, I'm bringing this
It's
up
okay.
again.
It's okay.
But he referred to Virat as Viral.
Not a bad guess. He does go viral. He does go viral.
Yeah.
Anand saving Robert here.
Thank you for having my back. I appreciate it. What is going on here? White is up a pawn. But
Yes, that's why I wanted to. Wow. Okay, so it's B5, queen B3, and for the moment the damage has been fixed or not? Do I have some queen B6 or bishop F5?
Bishop F5, D3.
But then why play B5? Let me go bishop F5 without B5, right? So bishop F5.
Can you get E4 in, or is that too weakening?
E4?
Bishop G4.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
And there's queen C5 on the menu. So
nice. Queen C5, knight D3. Big tactics in the air.
Yeah. Okay, so
So it seems like it's a tough choice between kicking the queen first, because the queen has to go back to b3, no choice,
yeah.
or bishop f5 immediately. But if bishop f5 have white castles, or are you just going to put the knight in?
I don't know, knight c2, but then e4 might be good. Knight a1, ef5. This
Yeah.
knight will be bad on a1, right?
Just to show everybody the bishop gets cut off from the knight, and even here it still says messy position. Hard to believe that this is good, but the engine is no soul. That's what I've been saying all day. But, what a messy start to this game. But I guess a quick question for you. In general, do you like grabbing material and quicker time controls?
There are positions where I feel a very strong conviction that something is wrong. The problem is I'm never fully sure. But when I really feel that something just feels wrong, then I'll take the pawn or the piece or whatever.
Queen c4, he's taking his time to decide between these two moves that you mentioned, both quite tempting. Robert, should we jump onto the other board? Vishy, any one that catches your attention?
Back to Vidit. I mean, they're going nuts over there. What is
What is his last
what
move?
kind of chess is this? Hang on.
It's the fun kind.
H6. I've never seen this.
You got to do an action replay of just it's
So what
just
happens?
where we left it last.
H4. So he could have played H5, it seems.
Yeah,
After
but
H4.
he chose to go knight
Yeah.
c4. Queen d3, which wasn't approved of, so why not?
Maybe
Take it?
takes and H5.
Just direct? And this is how they taught you, and you should just go for a
no,
checkmate.
it just goes knight e4.
This knight on d4 is loose, everybody, because the bishop is hiding behind the knight, the dragon bishop. But so, I mean, queen d3 feels so natural.
Yeah. B5 is right, and then G4. What is H6? And he has come back bishop E3. But this looks great for white, no? Because I will play
I would
G5 next,
I
and
would
then
assume
F4,
so. It
G5, F4.
Looks like a free attack.
Yeah.
But can black throw this one in now?
First of all, I could play G5 and F4 and F5.
Yes. Looks...
I could also play GH5 and Rook DG1 and put a Rook on G5 or Knight on F5. It's just very nice.
I usually trust Maxime, though. So is that wrong of me to believe in his Sicilians? In this position, yeah.
Well, Maxime is the only thing contradicting my eyes. So that's the tension, I think. Okay, knight e3, queen e3, maybe queen b6. That way I get some e5, perhaps. Or g5 is strong, yeah. And then you kick me with knight d5, yeah. Because I was trying to work on the pin. But g5 and knight h something is going to be strong. Knight d5.
So he chose this and queen
moves?
a5.
a5, okay. G5 he's going to take on c3.
Oh.
Pure exchange sack. Now that I can live with.
Could also
Okay.
trade queens then.
Well, so g5 I will take on c3, you'll
Queens-
take.
You'll take with the
the queen.
Yes.
Then I'll take with the queen. And then just knight h5. I've got a lovely dark square on f4, a bishop can come to e5. It's a very knight-offy kind of compensation, and Maxime will know that.
Yeah, queen f5 definitely hints at that. A b4, is b4 the kind of move that you're also threatening in these positions?
Yes, except when g5, because
Yeah.
that's too fast. But otherwise, if you play knight c2 or something, I guess b4 is on the menu, right?
To get out of the way of the exchange sack.
Yeah.
Looks like black is now suddenly the one quicker. H6 is the hook, but A3, as you pointed out a long time ago, that inclusion doesn't seem to help white in many of these positions.
Yes.
It comes down to Maxime just understanding these kind of positions so well. So queen a5, quite a nice way of getting counterplay, sort of preempting that sacrifice on c3.
It could also be by elimination. There aren't that many good moves for black. So he may have decided that the exchange sack is necessary. So that could be a... What about knight d2?
Yeah, because then E5 and G5, one of
Correct.
those traditional pawn sacks to open the D file.
Also, Anand, do you think queen a5 is the kind of move that Maxime had to see before he played h6? With this idea?
That seems like a reasonable guess,
Yeah.
no?
Because,
Once you play h6, then you kind of follow the path wherever it leads, sort of thing.
Because otherwise you're in trouble really quickly.
Don't they say about the path is a deep, dark forest and there's only room for one? That path looks very treacherous here. Just to use a nice Mikhail Tal quote. So
Yeah.
this is looking, I would say, very nice for Vidit, who would get his if he can get a victory here, it would be his first win of the year in Calcutta, and he wants to win this tournament just like everybody else.
Temur didn't go for g5.
He did not.
He did not. So that is... and
But he did go for d5.
yeah.
Let's just pull up Temur versus Nordberg.
which still looks nice, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It still looks nice because you can play d6 and you have a very advanced pass pawn. So.
This looks amazing for white.
f7 can become a target after d6.
d6, rook e3, how will you capture?
Intuitively, I would want to say queen e3, give up that g4
Queen g4,
pawn.
but then just f3 and something strong. Queen e7, a7, whatever.
Yeah, it feels really dangerous, no?
Yeah, this looks, I mean, as you say,
Yes.
pick your direction. I like free pawns, and that pawn on d6 is just way too powerful.
Yes.
So Temur is like roaring back. He lost game 1 with white to Pragg, and then he had that very huge clash with Vincent that ended up
Which he
going
won,
his
yeah.
way. And now in game 3 against Nordberg, who seems unstoppable half the time, this just looks like a very easy game for white.
Yes.
I don't even know what black should do at all. I feel like, after d6, some of this is forcing.
Yes. I can't see...
Are you threatening
Another way.
Are you threatening rook e7 anyway after d6? Is that the next
Yes,
move
it's
for
overwhelming
white, yeah?
if you don't
Yeah.
take.
So this looks like quite a bit of trouble for Nordberg Abdusattorov. Queen d7 was the last move. Raja's still thinking.
And Vidit has gone knight d2.
Yes.
So here we are.
we
we
found
can jump back. And
so Vidit went knight d to e2, you said?
Yeah,
yes.
d2, e2.
So just to show everybody what we were talking about, if black makes a bit of a careless move somewhere, e5, pawn takes g5 is the big threat, and this has happened in so many.
And you should point out that the bishop on d7 can't be...
Exactly.
Yeah,
so if
and-
the knight moves somewhere, the bishop on d7
Just
is
drops.
loose.
Right?
why not b4 after knight d2? What am I missing?
Same.
Same thing, no? a b4, queen b4, e5, and
Uh-huh.
g5. Though I would think black has more compensation.
There's
there.
also, is there a g5 and a knight d5 here as well? That,
Oh, that's winning, yes.
yeah, it seems like you're spoiled for choice. Both are this also same thing, right?
Yeah. In fact, I almost feel like sacking a pawn and playing e6 and plugging that hole. And just saying, play a rook d6, I don't
Yeah.
care, but at least I've got my the d5 thing solved.
Right. So e6, and this is also one of the thematic things of Sicilian is you
Yeah.
give up material, but you have all this active play down the queen side, and that.
But the
stops
problem is,
them.
still white is getting g5, so I'm not able to quite make it work. But
Yeah, it's quite a bit of pressure on Maxime right now. This knight d2 is a really nice move. Sort of keeps all the pressure of g5, e5, but makes sure that black's counterplay of rook c3 and b4 is on the hold for now.
Vincent thought for a long time and found a move we hadn't. We were thinking of bishop f5 and castles, and he's gone b6.
So Vincent
Shall
against
we have a quick look
Pragg.
there?
Yes.
Yes, let's do it. And b6, and we have a reply from Pragg as well. He's gone after the black queen.
Knight b3. Ew.
I don't think I can predict any moves in this game.
Wait, what about if I go queen a6? You'll take, and you have king d1, and you stop knight c2.
Protect both at the same
Very
time.
nice
Yes.
move. Because you can't go castle because e2 was hanging. So king
Yeah.
d1.
So not queen a6. What else can I play? Queen a4 maybe.
Okay,
But
thankfully you're not
castles,
threatening at
and
this
then bishop
point.
e6 will win material, right? Yes. Castles, bishop e6 will win
Yeah,
material.
it looks like at first the engine slightly preferred white in the material, but now it's thinking that black's play is just so strong with the quick
Yeah. If I go
development.
knight g5, what happens?
Knight e5, I think.
Oh,
I think
Vincent has gone queen a6.
your mo-
Vincent
yeah.
went queen
Oh.
This is
a6.
your move. It is on the board, queen a6, so he's offering the
Yeah.
queen trade.
That looks very strong to my eyes.
You mean trade and king d1 for white?
No, it looks strong for.
Yeah.
I like
I
black's-
didn't see that. This is the pawn we wanted to grab, right?
Yeah.
And queen a6, bishop a6, king d1. What is black? How does black get compensation? I mean, of course, it's nice, but but that knight on b3 is seriously misplaced. If it
Yeah.
was on c3, white we could just say is better, but
Right.
so it's just a very awkward piece over there.
It's so difficult for white to even push the black knight with a3 because of bishop c4 coming in.
Yes.
But
So
what-
that's one answer. I could go bishop b5, and if you go a3, I go bishop a4.
Nice square.
That's actually just gorgeous. A3, bishop A4, and
Yes.
that knight's in trouble. You're picking on the misplaced piece.
Yes.
But no, this looks very promising for black, at least especially with not so much time.
Mm-hmm.
Black's flow is there, and white is struggling just to find move after move.
He kind of has to trade, right? I don't really see a way of keeping the queens on the board with knight c2 threatened. Queen e4 runs into bishop f5, I think.
Yeah, queen e4 is over. You have to take, I think.
So this is not what the Indian fans want to see, because Pragg's position does look like it's teetering on the edge a bit, even though the material is in his favor. The activity for black is...
But let's see. Queen a6, bishop a6, king d1.
Yeah.
So I tried bishop b5. But then let me go
Best move, by
d3.
the way.
Is it?
Yeah, the
Okay.
engine seems to
Yeah,
stay
d3.
put.
Can you go bishop a4 anyway?
But
You're
then knight
threatening-
fd2. Then I protect b3.
Yes,
So I
knight
was,
a2 was a threat, just to point out.
but you can go rook c8.
Uh-oh.
And if a3, you have knight a5. Or even better, after a3, you have knight a2.
Oh, brutal.
No. Because you take on c6. Then I take and go on h1.
Wait,
correct?
let's just rook
No, it's just rook a2, then knight a5. You can't do a thing.
Oh, you're having some fun with the piece
Yeah,
sacrifice.
I'm just trolling right now.
Well, that's just how good Black's position is. I mean, the pieces are just...
It's a
one
beautiful
after the other.
combination. Is it
Yeah,
now?
it
Is it now
really
referred to as
is.
trolling?
Both can be true at the same time. No, this looks so pleasant for Black. I feel like the time situation does... Prague no
Maxime
favor.
has gone. There's too much happening in this
Yeah.
round. Maxime has got his queen to b2.
So
What
just to
happened
wrap this evaluation up,
Yeah.
is it fair to say that Pragg needs to be careful the next couple of moves? Vincent is trying to get an initiative and an advantage here.
Pragg has to be careful, but he's got a pawn which can be returned at the right moment. So it's very far from a big advantage.
Okay.
But I think Black has enough compensation.
Yeah, it looks... I would definitely prefer Black's position here.
Right.
It just seems like the moves are easier to play, especially with 10 minutes on the clock. But
Right.
you mentioned we got to go back to Maxime. His queen is on b2?
Yeah. So he instead of taking on b4, allowing e5 and g5, he went to
Give a
a1 and
check.
took on b2.
Yeah.
So that is thing. But is that queen coming back?
Yeah,
Is
it's
she
very
coming
scary.
back after rook a1? What's happening?
Well, b4 was given the two question... Oh,
Nice move, no? Rook b1, big threat.
and the knight on c3 is protected. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
this is
Can
over.
there be
It's game
tactics
over.
with the bishop on g7? Is knight g4? What's happening after knight g4?
Just take it, right?
Yeah, knight is defended. I'm
So many
losing my
times.
mind,
No,
yeah.
that's the only try for Black, because rook h to b1 and the queen is... This is over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Vidit's going to be so happy. Nice. In fact, it's your fault, Tanya.
What?
At the opening ceremony...
How is it my
At the
fault?
opening ceremony, what you can remind people what happened with Vidit's,
Vidit actually, it was shots fired. Vidit
Yeah.
said, Maxime, watch out,
Yeah.
you're saying we've been nice to you, but it will not happen over the board.
and what's happening here. So you can take credit, is what I'm also saying. It's your fault and your credit.
But this is actually looking like a threat that's impossible to combat, no? Rook b1, Maxime's about to lose material here.
I don't see how he's going to get out.
Is there even a way to make
I mean, black runs out of pieces before white runs out of pieces on c3 and before rook hb1. So,
Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
one
you can
more
do all this
shot.
knight g4 stuff and take and bring the next rook, but at the end you run out of pieces.
Yeah, by now black needed to have a doubled... his
Okay, he's
double
gone rook
troops on
c3.
C-line, yeah, he
So
probably
knight
had to.
c3,
there's no rook c8.
he's going to rook c8. And then if rook hb1, he'll play knight takes g4. That's his thing.
That makes a lot more sense.
But we can now do our e5 thing.
Oh.
It's a good moment to throw. Instead of rook hb1, I throw
yes,
in e5.
yes.
And you don't have a...
Okay, we should...
Yeah,
Yeah.
you will play e5 and...
Yes, because it cuts this bishop off from the
Yes.
attack.
That's just amazing how ideas need to be combined to make it work.
yes.
And that's that, because now the bishop doesn't get in, and I think at best black has to go down 2 exchanges.
And by the way, Arjun is doing very well.
And what is... even
I
Pragg-
think Hari is about to
Okay,
Okay,
so...
let's
lose.
Let's go to that game. Arjun, he's trying to strike back after... Oh,
Oh, it's just resigns. I mean, I was thinking b5 and queen a3, but maybe there are even other ways.
it's even white's turn here. I thought it was... I thought,
You thought it's great after white's move. Okay.
yeah, this looks extremely good. So,
So knight g5 runs
I thought
into
b5
g6,
just to play
right?
queen a3. Well, knight g5, g6, rook at f8 check. So you can't do that.
wait.
Oh yeah, so maybe
So
queen,
wait,
you have to
what
go
do you
queen
do after-
f5 maybe is the
I
move,
don't know.
yeah?
But
You
then I
played it.
take and knight d6.
Oh, okay, then knight g5 seems to work really well. G6, rook f8, you've got to show that tactic.
And look at this. Once this queen... Okay, so first of all, queen h7 checkmate is a threat.
Yeah.
So g6 is time to stop it, but after rook takes, king takes knight h7, that's a simple fork, winning the queen. But the problems for black continue, because queen f5, as you were pointing out. Knight d6, knight c8, knight e7,
And
and
it's-
And that's checkmate as well, by the way. On it.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I go to c8, I'm attacking a7, so you
Yeah.
cannot even reroute.
Yeah.
Knight c8
Oh.
is threatening knight e7
bishop-
and knight a7,
Yeah.
so it's game over.
Bishop d4, knight e7, rook f8 would be just mate.
I wonder, I mean, we obviously didn't go through all the moves here, but sometimes players get lulled into a sense of comfort and complacency when their opponent isn't playing such ambitious opening lines. But Arjun, in like 5 turns, suddenly blew the board open, and it's just a one-sided game.
Yeah, if you go back to something like move 19, it already is looking good for white. One of the great secrets in this opening is that the knight on g6 can sometimes be just horribly placed there. White can play h4, h5, nudge it to awkward squares. And so you should be trying to reroute it via f8 to e6 or to a better square.
Yeah.
And it can be misplaced there.
My coach always said that knights on b3, g3, b6, and g6 are just the worst placed pieces. But I don't know. You know, that's what always he
Yeah.
felt. He felt like they stay there too long.
It's also really nice in those situations to get your pawn to g3, like in this case, to control those key squares. And that's what he's done.
And
so-
that's exactly what's happened with MVL. E5 has happened.
oh, wow.
And this
That
is over
might
as
be
well.
just
Knight
game
d6
over.
might be resigns. Yes, knight d6 has happened and it's
96
game over.
Played. So just let's see if
Hari might just resign.
because knight c8 is the next move.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's sinking in right now, and
Oh, he looks at the clock.
real tough day for Hari. And Arjun, on the other hand, he was struggling mightily, and to
Now
get a
he
win,
looks in,
he's perked up.
I mean, he understands how good his position is.
And what can that do for someone like him, where if he was not able to win, he might feel a bit dejected with 2 days left. Excuse me. Do you feel like he senses a new lease on the tournament to some extent?
Yes, a point like this allows you to clear the day from your head. It's still a bad day, -1, but he'll clear the day and go home happily. I always say that I'm not sure which would hurt me more: starting with +4 and losing the last round, or starting with -3 and winning the last 2 games. One is a +3, one is a -2.
Yeah.
But when I'm leaving the tournament, I'm not sure which is the better result. Because
Last
the
round
human
losses
brain
are
doesn't always look at
painful.
scores. So
Emotions are weird, and heartbreak happens in
sure.
unlogical ways. But yeah, here it's clear that Arjun is winning, and are any of the other game? It looks like Vidit also in
Was it-
charge.
He's found the exact line that we were looking at with Vidit
But why did he play G5?
against Maxime.
Why did he play G5? He could have played Rook HB1, right? Or maybe he just didn't want the diagonal to open, take everything in E4 or something like that. Okay.
Yeah, maybe he felt
But
like
apparently it doesn't matter, right?
no, he just feels like he's played a very straightforward and strong game.
Yeah.
And also, first of all, he played E4. We didn't even talk about that.
Yes.
Vidit isn't commonly playing E4 in the
He's
first.
playing it all the time now.
Yeah, but
It's a new. He's trying to add it very
Okay.
much, and he played some very impressive games with Swidler in this rapid
That's
match
right.
they played in
Yeah.
Nagpur and so on. He's becoming an E4 boy.
yeah. They say to play with 2 hands on the
Sure.
first turn, and
It's a very important step. Well, you know Maxime well. He used
Yeah.
to be very, very one-sided. Now he's trying to expand everywhere.
right.
And I think Vidit also realizes you can't fly on one wing all the time. You need 2.
So we've got G5, and just to get your final thoughts on this position. So if Black Knight was to retreat, how does White? Do you go Rook A2 or do you go Rook B1? Rook A2 just steps out.
I could even play, if we go knight e8, let's say, I could even play knight d5, play rook a2 on the next move, and win the ending. So it,
7 is hanging, just no
and so
hope.
on.
That's just bully chess. You can win the queen, just for you get some material.
No, I'm not winning the queen because
Yeah,
you'll take it.
exactly.
But yeah, okay, I understand your point. Yeah.
But no, Rook A2, we all know, is just winning
But it's
even more
overwhelming,
material.
Yeah, e4, king e2, ef3, rook a6.
Which is why it's important to go Rook A2 to get the
Yeah.
rook off the diagonal. So
Very typical of Vidit to make sure that there are no chances that Maxime gets. That's why he played G5, just sidestepping any tactics along with the knight jump in E4. So this looks like it's going to be Vidit's game. Meanwhile, do you want to just quickly jump to the Temur board, because quite a lot is going on there over the last couple of moves?
all these games look like they're concluding in short order. First of all, okay, it is White's turn, right? Yes.
Yes.
I saw At first, the microphone was in my path, and I looked here. I was like, "Hey, there's a rook on e3." So both queens under attack. But how would you take back this rook?
fe3 because d7 is so tempting. So let's just try it. fe3, queen b6. I would take it on. Even now, come on, bishop b7, queen b7, d7, rook d8, and I get to throw in g6 as well.
Let's do that
And
first.
that makes a big difference. g6, or even g6 is fine, and then d7, rook d8, queen d3 or something. But queen b6.
I think maybe the pawn d6 is so nice because of the checkmate net. So maybe yeah.
So some queen d3 hit 7 or g4, queen g4 maybe.
So many options, right?
Yes. And this is massive. Yeah. So Taimur clinching that. Arjun
Alright,
has already
we have
won.
a result. Yes, Arjun wins his first game of the day.
Taimur takes on e3 with the queen. Okay. What's he going to do for queen takes d6?
He must have a.
He wants because he has g6 in the air. He can throw that in. So g6 now.
And does he just fall back bishop f3? Is that the point?
Yeah, so GH and bishop f3 looks.
And that queen will have to go and defend d7, but also h6 is hanging, so it's messed up.
So,
Pretty nice.
So that pawn that wasn't normally on g4 on these lines, it just won the game very simply. Just go for a quick attack.
And if g6, bishop takes d5. Then you go
nice
h7, and that pawn, which is not supposed to be anywhere near there, did not go to h7 on the h file. It went via the g file.
It goes to heaven and brings a new queen with checkmate. So this is it's very shocking, this game, because Nordebek looked like he was in such good form as well, and Taimur's been shaky today. He lost with white to Pragg, and then in game 2 against Vidit, he actually played a nice defensive game before turning to offense.
Yeah.
But this was a one-sided demolition.
Yes.
Alright, and as this one reaches its conclusion, meanwhile, Maxime is trying to create some tricks and threats on the board. If you want to jump back into that one, we left it at g5.
And now what? Knight takes d5. Knight d5, yeah?
Looks... unless there's some kind of bishop d4 tricks that I don't think actually work, that's maybe the only plan.
Bishop d4, what will I do? Queen takes h6, maybe?
Okay, so suddenly the eval bar is saying black does have a chance.
Oh, so queen h6, e3 check is messy. I think that's the
And
problem.
rook c2, yeah, king e2.
Wow.
What about knight e4 then? Let's do knight e4.
Okay. Yes. I have no follow-up. Yes.
Yeah.
But it goes to show, though, I think for our viewers it's very instructive, that even being a full rook up, with your king in the center, there could be a ton of danger.
But wait, I still didn't understand that one. Bishop f6, knight d5,
Yeah.
bishop d4, queen takes e4. Queen takes e4, wait.
Sorry. I didn't mean to give you the bad variation.
Because the bishop f5, I still have knight e7 check. So what exactly is the problem?
It's such a good question. So, is there a... If I throw in bishop c3 check, you just run to e3, and that seems...
I was going to go e2, but e3 might be even more efficient. So.
Just running away from all checks. So how in the world is this a game?
Do you have time to go? No, bishop c6, also knight e7. Everything there's knight e7.
Maybe it's a bishop f5. Just give up all your pieces and go for the king somehow.
Okay, he's gone knight e4. No, but then I go knight e7.
Yeah, it looks winning. I'm confused.
Yeah.
You found it?
No, knight e7, king f8, knight f5, g f5, and then queen c3 check and g f5.
That's what I was looking for.
Yes, maybe there is some
I think
specific problem there.
Vidit
But knight e4 he's gone with it. There's not messing around.
he would have fun in
And he's gone queen h6.
He would have fun in commentary with that line, but in his game, he just wants to make it
Yeah.
simple.
Yeah.
He's taking everything. He's up a full rook, right? For one pawn? No pawns. I can't do math today. It's a full rook.
It's a full rook, and he's just attacking the queen, and the queen can step back, just controlling the c3 square as well. It doesn't look like it's enough, or going to be enough, but I think Maxime will continue playing. He's going to try to create some threats against the black-white king. So, for example, if you go queen e3, maybe the idea that we're talking about, hit that knight on e4, bishop f5.
But then I think you can just... I was going to rook b1, but...
Queen, yeah, it shouldn't be enough, right? Even with the king on d2.
Rook a5 or rook a6.
Yeah. You're just pursuing the
those-
queen. Alright, this looks like big trouble for Maxime. Let's jump over on some of the other boards. Vishy,
Taimur has done what we expected him to do. It's fine.
Yes.
Gukesh, well, the position's extremely solid still for Grischuk, but he's pushing Bishop E8.
Is this the same tournament? Like all the other games are wild, and then we have this.
If Black could put his knight on C8, I think it would be just 960.
Yeah. But how is this? Like every other game is just completely wild, checkmating attacks. Then
Forget that. Every other game is over.
Yeah, well-
this one is going on.
This is just getting started.
Okay, no, one more game is actually still going on,
Yeah.
which is Vincent Pragg. So let's see what
Okay.
they've been up to.
Okay. So the king castle did not even have to go to D1. I think, Tanya, you pointed out some kind of crazy move right where we left off.
Queen A6 is where we left
Knight
off.
E5 was
Whoa.
played.
Did we look? We didn't look at
No,
this
but
one.
I think you reacted, so I figured that there was some kind of tactic.
What is this?
So
Queen C4 traded off to queen. So what really happens? The knight can't take. That's easy to see. The rook on A8 is hanging, and if you take with the bishop, then C6 knight was hanging in that position.
you can't go for the fork because this knight on C6 is loose. So what a creative way to step out of danger. But yeah, he allowed him to castle kingside, and that was apparently an
Yeah,
error.
knight E3 and he's castled. I mean, it certainly looks fine for Black. But couldn't he have played, instead of castles, couldn't he have played Bishop B3?
You just always have to take the knights. While it's available.
Well,
Get them
94.
off.
yeah, no, this
and
is
how good or bad is this?
Can you go bishop D2?
Yeah. Knight E2 check, king H1, yeah.
looks messy. Knight takes D. I mean, this is
And maybe rook A7.
who. It's even pawns after rook takes A7. I'm counting correct. Yeah, this is just very messy stuff.
That knight D3, knight D2 looks very dangerous for white.
Let's just make sure that we're not missing something in Vidit against MVL.
Oh, and Maxim's
Uh-oh.
still fighting.
Because
down a
Bishop
rook.
B5 is actually getting to a very beautiful square.
Yeah.
What's
But
the
I think
step?
rook H B1 and then king E1 is probably going to get me home.
So rook D8 is the big threat in this position.
Yes, rook D8 now will win. So unless
Yes.
you do something with this rook. The question is, what are you going to do with that rook?
So
Yeah.
But also rook B1. There's like queen E5. This queen
And
is
queen
Yeah.
still floating around.
Yeah.
So rook A2 runs into rook D8 and then a check on the back rank. So,
I think I even like queen E5 directly.
okay, queen
Yeah.
E5.
Just
okay.
not to push my king to where it might be wanting to go anyway. I have bishop F7 check because I can trade down.
I'm also looking at the clock, and Vidit's under 3 minutes. This is where mistakes definitely happen.
Yeah.
So, queen E5 played. No, good move. Uh-oh.
Oh, and rook HB1. Now the question is some C3 or C4 just to liquidate stuff there. Maybe C3.
So does that give the D3 square somehow?
Yes.
This is...
It's not, we're not home yet, no.
And
But
I-
what about your idea of just trading the queens with bishop F7? I would be so tempted of giving back some material, but just to get out of pressure.
king somewhere, trade queens, and
And some
Rook A3.
rook A3, but then bishop F4, and I'm not quite home free.
no.
Yeah, C2 is also hanging.
Wow, somehow Maxime just realizes that he was not out of this thing, and maybe that decision by Vid to play G5, right? He could have
Played E5 and rook
exactly.
B8.
He had his chance there to close things off.
But he's up a rook. He's got to be winning here. I mean, he might need to be precise, but it's hard to imagine.
But it's more the thing what can go wrong rather than the objective evaluation. I mean, with half an hour on the board, he would figure it out.
Exactly,
But
a minute
this
and a half.
something might. He's gone king C1.
And it looks like it was approved of. The eval bar did not change very much. It's so interesting because I wasn't thinking about coming back in this direction, but all of his pieces are here. It's hard to checkmate that king.
But he's now totally exposed to a queen H1 check. The king has to go in the wrong direction because he's put a rook on B1 just to really cement it down there. And how is he going to get past this? But
Maybe you start with queen H2 here already,
yes, but then
and you're hitting
what
the
am I
rook
going
on
to do?
A1 as
Can
well.
I do my knight G5 stuff? Or well, let's say queen H2. What are you going to play?
Is bishop... No, bishop F7 is not going to work because C2 is always under attack as well.
This is tricky. So I don't. Is there? It looks like there's going to be some kind of checkmate with a queen H1, rook D8.
How do I come back? Some knight F2, D1, Queen F2. The problem is some
Then
Queen
bishop
f4
h6.
and
Bishop,
no, bishop h6. I have king,
king
b2.
b2.
Still,
So then queen f2. But yeah, but
but queen h1 maybe.
yeah.
Rook d8. Yeah.
Bishop d4.
Yeah.
They're running right into the fire. So there's still tricks left, and Maxime hasn't moved yet. But so queen h2, that looks very kind of natural to play. And what is we haven't found a way out very easily.
Also, Raja's game is over. He's won against Nondebek. Made it
Okay.
look convincing in that one.
Yeah, no surprises there.
Pragg is sort of bouncing out of his trap, and he's still a pawn up. So, but maybe bishop takes b2 is enough.
Let's get a quick update on the Pragg board.
Okay, pull that one up. Just to refresh.
If bishop takes b2, I can go rook b1 and then throw something on c5. Maybe bishop a3 here.
There's probably he's a minute left, so he is very low on the clock, but he's starting to get some activity for his pieces.
Yeah, bishop a3, I would say.
Yeah, just it's such a funny square for
Yes,
bishops.
but I want to defend that knight. But then knight c5, right?
Still
Wait,
knight
bishop
c5.
a3, knight c5.
And bishop a2.
Rook a1.
And is there? There's like
I thought my knight.
there's a lot to calculate.
Yeah.
So many pieces
Everything
are hanging.
is hanging. Is knight d4 also a possibility here?
Then bishop takes. Oh, then.
Oh, and then you're taking on c5, yeah.
But
I thought I could take here and then
take
put knight
it
a6.
back.
I got both your pieces under attack.
Yeah, so tricky.
Minor pieces are just loose.
But wait, I take on e2.
King h1.
I go bishop d6. And your knight is trapped on.
I was like wondering, where is it? Where is it? It's trapped, but can't be attacked very easily. So that's
Yeah, capturing it is going to be hard. But for the moment, he's been neutralized. Okay.
But bishop h3, what a creative move, because I think first instinct is always to go back in the long diagonal,
Yeah.
but it does keep everything together for the time being. And it looks like, yeah, Pragg is the clock is evening up, and the material also has evened up, but I'm starting to like White's chances with a simple knight jump.
He does
Shall
go back
we
with the
go to the
bishop.
calmest game of the tournament?
Yes,
Yeah.
let's,
Grischuk.
because we will be coming back to
Gukesh.
these. So let's.
After all this stuff
yeah.
and the other boards, these two guys are.
Playing a strategic position.
Oh my god.
They're playing
Nothing is
They're
happening.
playing classical
C7
chess.
is
They-
hanging.
They're playing classic. Well, also,
But it's black's move, right?
Yes.
but Sasha's down to under 40 seconds. So
Oh,
that
that's. Are you surprised?
no, I'm not surprised, but that really should not be very pleasant for him, considering they're playing what looks like move 20 of their game.
So queen c2 was the last move and defends the threat.
Okay, so he went to c6 to keep his bishop nice and protected. Needed that defender. No, this is I think
Yeah.
we can.
I think this is going to be a long fight, and we will come back to this. Do you want to just head over to the Vidit Maxime game? Because I think either ways, this could end really soon. I don't know in whose favor, but it looks like a completely crazy position. C3 was the way he chose.
Oh, okay. You used your plan. So rook d3 apparently not so scary in these positions.
But rook d3, what does he play? Queen c5 or?
So black actually went rook d8 instead of queen h2. We were looking at queen h2 lines.
So started with rook d8 and last one goes to c3. So rook d3 is so tempting.
So it's probably not queen g5.
Yeah, don't love the look of that one because
Yeah, because rook takes c3 check.
it's helpful for Maxime. But yeah, queen c5 looks the right direction. But I feel like White just doesn't have so many defenders in front of his king. So
But he does have king b2 on the menu, so
it's true.
that is a very big threat, if you can call such a move a threat. But king b2.
I guess my first instinct would be to just bring my
Yeah, but rook d3, I go queen c5. Let's just see that.
okay.
Then you go queen h2,
Is there like a
and you're threatening bishop h6 somewhere.
I'm scared to do it, but you're can I get away with it? Oh, phew. Okay, because bishop h6 is met by knight g5.
Knight g5, and I don't have a way of stopping king b2, right?
Yeah. So as long as this king runs this way, White is winning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a close call in every single position.
Yeah.
So no move yet from Maxime. So that's great news for Vidit. Oh, I think the queen, as soon as I say that, runs
Yeah.
on over to h2. So Is there?
But rook a2 now, and then what's he going to do?
I don't have the answer to that question. No, that just looks like a very good defensive
Maybe he
move.
just takes on h4, super cool and threatening.
But then
bishop
king
h6.
b2.
Yeah.
This king's making a mad dash for it, up to a3, where it's the safest it will be in a long time. He plays even just much more natural. Just hide the king.
Mm-hmm.
So Vidit is doing very, very well here. That's clear. And it looks like Pragg has made a mistake in his time trouble. So I think we should go
Let's go back.
to
He's
that
touching
game.
the 20-second mark right
Yeah.
now. And maybe we back up and see what really happened.
Okay. So we're even further back. The bishop went back to g7, and he went a3, which the engine didn't like. And I always love those moves. Knight to a2, taking away the c file, and here the black pieces. They just jumped in the game, and e2 is loose. So what is this? Okay. It looks like just full control of the queen side from black, and move
Rook
after
a1.
move.
Should I play a5? Just play a4?
I like it. What's the material count here? It's level.
Yes.
Somehow.
I like black.
Slightly
bishop on
ugly pawns,
G7.
but black
Yeah.
is controlling d5, which is more important than anything else. And
And-
a5.
You're
Nice call.
Oh, he played a5, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did. Bishop e4. The problem is this e2 pawn is so loose. You need to get your rook over here, but can't.
And you
But
continue.
wait, bishop e4, now I can play a4 and I'm fixing you there. Then I can even play bishop e5, d6.
Oh, nice way
I
to
have
put
only one
pressure
plan,
on
Rob.
A3.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say that bishop gain at d6 is that's
my
your
only
repertoire
plan.
today. Yeah, it's working out very well. That looks wonderful, though.
a4 is, and then I can play rook b3 and bring the other rook c8, c3.
Oh.
But I've stopped a4 by white, which is nice.
It seems white is completely frozen, and that's bad news for the many Praggnanandhaa
A4 on
fans
the
out there.
board, by the way, so he is going for that A3
And
pawn.
what's the time? It was quite 18 seconds.
Yeah,
Is
Yeah.
that, can we get a zoom at the clock? Because
Uh,
sometimes they don't match up, but
I think
Producer G, if it's possible to zoom in on the board and the player's clock.
it is been pretty accurate, though. And Vincent, I mean, to lose game 2 like that to Timur, he was clearly frustrated. But if he could get this game 3 against the legendary Pragg, I can't tell if that makes him a hero here or the ultimate villain. If Vincent wins, does he become...
no, they're sports fans. You know. They want to see a good
A good fight.
a good fight.
So he starts with rook c8.
White's pieces just can't move in this game.
Well, the e1
Oh.
rook is free now because e2 is
So, well, let's solve
I-
that by playing rook c1. Let's just nail that with rook c1.
I think
All
we
the
have to do
chances.
something very quickly. We're going to have to go to the game between Vidit and Maxime because it's not good news for
Oh
Vidit
my god,
Gujrati.
what happened?
He
But
stumbled.
Maxime
into-
pulls these things off.
Yeah, he's...
What happened here?
When was I talking today? Today I was telling someone that this game. I was with
Yeah,
you. I
us,
was
yes.
talking about my
that
game
is
with
a
Maxime
game.
11, and I'm still traumatized by that game. And here, he's
He walked...
he's done it again.
he
My
walked-
advantage is even bigger than Vidit's, by the way. I'll just put that on the record. But this is ridiculous.
Yeah, he walked right into a pin.
Maxime is a Houdini.
Wait, what was the losing move here for
A
Vidit?
Houdini
Where
or
did-
a Sorkar?
What?
Is that him? PC Sorkar?
Ah, well, yeah.
I got it right! Yes!
I was trying to think of a French connection, of
Yeah.
course. But very nice.
So
Absolutely.
he walked in this pin.
Wait, Robert, can you just show the move where it all turned around for
Bishop
Vidit?
c2 f5 seems to have been the.
Right here. He went king b2. The move that we said would help him escape, unfortunately, walked right into a
The
devastating
only thing
pin.
which doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah. Oof. And
Now do you pick up c3? Do you go material hunting here? Or
Well,
do you wait?
if you take on c3, white gets...
A lot of
Enough, right?
material.
Yeah. Okay, let's try and figure this one out. Wait.
Oh. Maxime answers it for us. So the point is that after... Oh my
That
gosh.
was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yes. But what did he have instead? Oh, I know what, rook d2. Robert, just put it on the board. It's too beautiful. I'll show you, rook d2.
Let's bring up the live and analysis board so we can show it.
Yeah, let's quickly bring up our analysis board. If we
Right.
can go to the live action.
Yeah, that...
Producer G, analysis board.
Oh my goodness. The move that was played in the game was just extremely natural.
No, I missed something. I thought rook d2, rook c1, I have bishop c3, but queen is controlling e5. So
No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You went for this. The
King
check.
B2, Queen D4 I
Yeah.
tried. But okay, try Rook D2.
Yeah,
Anyway.
if we can have the live board, producer G, let's bring up our analysis board.
Yeah. So Rook D2. You're right. Yeah.
But then Rook C1.
Yeah, but can I go Rook E2 first, maybe?
Yes, and then Queen D1.
Oh. Okay. Don't listen to me.
Yeah. So what is the move here? It's not bishop takes.
Can you just put more pressure on C2 with
Maybe can be moved like Queen D6? Maybe Queen D6.
Oh.
Oh, that's super
That's-
nice.
Retreating moves so difficult. I mean,
Yeah.
like this to win the game, and it's probably the only way to do so because the pin on the diagonal here.
Yeah, and I was thinking about bishop d3, but that allows white's queen to give a check on e6, which can just.
So the only
finish
move would be
game
King
for black.
A3, but then after bishop C3, you're just.
Busted.
And then even A5.
Yeah, a5.
Ah,
here
okay,
as well.
so narrow escape.
We
Vidit.
forgive. Yeah, we forgive Maxime for not finding that, but
But even this isn't over. It's a game for all three results right now.
4 results.
Which is the
Maxime
fourth
just
one.
blew the Monica PC circle.
Yeah, he and both sides have chance here for sure, especially with Vidit down to 20 seconds.
But Rook A6 already, who knows what's happening
No, wait, rook a6 where?
here.
The queen.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
there was a
wait.
C4 check.
Whoa.
Oh, but wait. Now Maxime has a draw. King C2, Queen H2, King C3. Oh no, Queen E5. He's actually winning, is he?
How? So queen h2, you can't go back because rook
Where
is
are you gonna
hanging.
go?
Have to go to c3, no?
Yeah, then I go Queen E5 check.
Yes. And they're the
I've
eval bar.
triangulated up to.
And then you want to go queen e2 and queen e3 check and pick up the bishop.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh wow. Is that on the board?
Yes.
It is on the board.
Oh, I feel you have to feel for Vidit, who, I mean, the first half of the game was one of those classics. The second half, unfortunately, when in his time trouble, he has made a few too many errors.
And maybe with the arrows you can show the idea that Anand's pointing out with the triangulation here, which wins the bishop by
Yeah.
force.
So the Queen has gone from H2, H8 to E5, E3.
Yeah.
Same thing, and now the bishop drops off.
Geometry.
By the way, something is finally actually happening in that last game.
Really?
Do you want to pop over there and see what's happening? Or.
I think
But
this
wait,
might
Pragg
be
has
finishing.
escaped. Pragg has escaped, right? Or not entirely. No, he's not escaped. Okay.
Do you want to see the last moments of this game before we switch over? Because Vidit is still fighting, or you think it's Robert?
Thrashing.
Yeah, no, this one I think is clear
I
now.
mean, Queen H2, for instance, now.
Queen
Or
H2, you
Bishop
hit the
C2
rook.
check, King C2, Queen
Oh,
H2.
that's-
But I would prefer Queen H2.
Too much.
And then you have to go rook c1 to try and keep
And then I
c2.
go Queen F4, attacking C1 and G5.
Okay, this one looks like, unfortunately for the many Vidit fans out there, that he has struggled down the stretch here, and it looks like
Or even
Maxime's
Queen
taking
B2 is over here. Queen B2.
Oh, yeah.
No, Queen B2, Rook C5.
the game.
But Queen H2. Queen H2 is over. Queen F4 might be
Still-
over as well.
He's still thinking, touching. He's got about a minute on the clock. It's a nice situation to be in when you've got those extra seconds. You need to finish the game off. But this is going to be tough. He goes to the other one though. He goes in the b2 direction.
Okay.
So rook c5 and
Maybe Bishop
Queen
A4.
Ooh,
He
Knight
has this-
H3,
What is Knight H3?
so he allows a check on c2.
and he's attacking. Ooh, my arrow's bad. Attacking a pawn over here. So that's it. No, this is very clearly Maxime's game.
Bishop C2 check.
And look at that move. He just says that I'm going to keep all the threats on the board. Just simply guards the g6 pawn.
No reason not to. There's only so many checks. The bishop also covers e6, so the knight can only deliver one. This is unfortunate for Vidit.
E5? No, actually, E5.
E.
That game will finish and we won't
Yeah.
realize it.
I
Poor,
agree.
poor Gukesh and
I-
Grischuk.
this-
We have totally ignored them today.
But there's
They have
so
been the
much
butt of
fun.
jokes.
It's
Yeah.
fun.
And
Now it's finally heating up.
Yeah, but it looks like Pragg.
no, they
also-
may overtake these guys finally because. So
Oh, yeah, Praggnanandhaa is down a piece against Vincent Keimer. So
okay, I think that one's.
Yeah, what this is? I've never
We will
seen.
never forgive you.
I'm
Robert.
sorry, but I've also never seen this pawn structure before.
Yes, that is true.
You have an extra piece to count for it,
Yeah,
so
that's
that's the
true.
good news.
So it looks like Vincent is going to rebound.
wait. Vidit, any hope?
Wait,
Oh,
Vidit,
wow,
I was soon.
what?
See, maybe. I
No,
should-
no,
See,
no,
you
no.
had to stick. Wait.
And Vincent
okay,
won,
this
by the way.
one's, yeah.
No, there's no hope because I can play Bishop D5 if I want. I can play queen c3 check, queen d4 check, and then some bishop d5. I mean, no, it's over.
Yeah, so Vincent Keimer takes down Praggnanandhaa. Huge win for
Yeah.
Vincent and his
Yeah.
young career. They're both teenagers. That could be a future World Chess Championship match. Not to put pressure on them too. But should we go back to Vidit, or should we?
Because
The
I
other
really
game
think
is
it's... Oh,
Vidit,
yeah, the other
okay,
one's
yeah.
really crazy as
Vidit
well.
is-
Anand, we're going to let you pick. Which one do you want to go to?
Okay, let's look at Grischuk for the first time today. What is happening
How's
here?
there a pawn on b7?
Yeah. When I last spoke to Tanya, there was a black pawn on b7, and now there's a white pawn on b7.
Wow, we missed like maybe the
The-
most.
the
entertaining
joy of
game.
Grischuk.
Yeah, and now Grischuk down to about 15 seconds.
Okay, now I go queen c5 and try to take that pawn on b7.
But why is it there?
Oh, rook d2, and
And
he
how
will.
is it
Uh
there?
oh. So White's king is apparently that was a mistake. Simple defense. This king is also in huge trouble.
Yeah, and now maybe Gukesh is winning because rook. Okay, he's gone queen c5. I
Where
don't
do you
know,
hide
some
with the king?
king
F1.
f1. Yeah,
And at some point, there's a queen f6, b8 equals queen because
right.
queen
Everything
g7
is overloaded. Yeah.
How did we'll have to?
Okay, he went to
oh.
g2. Now maybe some queen e3 trick goes there.
Also queen...
Oh,
Oh, yeah, queen e3 looks nice.
Though maybe rook d2 and
Queen d2,
king
king
f1 comes
F1.
on right back.
that's a really cool move though. Queen e3, and he goes queen d5 check. King goes over, and queen e3. So similar idea.
But now the king can't defend the white rook on e1 if you take on d2.
So he has to go back queen g2 or queen g4, one of the two.
Just
But then already black can take on h6,
Yes, and also start targeting the b7 pawn, no?
which has no right to be there.
Back to
I
that.
promise you it was a black pawn when I last saw
I
this.
trust you.
There was a black pawn there. The arbiter
journey.
just took his eye off the game and see what happened.
Apparently, rook takes e2 was a game-changing move. Was there even another?
Queen e3 maybe?
But here can't you go
But
rook
I don't
b8?
understand rook d2
Yeah.
queen e1. Rook d8, but
Rook-
your
okay.
queen is in front, right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
he's going after the b7 pawn, which
Makes a lot
is
of
there.
sense.
So is there something on the 7th rank somehow? That's what I'm looking. Some kind of timely e6 move. Like even
f5 here?
F5, I was thinking queen f5, how do you...
Yeah. It's,
yeah, it's one of these things where we need to
oh, queen
distract.
g, maybe queen g5 here.
And he plays
Queen
it.
b7.
And then e6.
E6 could be a thing because we are getting to
Oh,
e7. and
nice.
Yeah, it's over.
This king is in trouble thanks to the h6 pawn. Excuse me. And wait, Gukesh,
It's on the board.
he has
Gukesh
1.5
finds it.
points. So
yeah.
if he wins this game, he
2.5, yeah.
Goes
Stays
to-
on the leaderboard at the top. Queen g5. So queen b7. Robert, you're pointing out this line with e6. Can you just show what happens?
yeah, let's show that queen's in e6. Pawn takes, rook takes e6, and this king is just in huge trouble. It doesn't escape on the last rank
Yeah.
either. And this is all happening, right?
The worst thing for Vidit is his position isn't going to hold, and there's the a pawn. It's just completely over now.
Vidit's game is still going, but this one seems like it's
E6.
about to end.
On the board, by the way. So
Rook
exactly
E8.
the line that you were looking at. Can't
E7.
E7. Yeah.
And now queen f6 is coming in.
Oh, yes. Looks like it's just delivering. Oh, that's a mistake, apparently.
Why?
What? 3 seconds for Grischuk?
Queen f6? What am I missing?
Yeah.
Exclam. Queen f6.
Wait, queen f6?
Oh,
Queen...
just king into h6.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
And then I don't have an easy way to get my king out of the
because
way.
of checks on the d file. That's why queen d7.
So maybe White need to throw an f5 at some point. That this idea to break open the black king.
No, but now
even more.
queen at f5.
No, or,
Oh,
sorry,
earlier,
move ago,
okay,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
This is amazing that queen f6 threatens checkmate, but after king takes, there's no way to get the rook to the h file, which would be the final blow.
He starts with
He's going
queen
queen
e5.
e5, king into h6.
And can you
Now-
go king g3 now? I want to go rook e3.
Queen
for
d3 check.
And I go rook e... But there's no rook h3 after
Right.
rook e3.
Then I can go queen d5 even. And I mean, black is trying to draw. We should
Yes,
remind
of
ourselves
course.
still. But
He goes rook e3 check, and we might be seeing a repetition here.
And it looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did in fact end up winning that game with
but
the
now
black
if I go
pieces.
queen d5, what's your? He's going to go queen f6 or what? No, he can't go queen f6 because
Queen
h5.
queen h5 takes e2.
Yeah.
So in fact, Gukesh has blown it.
Yeah, and this could turn around even for in Grischuk's favor all of a sudden.
So you can't really trade queens here, right? That feels like a lost
And
time
Gukesh
game
actually
for
has
White.
less time
he
than,
trades.
Yeah, but he's rook e5. Very,
Yeah.
very
Oh, this
smart.
is a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a draw, and then he's fine. No, I go b4, but king g3, and then I take, and then I harass the
Yeah.
b pawn. Yeah, no, it's a draw.
But that was that was a moment there where if Gukesh was still thinking for a win, he just loses the game because he's down a pawn and the black king is safe.
We have the live board with us. Robert, Anand, can you just take us through that moment where actually Gukesh could have won? Oh,
No, forget that. I want to see the moment where that pawn became white. That became a
How
white
did
pawn.
it get to B7?
Yeah, this game, Sasha looked a bit bothered there for a second, but maybe it's just his head shake to.
No, it's an important moment because what he's saying is after rook takes d5, rook e7, white doesn't have the time to harass the b pawn on b4 because black is threatening rook e3 check and rook b3.
Right.
So but then now he actually has some.
So he stops that plan.
So f5 for black is a.
But then rook d4. Then I'm attaching my rook to your b pawn. And
right, the rook is passive.
Where else could you go? You can't go anywhere else.
No, that's very smart play.
So king f3 and then this is safe. Yeah. I don't think Sasha should be too disappointed with this draw because he was insanely lucky before. Well, of course, he makes his own luck, but come on.
I am so confused. Like, if I never find out, I will be thinking about this pawn till the rest of the...
We have to, let's bring it up. Let's bring up our analysis board and the live board along with it and see how it actually happened.
Okay, so there was a black pawn on b7.
You were right.
You're correct. And then somehow there were a bunch of errors. And here he went queen d3. So he didn't want to take the pawn on a6 for some reason. And then the pawn took on b7. And the next from use, he went for an attack. So I get it now.
Okay,
he went directly for an attack, but both sides were making mistakes and time trouble, it seems.
Yeah, now Gukesh just has to play rook d3 and sit there attacking that pawn. Should be.
Yeah, the black
safe.
rook is stuck.
So he's safe at least, yeah.
Yeah. What a this was like the quietest game ever. It looked like they were playing a longer time control, and suddenly, as happens in rapid and blitz chess, things heat up.
Yeah. When he starts with rook c8, he gives an option for black to move that rook, but it doesn't help because rook d7 anyway runs into rook c3.
c3, right.
Yeah.
Well, he's just chosen a different way to get to c3.
And black's king, if it joins the party, would that help?
It'll get mated.
So we're looking at king. How are you
H5.
checkmating? Yes.
King h5, then rook h8.
Oh, let's show that. Just walk straight into it and king h4.
To be fair, you didn't even blunder. I blundered it for you and mated you. But anyway.
That much skill. Yeah, this is a situation. Also,
this is just a draw.
Yeah, black will have to be stuck because at some point white could consider venturing forward. And for Gukesh, that means he goes to 2 points out of 3.
And we've had 4 decisive games, and this would be the only draw of the match.
Which makes perfect sense.
It does from the
If
start.
you saw the starting position, you'd be like, yeah, okay, they made a peaceful draw. But then the middle part,
Yes.
it's like a symphony of
It's probably the most
fascinating.
It's the joy of having Grischuk in your tournament.
Yeah.
You just never know.
Yeah.
what's going to happen. It's his style.
Well, 3 draws for him today, so he's in the middle of the... Well, it's very early, but he would have an even
Is
score.
there anyone on 2.5 then? Or
No.
was Gukesh the only one who could get there?
Gukesh, Pragg lost. And
So
nobody
Vincent is
lost.
there and Taimur is
At 2.
at 2.
Yes.
And
Maxime.
Maxime is 2.
Yes.
Right.
Which is, for him, probably a surprise given what was happening in that game. And for Vidit, he dropped down to just 1 out of 3. But
I think it was the most disappointing for him, no? That he was up a rook, felt completely winning at some point. But Maxime, how does Maxime do this?
if we had the answer, we'd try to replicate it. This is one of those games where you play out because I think it's good for viewers to play with the black pieces. But yeah, this is a very clear-cut result at this stage.
And Anand, before this ends, which was the game that you thought was the most exciting one this round?
This was just an amazing round. I didn't manage to give Keimer and Pragg the attention they gave. It was a fascinating game. There was a lot of interesting stuff happening there. I didn't manage to give that full attention. And before you knew it, Arjun had won.
Yeah, that was clean.
Perhaps we'll go with Vidit and MVL. That was maybe the most... And Gukesh Grischuk could easily have been the most interesting game of the day. And probably still is. But, so it's between this and MVL,
Yeah.
I think. The other games were smoother.
Yeah, I would not use smooth to describe this game. That's for
This
sure.
round.
But that happens in speed chess, and for these players, it's a third game of a day. And we actually had this conversation with some of the players at the ceremony. Is it more tiring for you to play like one long classical game or a bunch of rapid or even like 9 blitz games in a row?
There are more results. I think results are what make you tired. I mean, normally if you win, you feel energized, and you lose, you feel tired.
Yeah.
But imagine that you have lost many games or won many games or maybe done even both in the same day. Then 9 games of blitz can leave you sort of disoriented. And 3 rapids is intense. They will be tired now.
It seems like they haven't tired of playing this end game. They both know the
They're just
result.
starting.
Yeah, and we've seen rapid even come down to 15 minutes with a 3-second increment, and Robert and I were talking about this. Here it's 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. That feels like it's quite close to a classical game. It's tough to find that balance.
Yes, I think the crisis comes earlier, but otherwise it's not a blitz game. You can see that difference. The blitz, the crisis comes right away. Here it comes after 20 minutes, but it can occasionally come earlier. It comes after 20 minutes, or as with Gukesh and Grischuk showed, it can come after 30. So.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a lot of debate, of course, these days, especially from Magnus, about time controls, and he wants quicker chess. How do you feel about all of this? Because, of course, there's that beauty of classical chess, and so many prestigious events still retain that time control. But what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that classical chess produces all the drama you could ask for it these days. And it has the right to be around. It'll never be 90% of the mix anymore, like it used to be maybe 15 years back. It's more like 40%, and then rapid and blitz are 60%, and there's a mix. And why shouldn't both formats exist? That's my attitude.
And do you think there's an argument because, I mean, Magnus's points about with engines, it changes preparation and things like that. In some ways, not necessarily short time controls, but shorter than the 3 time control formats are very, very long, and maybe that gives more weight to preparation and things like that, whereas shorter, you have to rely more on your intuition. And
it's a point that's been around for a while. I can see where it's coming, but for me, it's not settled. At the moment, I find that classical tournaments have been quite exciting recently.
agreed.
They always sort of bounce back exactly when people think they're getting there's just no scope to play anymore, and then it comes back. Then you say it's booming, and then it'll do the opposite. So the tournaments go back and forth. I think the field and the participants are more important. Mixed field, varied participants, and you still get a lot of excitement. So having youngsters, people who are not used to each other's styles yet, keeps it fresh. I think that's more important, the kind of field. And in fact, Magnus plays a lot of classical events in mixed fields.
Yes.
So he's also, I think, not 100% there. So.
Meanwhile, Black's King has made a lot of progress. But does that help the position in any way? White just keeps checking along the 3rd rank.
Define progress, Tanya. I think
I want to push the pawn on f4 if I can, and then try and get my rook the other way around.
But the problem is, rook takes b3 is still that draw, that the pawn on f4. So you can't progress beyond that.
It looks
wherever you are.
It looks like they're both looking away from the board, but they're not speaking to each other. So I don't know what actually is happening there.
So they can't see the other boards. There's been a claim. A claim for... Has
50
it been
moves.
50 moves.
Really?
Or
Without a pawn move?
Maybe
No
a
way.
3-time repetition is more likely. But
Yes, I see. There's a rook e3 check. There's a rook e3 check.
Oh, so not a sequential, but
yeah, the same position has occurred 3 times.
No,
and
it hasn't. It's gone.
I don't think so.
Oh, maybe earlier. Scroll back.
We're doing the arbiter's work here.
I mean, it's funny that he even bothers claiming. I would just keep playing rook c3. It's when you have only one move, you just keep making it, and
But, look at Sasha here. He knows it's a draw. He's probably like, maybe I should just allow it.
so you're saying that with rook f3 is the position that he's claiming for?
okay. I don't see a single rook f3 in the last 8 moves, so
Probably
it's
happened in about
probably been
20 moves.
very long back.
So that's once we have the position, and if you just scroll up, let's even
No,
try.
I don't-
When
I don't
was
see
Rook
it.
F3?
Maybe he's just asking what move number they're on.
That could be it. 89.
Because how are they supposed to keep
I
track?
suspect they didn't.
I mean, it wasn't
Rook
that long
E7
ago.
happened on moves. No, wait, when was the last thing?
G5 is there. There's
Yeah,
block
this
on
was King G5 was on move 72 and we are move 89. I think they're a tad impatient now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what the.
yeah. And while we wait, Grischuk is thinking of probably not of how to improve this position, but perhaps what's happened in the past.
Yeah,
Is that something that goes on in players' minds in these kind of situations?
of course,
where
it's
you're-
also
yeah.
such an intense game, right?
Yeah. And we're getting the arbiter in.
I think
Yeah,
this
it's
is
3
two-
time. He said
yeah.
something about 3 time.
But I don't. Gukesh doesn't look happy. I think
I think because
his claim has been rejected.
yeah, he tried to claim that the position's happening for the 3rd time, and apparently it's not. But the position is so easy for him to draw that I don't think it's worth getting worked up about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it continues. And Anand, what's it like when the games get over? Would you meet up with the youngsters and sort of speak to them here as their mentor and ambassador?
No,
No.
not in this capacities. They're busy in the tournament. This is
Yeah.
not the time to do that. Their thoughts, tomorrow's game, what will I do, this, that, you can't. It's not the time to sit and gab with them. You just leave them alone and that's it.
Yeah. And how is this situation when you have just made a claim and that claim has been rejected? Is that something that kind of plays with your own mind a little bit, or you just have to?
It can annoy you, but come on, you just put the rook on c3 and then you can be as a knight as you want. Why is this? No, he's gone rook f3.
Oh no,
But I think there was a time penalty, no?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
But was it positive or negative? Was it given to Grischuk or subtract? No, it must have been given to Grischuk.
Yes.
Okay.
So he's got some time now. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a
And,
minute added.
It's the most time he's had since
Since
early
a
in the
while.
game. In all seriousness.
But anyway, just to reiterate the point, Black puts king on g4,
Yes.
pawn on
That's-
e4. We are doing best case scenario.
Yeah.
We just do this.
And I get my rook on the H line.
Yes, and rook takes b3 is a draw because it's a 3rd rank defense. So that's what we're basing it on. So I mean, we can maybe just show it to the audience.
yeah, it's probably worth it just to.
Yeah.
I just put the rook on e3, f4, king g4, rook d3, rook b8. Rook
Can I go
c3.
rook c4? Rook
Yeah.
c2, does that change anything? If I put
No,
it
you
on-
can put it anywhere.
Okay.
See, okay, check king f1. Yeah, f3, rook b8 is a draw, and this is the
Yes.
key to this defense. So if you play rook c2, it's a well-known draw with the pawn without the pawn on b2, and the pawn on b2 can't hurt in this
Right.
situation. So it's a draw. In fact, therefore, I can go rook a3, and you can take the pawn if you want, and it doesn't matter. So, and this is a draw,
Just wait.
and that's
Fill
all
it
you
off.
need to know. So
Wait until black pushes and only then release. That's actually very
Yeah.
instructive for people who are not so familiar because if you release too soon, black has
king
this
g3,
king
and then
G2 move.
We might be seeing this draw played out.
That'd be instructive, We get some educational content towards the end. And for Alexander Grischuk, he was 1 game away from playing for a world championship match. You've known Alexander with a certain
Boris' girlfriend, right? Oh, which game are you talking about?
Sorry, I thought you were saying playing a world championship match with Boris, with you, of course. He was
Yes, yeah, he was the one who lost to Boris. Yeah,
exactly.
sorry. I
And
got
you've known
rid of that.
Alexander for such a long time. I feel like he flies under the radar these days quite a bit. How would you just describe him, not just his legacy, but kind of him as a chess player?
In a sense, he's a pioneer of. He was saying what Magnus was saying long before. I think in 2005 and 6, he started to say, no, one day we should abolish everything else and just have blitz championships and so on. So he's very much that. But he's just a fascinating player. What's even more fascinating for me is his frank opinions. I really enjoy his frank opinions on every subject. He'll say something interesting. In fact, I envy him. He's even in English, he's so funny when he says something. By the way, he's got his own fan club for that. And, but he on any topic, he'll have a well thought out opinion, and it's controversial. So that's what I can say about Grischuk.
Yeah. And
And
by
it's
the
a draw.
way,
They've signed
it
for a
is
draw.
a draw in the exact position and line we were
Yeah.
looking at. And this one ends. So 1 draw out of 5 games, 4 decisive results. Some big turnarounds in this one. And as Anand, you said, probably the Vidit Maxime game was the most dramatic one.
Yes, to spoil that is really the problem is if you spoil one thing, you can put it aside. But can you imagine him with it trying to sleep today? And just when you manage to push one thought aside, another winning moment comes, and it's tough. But it can't be an accident if you do it this many times. So Maxim's clearly got this ability to pull this off, and it was an impressive thing when he pulled off.
Yeah, very impressive in a very difficult position that we thought was just dead lost for Maxim. And Anand, what are you expecting from day 2 of the Rapid that's coming up?
The same.
Yeah.
The same. I mean, it's the same players, shuffling the pairings a bit. But tell me a game which is potentially less interesting. It's going to be fantastic with these guys. This year we've really got a very nice, interesting field. So.
Really interesting mix of players. Let's bring up our day 1 and results that we have to update with everything that happened. Arjun Erigesi winning against Harikrishna. Vidit Maxim was a nail-biting game which finished in Maxim's favor. Rajabov winning convincingly against Abdusattorov. And Pragg lost to Vincent. Gukesh, Grischuk, the longest game of the round, ended peacefully. And let's take a look at our standings. This is the leaderboard going into day 2. Vishy, what stands out to you in this one?
It's still, no one is leading anything. It's 4 people tied for first, 3 people in second place, and everyone's still very much in with a chance.
And it's quite a 50-50 between that youth versus experience battle that we keep talking about at the top, with Raja and Maxim joining Gukesh and Vincent.
Yes, and the next group as well, I think. So, yes, it's a toss-up. Hari had a tough day, but he can bounce back easily as well, especially because everyone's very ambitious, and they'll all push their luck a lot.
And that would
so
give the opponent
he can bounce
a chance,
back, yes,
right?
very much so.
Yeah. Wow, Robert, your thoughts before we wrap up on this exciting day of chess that we've had on day 1 in Kolkata?
We're spoiled, and I just don't mean just because we have the legendary world champion besides us, but also because the games are so hard fought. The players, they give it their all each and every turn, and we've seen some battles where someone's down a rook but still winning the game because they're relentless, and you have to prove yourself each and every move in this tournament.
It's been a fantastic day of chess, and the action continues as the players will be back on day 2. Same time, same place. Once again, if you are in Kolkata, do stop by the National Library to see all the live action. And Vishy, thank you so much for joining us, sharing your amazing insights, and we hope to have you back tomorrow.
Sure.
And you heard it here first. Vishy will be back tomorrow.
Yes.
We will see you then.